You handsome, sophisticated, hyper-intelligent, svelte, well-read, sparkling, salty, olive-complected, full-head-of-haired man.
Full head of hair, he must be talking to you, John. All right.
I don't think
Hello,
so.
traders, friends, family, and everyone else. So glad you can make it. Yes. Oh, today, I talk about a lot of days that we've got a packed house of superstars. Well, we got a packed super one today. Do not miss it. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and best names in the trading world on this show, and especially today. You're not going to find another place on the internet that has such a cool show like ours. Top TV. Yes, yes, yes. This is opening call, and he's Rhythm, I'm Blues. We have an informative and educational show for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, that song that you always sing, and even that voice in your head that reminds you, remember this one. This is a good one. Never look down on anybody unless you're helping them up. Remember that one. It's gonna go far here. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and the man with the plan, Johnny, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Hello, Johnny, you full-headed hair man.
Well, good morning, Eddie. And I never think of the blues when I think of you, Eddie.
But blues are cool, man. I mean, if you're talking about like music-wise.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the opening call. Tuesday, July the 2nd. As always, our focus is always on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Eddie, if you remember on the market prep, I always used to call out everybody that was in the room. I can't do that these days, which is wonderful, but just want to call out Jose was the first one I saw in the room this morning. John, Dan, Pete, G-Man, Corey, Louie, Ocean, Justin, Theo, just to name a few. Good morning to everybody. Great to see everybody here.
Well, you did like that romper room thing. Romper, stomper, bomber, boo. Yeah. I would wait until they'd send me in. And then they never said my name. I think they had it like banned. Do not say Eddie, whatever you do. But anyway, let's get to the news here. We got a lot going on here. And honestly, this is going to be a superstar day. U.S. stock futures edged down as investors prepare for the incoming labor market data during the holiday shortened trading week. And that's this week. Fed Reserve Uncle Jerry is due to speak at the European Central Bank event. And there could be a possibility of him mentioning something about the rates. We'll see. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. U.S. stock futures today pointed lower after the main average of Wall Street rose in the light pre-holiday trading prior to the session. Dow contract shed about 96. We had the S&P dip about 17, and the NASDAQ fell about 83. All three of the indices finished higher yesterday, with the tech-heavy composite boosted in particular by a jump in the big tech names such as Tesla and, of course, Apple. Trading volumes were relatively muted as equity markets prepared to shutter for the U.S. Independence holiday coming up Thursday. Once again, Fed Chair Jerome Powell set to participate in a panel at the European Central Bank Conference in Sintra, which looks like a lot like Sinatra. That's going to be today, with markets keen to see if he'll provide any clues of the interest rates. Now, the comments coming from him will serve as a precursor to the publications of minutes, the Fed June policy gathering Wednesday, when the central bank's rate-setting FOMC signaled that it only expects to reduce borrowing costs once a year. Yes, this is information that we all know about. Billionaire Barry Diller, no relation to Phyllis Diller, is eyeing the possible Paramount bid. This is coming from the New York Times. Billionaire is considering a bid to take over Paramount Global. That after the studio he formerly led pulled out of a merger with Skydance Media. Diller's media conglomerate signaled a non-disclosure agreement with National Amusements and Paramount's controlling shareholders. Now, I've heard this guy's name before, but who the hell is he? He's not related to Phyllis Diller, but he was born in San Francisco in 1942. Born into money. His dad ran a real estate company. Family moved to Beverly Hills, and when he was still a boy, he did grow up with Danny Thomas and Doris Day as his neighbors. Those are some heavy neighbors back in the day. And what he did is he went to the college, University of California, dropped out after 4 months. Yes, you can drop out and still be a billionaire. Took a job in the mailroom. Yes, you can get a job in the mailroom and still be a billionaire. And he became a full talent scout in 1964. And from there, nothing but clear skies. Be a billionaire. There you go. And that's what I got, Johnny. What else you got for some news here today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, a little bit thin today. 7:55, the Red Book came out. 8:30, we have Powell and Lagarde speaking at the ECB Forum on central banking. 9 o'clock this morning, probably the most impactful number coming out. The job openings and labor turnover survey is due out. And at 3:30, the API crude stock numbers come out. We've also seeing the VIX up just a little bit this morning at 12.63 dollar index, slightly lower, 105.86, and the yield on the 10-year slightly lower again this morning, 4.44%. Really kind of thin here on the economic numbers. Make sure you're certainly paying attention at 9 o'clock when that Jolts number comes out, and we'll see what these markets are offering outside of any known economic numbers. Remember, anything can happen. There may be things that come at us throughout the trading day. So as always, make sure you're protected. Wear stops. Always put stops on your trades.
Okay. All right. Do some crude. Back to me.
Yep.
Oh, back to me. Dude, where's my crude? Crude prices inched up today, holding nearly a 2-month high. We're looking at, we did tag the 84s, well into the 84s, 84.38 high, 2-month high here. We had the US WTI gain 0.1%. Brent also climbing 0.1%. And the highest level since the end of April. Gasoline demand in the U.S., world's biggest oil consumer, expected to ramp up. And they keep talking about these summer travel seasons gathering steam. And of course, here in the States, we'll be having our Independence holiday. So there will be a lot of driving and barbecuing. Traders are also going to be looking for the latest data in the U.S. crude stockpiles industry, the API later in the session, as well as possible disruptions from Hurricane Beryl and U.S. refining offshore production in the Gulf of Mexico. Well, John, I imagine that you've stopped at one of these things called the Redbox. Got a movie maybe like a few years ago or so.
Yeah, a few years ago for sure.
Yeah, they got them at the Walgreens and so forth. You'd wait in line to pay $1 for a movie. But I tell you, things change, and this is going to go very well with our tip of the week, calling adaptability. Chicken soup for the soul of the entertainment, which owns movie rental company Redbox, is not in good shape. Redbox company is in nearly $1 billion in debt. Ouch. Owes money to almost everyone in Hollywood, as The Verge puts it, not to mention its own employees who apparently haven't been paid in more than a week. The company filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy this past Friday. Still $970 million in debt. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass the hat and see how much money we can raise here to help them out. And I'm just kidding. We'll pass a sock. Any loose change you got, we'll see what we can do. But anyway, talk about adaptability. We got a tip of the week. We got a tip of the week here. Yes, we do. And that is adaptability. Now, you remember, markets are forever changing. This is one day to the other. Adaptability you got to be sort of loose. It helps traders manage, of course, their emotions, psychological responses, market fluctuations, revenge trading, emotions. Being flexible allows traders to maintain their composure. And I tell you, when you can't maintain composure in this business, you better start looking for another venue. Okay. It's very, very important to maintain composure, make rational decisions, avoid emotional trading. This is going to keep you moving forward here if you want to be a trader. So, adaptability. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, in an environment as ambiguous and unsure as the market, and believe me, we are in the market's environment, it is not in our environment. You have to be flexible and adaptable to respond to changes in the market state. If you're going to be rigid and very biased and not be able to change your view as the market changes, it's going to be a rough road for you. And this is hard enough. So make sure you remain adaptable. Adaptability is very important.
You got it. Good, good, good. All right. Hey, just a little reminder. Today is Tuesday. We got Brett Steenbarger going to be with us here. Oh boy, it's going to be good. Remember, have those pencils sharpened, crayons ready to go, ink in your pen. You'll be taking notes here. But due to the 4th of July holiday this Thursday, tomorrow's the 3rd, not the 4th, but Wednesday, we'll end the show here at 12 p.m. Central. Slow market's still going to happen at 8 p.m. and so forth, and the other coaches. But the market closes, got a half a day tomorrow. And Thursday, July 4th, we will be off the air. So if you log in Thursday wondering, where the hell are those dudes? Now, take the day off. Enjoy the day. It's the 4th of July here in the States. No slow markets, but we will. Good news is, we'll be back Friday morning, July 5th, ready to go. So, as we are moving on, before we hit those Johnny charts, please remember, okay, be kind to your support agents. They're working day and night, answering all issues, questions, and requests. I've even checked in with some of them, seeing how they're doing. They're like, I'm really busy right now. So I'm like, sorry. Get down and contact me when you got time. But be nice. And, like we do say here is, if you're going to look down at somebody, never look down at anybody unless you're helping them out. So this goes full circle. All right, Johnny. Let's get to them charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
All right. As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Price seems insistent on continuing to test this 5510 so many times in multiple time frames. It is currently at that level basically overall right now. Buyers just still remain present at that level. I mean, they have not given that level up. We added 19,000 in open interest yesterday on a pullback back away from below that level. So that open interest indicates there are still buyers willing to pay that price, protecting that level. We don't know if that's going to maintain, if it's going to hold, or if it's going to break. But the more we hit that level, the more we start, using up those bids down below there. It seems more probable that we might see a breakout down below that level if, and only if, those buyers give up at that level. Volume wasn't great yesterday. It is a holiday week. A lot of folks are probably stepping away for a long week this week, and that's, of course, understandable. But I'm still very impressed that the market did add 19,000 contracts coming off of that 5510 level yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's get this scaled. All right. So, the market opened above the late spike from the previous day, looked down below that 5510 level. We got a nice long in the house account when the market came back above that level yesterday. And buyers just seemed to be insistent. And when the market breaks, buyers come in and they just continue to try and press this market and hold this market at this level. Take a look at how many times it's been kind of approached. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Now 8 times it's been approached, and buyers have come in and moved this market higher each time. Now, that's just a few days, of course. That's not a lot of time, but it's very, very kind of important to notice that and to say, every time the market's been down at this level, buyers have come in and saved the day. We don't know, of course, if that's going to happen. Well, looking like overnight inventory is pretty short. So the market opened last night up around 55.31 approximately, maybe 55.32. And the sellers have pushed price lower all night. Those are shorter time frame, weaker hands traders that are probably holding some short positions. The laggards are the last ones in down here. They're probably going to be the first ones out. We've got the VWAP tilted lower, okay, angled lower. We're right back towards it. This 55.15 VWAP level is probably going to be something we need to keep an eye on here this morning. Sellers have been in control. You can see that in the VWAP. If buyers, longer time frame, regular trading hour buyers come in, we could easily take this market back to the upside. It doesn't look like we're going to be opening with any gaps. We are below value on this platform. Value low is 55.18. We show some signs of acceptance in there that could bring price all the way back up to a settlement gap close, which takes us basically to value high on this platform, 55.34 half. We'll be watching this morning. We've got some great traders coming on. We're going to see if we can't add to the profits we had in the house account yesterday. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is presenting as a little bit stronger. We're really, really range bound in the NASDAQ. Price just really remains very centrally located between last week's high and low, between weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low. We did add 8,300 in open interest. So buyers came back into the NASDAQ as we got closer to last week's low. Is that kind of fueled? Is that fueling new longs? Is that open interest increase fueling new longs? In the direction of the day yesterday, I would have to say probability is yes, we brought in some new longs yesterday. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So the NASDAQ did kind of present as the weaker of the two markets. Day over day, the market opened in the late spike, looked lower. Buyers came back in and pushed price back higher. We actually did put in a late spike to the upside. We're going to be opening the session below the base of that late spike. The base of that late spike is all the way up here at 20,051 even. Basically, right back to settlement. Overnight inventory is short. Market opened up here around 20,044 last night. Sellers, shorter time frame, weaker hands traders have pushed price lower. It is opening in range and in value. It's a semi-double distribution day. I'm looking for a pretty good probability of potential for repair. When we look at the profile, this is the volume profile from yesterday. We have a distribution of time and volume here centering pretty much around 20,009. We've got another distribution of time and volume down here centering, let's just call it pretty close to the overnight low, 19,911. We're opening between them. Odds are that one or both of those levels that I just mentioned are going to be revisited. And of course, we've got overnight inventory pretty short here. Those overnight shorts already starting to reconcile those positions. If we do see some overnight shorts getting out, an easy target would be a gap close to settlement being 20,052. Now, crude oil It was a very interesting market yesterday, and there's a lot going on in it today. This being the daily chart, we were stuck in this area for quite a long time. I think we had the weekly kickoff level last week at 81.45, and we expanded that a little bit because the market has been pushing a little bit higher. 82.35 was the weekly kickoff high this week, and the first move up to it was rejected. The second move up, we saw some pretty good buying coming into this market. We added 27,000 new contracts on the breakout from this area and above the weekly kickoff high. I'm giving this breakout a B plus because volume was higher on the day, and that big increase in open interest indicated a lot of new buying, a lot of new business, and I'm looking for this market to continue this move to the upside. The next swing high in the August contract, this is not the swing high from the August contract. The next swing high from the August contract is up at 85.25. 85.25. That is a reasonable and probable target for the next leg of this continuation. So write that down, 85.25. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So what started as a kind of a range-bound day turned into a trend day to the upside, closing basically right near the high at 83.38, up $1.84 for the day. Here's what we were talking about with the weekly kickoff. It came up, tested to it, rejected. Pretty decent trade there. And maybe a 40 or 50 point profit possibility there. Market drove back right to it, and once it broke out, the volume increased. And when you see that volume increasing, and this is just on the 30-minute chart, when you see that volume increasing at an important level like this, the probabilities of continuation are greater. So we see the market continue to push to the upside. Overnight inventory is a little bit long. On the open, we're seeing some overnight inventory adjustment. We're still holding a gap. Gap rules apply. We can't close the gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. I'm monitoring for a continuation move to the upside. Yesterday's profile, I'm calling it trend day. Eventually, 3 distributions, a relatively emotional move to the upside, but again, adding that 27,000 contracts indicates new business. And if that's new business, it's more likely to continue in that direction. Gold is still very range-bound, choppy, short time frame controlled. It's a bit of a pain in the patoot, if you ask me. Open interest added by 3,900 yesterday, so that's bringing a glimmer of hope for some potential moves or away from this area. But we've got a long way to go before I think we're going to be pushing any longer time frame participants into adjusting any major inventories. We've been locked in this area for so long. When it does happen, it's probably going to be substantial, but right now we're sitting centrally located between weekly kickoff high and low. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. And here we go. So overnight inventory was a little bit short. They've already reconciled and created the settlement gap close. Market is really range bound. Small ranges, low volume, little changes in open interest. It's a tough trade. It's a tough market to trade right now. Yesterday's profile was normal variation day, neutral, but we've been putting up a lot of those lately. The market just has not been able to seek new levels to facilitate trade. When it does happen, we're going to be there and we're going to see if we can't profit on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, every day, pray for peace. And looks like we've got a visitor here, Eddie.
I think he's walking up here. They're ringing the doorbell real soon, waiting for the green light. But before we let him in, Fast Markets, of course we got it's Rips. You should know that. Rips is coming up here, and we'll get him in as soon as we can. Going to be joined with MP Coach Dakota. Boy, check this out. We got lots going on here. Power players, Brett Steenbarger. Okay. Highlight of the day here with Anne-Marie Hoag, Coach Ray, and Coach Vince, and the rest of the crew here. So let's see if we can get him in. Can we get him in here, Gabe? Did you unlock the front door?
There he is.
There he is. Wow,
What's
he
happening?
slipped through the mail slot. Wow, that was pretty
goodness.
good.
What's
No
happening?
doorbell or nothing.
Yeah, I just kicked the door down. It was it seemed a little bit creaky, so I just went for it and gave it a boot. How you folks doing this morning? How you doing, Eddie? How you doing? Hoag,
good morning.
Good to see you.
Good morning. Big day today.
It is a big day, and we do have a lot on the docket, starting with Mr. Jerome Powell, who's going to be speaking here in about 4 short minutes alongside some other key figureheads in the central banking space. I do have my screen shared right now. I would love to go over some charts if we can bring that up. But yeah, we do have a lot of stuff that's going to be moving and shaking today. We do have Jerome Powell who's going to be speaking right there at 9:30, and that's going to be alongside ECB's Chief Lagarde, the Bank of England, Andrew Bailey, Brazil, BCB, Central Bank Governor Campos Neto. So it's going to be a big jam-packed day today. And I do think that that can introduce some volatility. We have seen generally hawkish tones out of most of these central bankers, and we'll have to see if they continue that hawkish tone. They do have some new data to work with ever since the last time that they spoke. So that's going to be interesting. We also have 30 minutes after the open here at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. We do have the May Jolts job openings, and that's going to kind of kick off what we're going to see later in the week for non-farm. We get the first non-farm read tomorrow. Then we get our holiday on Thursday for Freedom Day here in America. And then on Friday, we get the ADP data to cap the week off. So don't miss Friday. Don't get too crazy and too party too hard on Thursday for 4th of July. You don't want to be partying too hard because be back here on Friday for a fun day of trade. And of course, tune into TopstepTV.
Now, Rips, I got a question for you.
Talk to me.
John and myself, we are taking off Friday, so can we party hardy on Thursday?
Well, you know, if you are taking off Friday, I am going to say it's probably a good idea to get obliterated on Thursday in lieu of Freedom Day. Yeah, do it for the founding fathers.
They got blotto too. Yeah, signing that declaration, they had booze flying everywhere.
Absolutely, 100%. So I see that we have our charts up here. We are about 2 minutes here until the open. So what I'm looking at here is this zone to continue to be a rejection zone. Anywhere underneath 938 quarters all the way down to 906, I do expect this to be bought up here unless we get some terrible news out from these central bankers here. So that's what I'm going to be watching for. To the tippy top, we are kind of cresting up at this tippy top area of 987.5. I would like to see us blasting through that back into the 20,000s where the NQ can get a little jiggy with it and go to the north side here all the way up to the 100s and potentially the 200s today. So that's what I have on my docket for the day. That's what I'm watching in the NQ, and that's my story. I'm sticking to it.
All right, so we're going to line up our ponies. Let's get our superstars in the gates.
Yep.
And I think we're going to bring our Fab Four on here for our fast market. Get them in here.
Or I just trade the whole day right here on the stream, all by myself.
There we are. Here we are. All right.
Oh my
Welcome
goodness.
to Fast Markets, everyone. You know the men. You know who's here. You know what we got going on. MP, good morning.
These are some good-looking gentlemen right here. My goodness.
Dakota, can't wait to hear the stories of Vegas. We are going to be getting the party started here in just a couple of minutes. Good to see everybody. Michael, how you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I'm good. I golfed yesterday at the end of the day, and I'm doing much better. Trading is much like golf. You ever read the book Zen Golf? Trading psychologist gave it to me and said, change the word golf. Go read that book. Change it to trading. Zen trading.
Yeah.
And I read that book. So I'm getting better. So that's my positive stuff that's happened yesterday. How are you guys doing? How's the Vegas boys doing? You guys are like hangover 1, 2, and 3.
Well, I slept like a baby last night. I can't say the same for Mr. Coach Dakota down there. I think he'll have to tell you the story.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Do I sound good?
You
Sound great.
All right, VS Open. Yeah.
I've been listening to order filled the last 5 minutes. Who's playing in the markets?
I think
That might be
MP's getting a
mine.
little spicy.
Yeah.
I got a little spicy around that one.
Ooh.
This thing feels like it's going to fall apart. The tilt is the tiltiest I've seen it in the morning in a long time. Everybody's long. And we're right here. So what do you guys like up here? The 980s. It's trading 19,980s.
Yeah,
We got
7
Johnny needs
halves,
your input
and then
too on the house account.
I want to see this breaking above 20,012 evens and continuation to the upside, potentially sweeping that liquidity above the 60s. That's what I'm looking for personally.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ribs. Thank you.
What are you in right now, MP? You in a long?
Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Yes. If we pull back into like the 60s, I like longs. To date, it's just a buy the dip mentality.
Watching the opening ranges here, we're still inside of them in the S&P and the NASDAQ. It's a pretty small opening range so far. In the S&P is less than 3
Yeah, we are
points.
seeing that huge breakout now up towards 20,000. I think you're seeing
I'm
that same thing there.
John, you got 12s, 13s. If we got a house account play too, let's get that going. I'm on the house execution.
All right. I just got long a couple off the opening range break to the upside here. That might just be our break.
Oh man!
Let's remember Paul is speaking. I'm watching the wire here. Anything that does cross, I will mention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Super helpful, especially with how much that can be moving the markets here.
All right. In chat, is anybody seeing anything in chat? We're trading 20,000 18s, 20,000 20s. Here's your rip higher. Longs are getting paid on tilt.
Yeah,
Longs
I'm going for it here.
Yeah. Opening range is the low of the session. I'm long 2, currently up $500 on the trade already.
Wowzers. Yeah, I'm going for it here. I'm looking for a break of 25. I want to see us painting into these 60s here.
I'm in the S&Ps, by the way.
25s, 20,000 25s now. We shot up. Those longs are getting paid. Do they stay in the money? Those tilt. I'm looking at tilt, guys. Tilt has a lot of folks that were long.
Mm-hmm.
So the market has paid
so
them.
far.
They're getting paid so far, but it's still a lot of them still long. So, yeah, if they stay, I don't know. We'll watch. Annotate it on your charts. 70, let's call it 75%.
Wow, what a move. Holy smokes. So that's going to put me up 11,800 on the day there.
Jeez.
Oh,
Wow.
What?
Goodness.
Hold on. What? Hold on. What?
Did you put 100 on?
What account are you in?
I'm trading cross combines right now. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 combines.
Oh, there you go. All right, cool. Get your feel. Today is a good day to do that.
This is good stuff right there. I mean, we're launching off that. I followed Topstep Tilt. I mean, simple as that. That's all I was going to do.
You went with it. You went with it. Yeah. I'm always of the camp that the minority of folks see it better than the majority of the folks. So.
Well, I guess there isn't a dip to buy this morning, huh?
Right.
Are
we
you trading
left
from
that
a
opening
different
range at
command?
the low there.
You trading from a different command station, Dakota? Like one screen setup,
on,
or you have
one screen laptop on Topstep X on the browser, Google Chrome.
There you go.
I am on the profit, and I've taken one off, and I'm going to leave the other as a runner.
Mm-hmm. So cost you go MP not trusting his own XF traders. Nice. Everybody in here is either in, on anything sim at Topstep. So it's either in the combine or an XFA. And I like the minority thought, not the majority thought. I've been a part of the majority thought where everybody's thinking the same thing, and then the market, in my experience, has gone against me always. I always like to understand what the small amount of folks that are trading well, what that group is rather than the majority. So you got to look at this very much more open-minded than saying, oh, I'm going against or I'm not trusting any of those traders. Traders are all trading. Traders are all having good and bad days. And when there's 90% of the whole 1,000, let's say there's 1,000 open positions that are all thinking one way, I want to understand what those 10% of the people are thinking and why they're thinking that. That's more important to me. So you guys can call it faded. I don't care what you call it. It could be fading, going with, copying, blah, blah, blah. It's trading. It's understanding. We used to do this in the trading pit. Used to see other people's the other side of the pit, and you could see them all getting long or them all getting short. Yes, the market would pay them, and yes, the market would wipe them out. But it's just understanding a big herd of people and that large percentage, and then what the market does on not just a one data set, multiple times. So that's why I'm always telling you guys. I just said it earlier. Annotate it. I didn't say go with or against. Rips went with it. I was talking about the minority. So this is data you need to decide if you want to do or not. If you don't want it, then tune it out. It's totally cool.
I'm a big fan of the top step tilt. I'll tell you what. I mean, there's a lot of people who like to fade that stuff, but off the open, I feel like tilt is pretty accurate. That's what I've found, at least in my limited back testing of seeing how the top step tilt works. Off the open, people are generally pretty correct about it, and that momentum is.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've seen that a lot, Reps.
Yeah.
Off the open all the time. Not all the time. And guys, you just got to either track it on your own by annotating it on your charts, or putting notes on your charts, or have a notepad. On the open, it was 75% long, and the market rallied. Like tomorrow on the open, it was 60% short, and the market sold off. Then you start to have your own patterns. Get a spreadsheet out or whatever you want to do. You got to study in this business and put your own thoughts and formulated ideas all come together to make your own trade decisions.
Yeah, 100%.
Nobody says you have to use the tilt. And I just saw somebody mention in chat, and I was going to talk about this. Even Dalton says, 90% of people that are trading aren't going to make money. So if you're doing what they're doing, you can expect that same outcome. 10% are going to. So when the tilt reminds me of the bullish consensus, it was on the grain floor.
Yes.
You guys have heard the story before about that. But when 80% of people believe that the market is moving higher, you're probably getting pretty close to the highs. When 20% of the people think that the market is going higher, you're probably getting pretty close to the lows.
Big news coming out of the central banker conference. Are you hearing any of this, Eddie?
Yeah, Powell just talking about here, going to continue to have a solid growth, strong labor market. The disinflation trend shows signs of resuming. So that one's highlighted here, and watching it very closely.
This is big for the markets right now. When they're dropping this kind of dovish commentary, the market's going to rip and rally on this. Is it permanent? Absolutely not. But at least for here and now, this has been a big ticket item. I've been waiting for this, obviously, to see what they're going to say. Anybody out there who said that this was not a big event today is an absolute clown and a sucker, and you shouldn't be paying attention to that person. This is a big deal. This conference has a lot of big central bankers in it. I saw some other streamers out there that were saying that this is not going to be a big deal. This is a big deal, folks. This is big central bankers. These are policymakers. They're talking about this. They're talking about the future of what's going to be happening, and they're talking about the temperature of inflation. So this is important, folks. This is the stuff that's going to be moving the markets towards the election. Keep in mind, we do have an FOMC meeting right after the November election, and that is going to be probably the biggest one to watch. And we do want to be keeping temperature on all of these central bankers, and this is 3 of them speaking right now. Actually, 4. It's Jerome Powell, Lagarde, Bailey, and Campos Neto all speaking together right now. So a lot of impactful news should be hitting the wire here as the day unfolds.
Yeah, you get all 3 of those in one, all 4 of those in one room.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
How can
we made quite a bit of progress of inflation. He also says we need to be more confident before reducing policy rates. Need to see more data like we've been seeing recently. Talking about the data represents significant progress. And he did say we have the ability to take our time. Of course they do. And get this right. Please do take your time there, Jerry. Also, if the labor market unexpectedly weakens, that would also cause us to react. So far, this is all we've got. Eye on the prize.
Thanks, Eddie.
What do we buy this on the house account? I think there was a couple opportunities. I missed them myself.
Johnny, collect what we need to collect. If there's levels up here, let us know what you're pulling, and then pull stuff from rips. I got it queued up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier, if we did break that 20,012 level, the liquidity to be swept would be up at the 60s, and we've done nearly exactly that to a T. So that was my trade that I was eyeing there off the open. But from here on out, it's a little bit, exactly right, John. It's a little bit unpredictable from here on out.
Okay, I'm buying market right now at 52. I'm going to look for a break of high of day.
78% of people, 78 thousands of open positions right now. 78% of them are long.
Wowzers.
Thousands of open positions, and 78% of 77 now. So annotated on your charts. You want to go with it. You want to go with the majority of folks. You want to go against them. You want to go with the majority. You want to go with the minority. Just go with whatever one. It's not going against them. It's just because it's a majority. It's not a democratic majority rule here. Just because they're all saying 70% long, 78% long.
We're sweeping up towards that long. 60 level right now. Yeah. We are running into a little bit of topside liquidity, but it is looking like a feverish amount of buying here. I would say that a pullback to around 35 would be interesting, because then we'd see if we have solidified bids right now. There's a lot of order matching still going on. We had some positive news out of Tesla this morning for their delivery numbers. They did beat the expectations on their delivery numbers. We saw Tesla stock trading from the low 200s to now trading almost at 220 here and now. We are seeing a little bit of slowdown in Amazon and Google here from the Mag 7. Microsoft and Meta are not really doing all that much, but they are not selling off. NVIDIA is making a nice little bounce recovery here back to 123, and Apple is finding the juice to the upside here. So if I'm just looking at the Mag 7 alone, we are seeing some definite upside potential here, and it doesn't look like this train is stopping.
Yeah, we're getting it. I added to it. I'm long to it.
Nice trade there, Dakota.
I'm looking for a break above 80s. There we go.
Beautiful trade. Gorgeous.
All aboard. Yeah, I got short up there. So I am down. Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're coming up to 82 and 3/4 up here. This is a precarious area where we kind of have a dropping off of a volume shelf, but I don't think it's going to be enough overhead liquidity to stop this train, given how positive the commentary is coming out of this ECB meet right now. Well, not ECB, sorry, central banking meet.
Hey, John, yesterday's value area high was 71s. That's what I played, and I got stopped out.
Yeah, this is really strong. Whenever you see the opening range left at the bottom like this, and there's a drive like this, you really want to be patient if you're going to be looking for any kind of shorts. Yeah, this is really strong. I mean, when we look at the chart just on the 30-minute, look how short the overnight positioning was. And then the market opens and leaves the opening range at the low of the session, and it's just driving higher. I don't want to step in front of this unless we can find some sort of structure, daytime frame structure in the daytime frame today, because there is the potential for this market to really run.
Yeah, it feels like every single pullback that we're having right now is getting bought up. These are large pullbacks, however. We're talking about 20-handle pullbacks in the NQ here, but they are concurrently getting bought up as we're speaking here. I'm looking for a deeper pullback. I'd like to see a pullback of about 50 points and then sort of some settling down of the price action, seeing some bids step in. That would get me into another long here. I am, of course, hesitant to trade as I am up so much in my combines right now. I don't really want to push the offer. Push the limit here, I guess you could say. So I'm just waiting for the price action to get a little bit more subdued.
Would you look for a pullback to perhaps like 2016, that kind of swing high we ran through?
I think that's definitely a good area. 2020s down to 2012s, 20,012, 20,020s, somewhere in that range, which is smack dab with 2016 in there.
So, okay. All right, I've got that written down. If we do get that pullback, I know we've got your check mark on that. Dakota, if we get a pullback that deep, do you like to buy it there?
Yeah, yep. I just added 59 1/4.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we do have In 15 minutes, we do get the Jolts job openings, which is going to be the precursor for the whole week for all of the jobs data that's going to be released this week. We do have jobless claims tomorrow because remember, Thursday is Freedom Day. We don't have any of the U.S. data being released on July 4th. So jobless claims are coming out a day early. We do get ADP numbers. And then on Friday, we get the non-farms.
Here we go. Let's see another new high a day. Let's break these 80s. Let's see 100s. Let's go push above 100s.
These pullback, there is no pullback here. Look at my 5-minute chart. There's a zero. So if you're short, if you have a short bias, like from right out of the gate, right out of the open, then you're probably down, such as myself. Cool 1,600 out of the gate. Richard Harris, you should be up 1,600. This is the game you and I play.
So Mac is also saying that
gold had some decent buyers here. My market just sort of turned with some sellers right now, looking very close to the
Added
top
to
here.
a long again.
we have Mac in the chat saying 2016 is the weekly open. So I would say that's probably a check mark from Mac if we get there.
Okay. So where are we at? I'm going to house account. My personal's getting. I'm just way too. I have such a strong short bias.
This is going heavy squeeze here to the top side. All shorts are getting squozen in here, so very dangerous to be short in this market. I've yet to hear them have any sort of dovish commentary yet, but we are coming up to a breaking point here in the S&Ps, which is extremely important. John, you're probably seeing this too, that topping level of 55.40 that we've been dealing with over the past few sessions. There's a lot of liquidity being offered there at that level, so we'll have to see if we can break above that level. We will have some shorts again getting squozen above that level.
I'm flat now. Live account up $1,028 right off the.
All right, John, let's turn it. Since you're up and I'm down, let's turn to the house account. Let's make the house account some money. We made it $9,000 yesterday. When I say I executed. John grabbed the thoughts, and it was none of our idea. None of our idea. We had zero opinions in it. It was Deanna, Nick Vertick, major contributors. It was the levels that you see at the very top of your chart, top of your chat, very top link. Click it. All those levels. We put all those together, and then we talked the trade out while the markets were moving, and it was a great day. Yeah. We're doing all that.
I gave that one really 2 check marks.
Which one?
I added again.
Yesterday's trade.
91.
Yeah.
Boom. Now that is big time trading.
Right.
You did it. Did that work? Is it too cheap, Mike?
I asked Eddie to change it. I go, make the voice instead of football, say trading, but like it totally different sounding voice.
Trying to do the man.
That is amazing.
Good, Eddie. I want to hear it.
Put a cat in here.
Boom. Now that is big time trading.
Oh, well, I tried.
Love it.
That's exactly
amazing.
That's great.
So we are trying to hold here at these 55.30s. If we get back down below 55.30, I think there might be a dip opportunity in the S&Ps. Let me pull up the S&P chart here. Yeah. So we are kind of getting into our first kerfuffleation here after we've had that rip to the north side here. And if we do actually hold above 55.30 here, we will potentially make that excursion all the way up to 55.40 and make those tests higher here. Looking at liquidity in the order book, we do potentially have some offers that are stacked up there from 40 all the way up to 42.5. Will that liquidity stick around? Not so sure. It's only been sitting there for about 10 minutes or so. So it's not that thick. It's about 1,500 contracts that are sitting there. But that's just shown liquidity. Remember, there's a lot of hidden liquidity until it hits that price. We will not know how much liquidity there is being offered.
Hey, is anybody as stupid as I am yesterday? I should just end it with that. Grab that little slice. With buying Chewy. Yeah. Anybody buy Chewy yesterday? I did it as a joke. I did it to go with the stupid roaring kitty and be a part of that Diamond Hands planet. And yet again, I'm taking major heat on it.
Did you get roared on?
All right. Cool. 24 hours later, I'm down $6,000.
Ooh.
You know, it's
nothing
not
the
illegal.
House account trade can't solve here.
Not illegal to sell options, Michael. You can do that.
Yeah.
Is this over the wire here, Powell? Talking about inflation may get back to the 2% late next year or the following year. This is coming off of the wire right now, hot off the wire. Push it back more. God.
Inflation may get back to 2% late next year or the following year. We're making progress. That doesn't sound like progress to me. That sounds like kicking the old can down the road. New inflation target, 2% by 2038. No, I'm kidding. That's not real. That's not real. But it may be.
Hey, Dakota, we got our first big pullback.
Yep, I'm flat. I'm flat on that one. So I'm locked out of my one combines because of the max profit. I did take a loss on my live account last night.
I like how you switch. If you take a loss in the live account, you switch to, or there's two choices, really three actually. You can go, leave, and not even watch the markets. Leave your office. Don't go have fun in your day. Whatever. You can trade in a practice account, or you can trade in a combine, which holds you a little bit more true to your trading. So I highly recommend anybody that's trading on a live account, if you're not in tune with the markets, whatever, for that day, don't make it turn ugly. Like myself on a $1,600 loser right now, I'm already dead wrong. So right now, a real trader would slow it down. And there's times where I act like I'm never done this before in my life, and I'll just keep trading, and then I'll blow up an account or hit my DLL or whatever. So trust me, I'm human too.
That's right. I got your back, Michael. I got your back.
What's that?
I said I got your back.
Oh, you got my back. Yes, I thought you were talking about Oscar. Please tell me there's a good trade out there. Yeah. No, so I'm off. But then the whole point of the story, when you're trading live, if you're trading in an XFA, well, even if you're trading in a combine, you need to know when to shut it down and go to the practice account or go outside. How about go to the practice account or go outside are two things that are good to be able to manage and control.
Yep, exactly, MP. It's been a really choppy month for me in my live account, and I've been consistently taking payouts. So I might be break even for say 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and I'm taking payouts. So my account's shrinking a little bit, but it's just been choppy. 1 week I'm up 30K, the next week I'm down 20, the next week I'm up 30. And it's just been back and forth. And NQ's just been pegged at 20,000, so it's just consolidation.
Yeah, NQ seems to be a big fan of the pegging. Anyway, so I have noticed, too, that a lot of traders tend to not really, newer traders and even some veteran traders, they are not really congruent with the idea that you're beholden to whatever the market is going to do. You don't have control over the market's movements, and we are just here to observe the market and trade the market. And if you aren't understanding of that, you're going to feel less than when you're sitting there and you're saying, okay, well, I traded the market this day and then the next day I got my face ripped off. Well, the market has two vastly different conditions on day-to-day basis. So you need to be focused on how are you conducting yourself as a risk manager. If you're effectively managing your risk, you're going to do well. Whereas if you're going into every single day and saying, well, I knocked it out of the park yesterday, well, probably because the market conditions were better. So pay attention to what the market's giving you on that day. Don't come down on yourself because, you're not being consistent. The market is inconsistent, specifically in the summertime, and it's very difficult to trade during this time. So do remember that, traders.
Yep. I came out this morning. I'm just kind of thinking about myself right now. Sorry. Came out this morning wanting to trade rather than wanting to manage risk. I'm glad because you said that about managing risk, blah, blah, blah. You got to always, it's the boring, you sound so boring. Like I'm a risk manager. I want to be a trader. But to be a
so important.
Yeah, but so important. But to be a kick-ass trader, like at the pro ball level, you got to be the best gosh darn risk manager out there.
100%.
You got to manage your emotions, control your behaviors. And so, guys, hashtag fast markets. Social media, go on there. It's the devil right now, but go on there, say hello to it, and post something that says hashtag, what is it, fast markets. Hashtag fast markets.
Yes.
Show a picture of whatever you do when you leave your trading desk to get away from it. I mean,
you beat me to it, Michael.
Something. And make sure you tag Topstep.
Tag Topstep. At Topstep, hashtag fast markets, and we're going to throw it in here. And Gabe, let's make sure we get all of them, as many as we can, so we can fly through them. So if Johnny shows up and he's the first time ever and he gets his post on the show, then he's feeling high on life.
Tag Topstep, tag Jerome Powell. Those are required.
Get her done.
All right. So
okay, is there a pullback play that you guys are liking here? Is there now, guys?
Exactly.
37%, 43%, 37% of S&P and Nasdaq are long. Those longs got paid.
I'm looking for a new high day.
Okay, you're looking for a new high day
right now.
I would bet that at the end of the day on this move today that our average of people that pass is greater than it was like yesterday, just because that was a huge move and a lot of people were long. So I'm assuming a lot of people got paid.
Do remember too, we do have Jolts job opening. There you go. There's Eddie with the timer. We do have Jolts jobs coming up. So keep that in mind. If you're trading out there, this can add a lot of volatility. And I will mention too that all these central bankers have said a lot of their key points right now. And if the market doesn't have any more hopium to go up on, generally the markets will drift back into fair value and where prices are more considerably, in this case, cheaper since we've run up so fast and so hard. You have a lot of folks who've been shorting that on the way up. That should add some downside pressure. So let's see what Jolts jobs bring us here. I'm still in no trades here. I think being flat is the best position for my style of trading, at least.
I agree with you.
We're looking at about 7.864 million, and the prior was 8 million, a little over 8 million. So we'll see what they got coming up here in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people talking about too that it is a noticeable head and shoulders pattern too in the NASDAQ and the S&P right now on the 4-hour chart. So there's a good chance that we could spill over to the downside. As you can see on this move to the upside, you could see how many people were capping off orders in this. So there are a lot of people who are interested in shorting this market right now, but it is going to be beholden against these equities that are still surging here. Apple, again, super strong today. Microsoft's showing some decent strength. If Microsoft does break above 458, we'll see some fireworks to the top side here. And if NVIDIA does find that balance back above 126, we should also see that carrying the NQ specifically. So again, we are beholden to the moves of the markets and the components of the S&P and the NASDAQ. So we'll have to see what happens in equities land to kind of give us suggestions on where we should be placing our trades today.
Let's get through this this Jolts number here at 9 o'clock and see what we've got.
What do we got thus far, Johnny? Let's just assume that Jolts comes out, blah, blah, blah. Where are we at as far as any levels or areas or zones?
Well, we like that 20,016 level. Right now, we're kind of setting up a five-minute range here. The low of the 5-minute range is down around 36, 37. The high of it is probably the high of the session so far, 94. Let's let this thing play out. And, if we're looking for longs, I'd like to try and buy the low end of this 5-minute range. That's just beginning. It's not a very long 5-minute range, but let's see what these numbers do. Remember, we've got that 20,016 or 20,020 to 12 area. We've got a couple of check marks on that. Let's see what happens on this number.
Got a minute and a half here. Check your positions. I'd probably be flat on this number here. So check, double check, triple check.
Yeah, order book should be clearing out here in about 20 seconds.
Yeah. We talk about the markets getting thin. It was a Series 3 question yesterday about thin markets. Thin markets you'll see in the dome right now. It'll start to get really thin. You're like, well, what does that mean? The bids and offers start to either get really small or really non-existent. And then it starts to get really wide. So 50, if the bid is 50, maybe the offer's at 53, something like that's 3. So right now it's thinning up, getting more thin or whatever it's called.
Yeah, we're getting 2 or 3 ticks between bids and offers in the NASDAQ right now.
Yeah. See this?
Little kerfuffling going on here.
Yeah, your algos, your bots, anybody who's working in an open position, they all cancel. And that's why it gets a lot. That's why it gets that. So if everybody canceled, you wouldn't have any green on the left and red on the right. If everybody, it's kind of cool. It's like knowing how many people or how much quantity people want to get in or cover or
10 seconds.
I like this analogy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the ocean disappearing before a tsunami.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, good call. All right, guys, see how wide it is?
Holy.
There, see how wide that is? Boom,
Wow.
guys. That's called thin markets.
Coming
This is
in
very-
at 8.14 million. So much higher than I expected and much higher than the prior. 8.14 million U.S. job openings.
Yes, and do remember, folks, this is job openings. These are people that are seeking jobs. This is job openings. This is not jobs being filled. So the higher the number, the more people are out of work. So that is generally good for what the Fed is trying to see right now, because the less people that are in work, the less credit in the economy, prices should come down. And that is how we solve inflation, according to the Fed.
Oh, yes.
House accounts, I like longs above, breakout above 79, looking for new high days. Go push up to the 100s.
Yeah, we did sweep liquidity below those 43s ever so slightly. We tagged as low as 37 halves there. So looking to see whether or not, let me go over to full screen book map here. You can see on that print, this is how whippy and wild that print was. We had a print as high as 73 3/4 all the way down to 35 1/4 there. So an extremely whippy and wild print. We are going to see whether or not we have liquidity to be offered down there low below 25. And if we do get down to that level, we could find some momentum there to the downside and sellers could be in play here. Right now, we're seeing a pullback from Apple. Tesla is still holding around 225. Meta is making a play above 500 and Microsoft still making that excursion up towards the coveted 458 level here. Google is tapering down alongside Amazon, and the S&Ps have rejected below 5530.
Okay. So what type of day is this setting up to be? Trend day higher?
Well, to be honest with you, MP, this is, as a news trader and an event trader myself, you look for those opportunities when we have events like we did with the central bankers meetup. And that generally has kind of had its effect wear off. We had a lot of people that were short getting blown out to the top side there. That's generally a move that you're looking for, up or down, doesn't matter which way it's going. You want congruent, continuous movement. After that move kind of dies off, as a news trader, as an event trader, that's usually when I pump the brakes and I say, hey, let's just have some fun and enjoy in observation mode for the rest of the day.
Yeah. I got to be in high probability trade mode for the rest of my day.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get up. Personal account. House account is locked in, loaded.
Don't get all full. Don't go out.
My check mark is a long above 79.
I know.
I'm
not
looking
Johnny.
for a breakout above 79.
Okay, breakout above 79. Hoag, you got that. Breakout above 79s. We have our 71s that were yesterday's value area high. We're trading 60s. What else you got, John?
Well, I mean, the kind of the low end of this 5-minute range we've got started here is down around 40 to 35. It's where we kind of ripped down into and then recovered from after the Jolts number came out.
Yeah, I'd really like to see us revisit that area to prove that buyers are hungry for liquidity down there. I'd like to see one more touch of that level to have a high probabilistic chance. Now, that doesn't mean that we just don't have a blow and go above 80 there, but for high probabilistic chances, I do like to see another touchdown at that level personally.
All right, guys, so there's your play. If you'd like to get in it right now, there's a 70s trading right now. We're going to wait. Sounds like we got a couple good calls on the 70s higher, and everybody's kind of looking at the higher. We're looking at a retest down to the 30, 40 area, see if buyers come back in. But if you like to jump the gun, you can do whatever you'd like.
Yep, probabilities versus risk reward.
That is a great part about testing your strategy, either in a practice account, trading combine. I wouldn't be testing
Tesla and
strategy.
Apple is still on a moon mission here. Microsoft tooling up as well. Meta still holding happily above those 500s, now trading nearly 504 evens here. We have recovered on the S&Ps back above 5530. Remember, the breakout level of the S&Ps today is going to be above 5540. 5540 evens are a big breakout level for the S&Ps. We do have liquidity stacked all the way from 40 to 42.
Okay, here we go. It looks like it's getting ready to break out. Getting close.
Are we doing this?
See if we could get it. Let's see.
I thought we were going to wait for a better one.
Rob a bank.
Wait for the pullback.
Want to wait for the? Are we waiting for the overall? Is there a pullback play that we were looking at? That's what I recall.
I mean, it's either way. I think I was the only vote for the second pullback, but I think that the eyes had it for the blow and go play.
All right, let's put it in the chat. Do you guys like it? 20,070s. Do you like being long above this or short above this? It's just whatever you guys help me out with the wording of it. But we're looking to get long above the 70s. The pullback is what would be a great entry.
Here we go.
If the buyers came in, but the buyers still seem like they're here.
Yep.
Testing 79 right now.
Here's that
long,
Ooh, big
risky,
order came in
long.
its bid.
Oh, for sure. Look, seeing a lot of longs here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, long now.
MP?
All right, I got long with the chat. So we got a long of 5 lot. We're going to do this 5 lot.
Is this
right here
a
at
house
70.
account or your live account?
This is a house account. And
Roger that.
Johnny, how do you feel about that? Just because it's a chat. We're going off for the chat. You were saying long up here. We were looking for the pullback.
Yeah. I mean, I do like breakout trades, but I want them to go now. I don't want to risk a lot on them.
Yep.
I want them to go now. It's
I
more
love
of a
that
time stop for me than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I cut it. All right. So how do you want to play this then, John? If it's sitting here, is this? Well,
As
I guess
long as I'm
really
in profit, I'm in it. When it gets in my pocket, I'm out. And that's the only thing that I've been able to successfully trade breakout trades with.
Yeah, we're up $12. We did that.
Yeah. So here comes that pullback. If we do actually hold below these 60s, we're targeting 35 for that pullback. This is a big area of this volume shelf that we've conducted liquidity in for the past 7 minutes. So the breakdown below this level is quite strong in gathering more liquidity for that push through the 80s. That's essentially what that's essentially what we're doing here is if we're looking to the long side here, we're trapping liquidity to the downside as we get fuel from all of these folks who are shorting below these 60s. We run it back up and we use their stops to fuel us through the 80s. So that is the play that's intact right now. I would like to see a deeper pullback personally to 43 or so for a higher probabilistic chance of a push through those 80s. But the good news is above 80s, we have fresh mountain air all the way up to 130.5.
Dude, I got the chills when you were just talking about that.
Okay, tell me, Hug. I got the locked and loaded. We're at the 2056s. 2055.
So we're looking to get down around 40, the low end of this 5 minute range here to look for an execution down there. Would you agree, Ribs?
Yes, 100%. I think that's the highest probabilistic chance of a trade here, and we'll have that moon fuel to break through those 80s, and then we'll start to get in full-blown squeeze mode again for round 2. We're starting to see it here a little bit. We're starting to see the heavy stacks coming in. We're starting to see a little squeeze coming in.
Yeah, could you guys see that? You guys feel that right when we got down there, the buyers started to come in and really started to hold that floor. Scoop it up. Yeah. Guys, even if I'm not making money, we can still talk out the markets. And if you're not making money, or if you are making money, the whole goal is to talk it out so then you can get in tune with the markets. I need to get in tune with it. I'm learning right now and turning my ears on and my clicker off on my personal account.
Settlement is where they're buying them.
Yeah, and we're seeing no relaxation out of Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla. Microsoft and Apple are in the top 3 of the weight of the NASDAQ here. So here's that retest of 80s. Seeing volume starting to pick up. Is it on the capper side? It looks like they can't hold it back. We are going to start to run here.
Yep, here we go.
A nice push of liquidity here to the top side. Nice call, Dakota. Beautiful call by you.
Yeah, very nice.
Yep, it's a little whipsaw, but then depending on where you have your stop loss, and like Hoag said, if it goes, it needs to go now. We cut that one short for $12, and it gave us another opportunity to get back in it.
Right.
We're long from 84, but it's got to go, right?
Got to go.
Got to go. It's not going. Now we're trading 70s, 80s.
Yeah, we're a little late to the party on that, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember going back, we did actually print 98s about 20 minutes ago or so. So that's going to be the challenge area to get through. There is stacked liquidity there. We traded about 112 contracts up that high. So that is going to be the next challenge. So you can see what's happening right now is the market is battling for liquidity. What's fueling these moves right now is what you can call artificial liquidity, because when we go down, we draw liquidity, we're getting people short into the market here. When we go back up, those are short simply closing their position. And the only way to close a short position is to buy back into the market. Right. So it's an artificial movement that we're seeing in the market here, but you can trade these artificial movements as it is seeking balance and liquidity. The market still is seeking value, but these moves are somewhat artificial. And if you get enough momentum to one side or the other, that artificial movement now turns into a seeking value higher.
Yeah. So we got long and it didn't move, John. We're stuck on a 5 lot. It's trading 50s.
Well-
So that is that's where we got stuck on. Now
We're still in it.
we're still in it. We want to average into get the 40s that we're talking
Yeah,
about.
we're
Are we
drawing
saying that?
Yeah, drawing back
Right,
into
there
these
we are.
40s here. If we start to see strong bits, which we are seeing quite a bit down here, we saw some volume picking up as we got below 45 here. We're wanting to see if they're going to allow 40s to break on through. If we do, that's a good area to start batting back into a long here.
I picked up another 5 at 37.
Okay.
So we got 84s and 37s because we were working this range. We were looking for the breakout on the high side of the range. John, am I getting into tailspin right here? Because we were looking for the breakout.
We're not gonna let that happen, because if we take out these like 30s, we're out.
Yeah, I agree with you, John.
Out.
Oh,
Big liquidity coming in at 25 there. Yeah, now we're getting that momentum there to the downside here. Big liquidity stepping in for the last 1 minute here, basically from 42 all the way down to 20. This is where, if you can't withstand this type of heat, you're going to get completely shaken out of this position. So this is where it gets tremendously difficult to hold into this type of heat here.
Look at how fast
we
our
might
5 lot, guys. That's why trading size, it gets we're down $7,000 on that one. We got a head fake to the upside that we thought we were going to catch. It was going to, if it goes, it needs to go now. You heard John say that multiple times.
Yeah.
I got in when we were saying, hey, it's going. 5 lot thought it was small, and it was small, but it's not small in a volatile market. It's still a 1 lot small. How about that? Instantly, the 84s hit. We're up on. It went up to like, I don't know,
About 90.
about 90. So then, waiting for it to go, it turned on a dime, and then pulled back 10, 15 handles. Now you're like in the what the hell should I do mode. And I'm just not talking about me. I'm just saying in general, if you're looking for a breakout and it doesn't happen, and John says it needs to go, and it didn't go, boom, then it flips on us, and we are 50 handles lower in 5 minutes from that. This is how vicious the markets can wipe out your personal brokerage account with your kid's college fund in it, or an XFA, or a live account, or a house account, or a personal broker, my personal account, or a combine.
Yeah, we are basing out down here between 20 and 40. We are seeing some bidders stepping in right around here. So we'll have to see whether or not they can hold this. We had a bunch of liquidity basically from 22 all the way up to the 45 level. And it just depends on whether or not these sellers are going to continue to bring us down. The level that I'm watching here is right around VWAP now, 20,011, 20,012. Somewhere in that area was where we had these cresting peaks earlier in the trade, in the Globex hour here, and then yesterday as well on the 1st. So we're going to see whether or not this will now turn into a support area where it was prior resistance.
Yes.
Yep. I see us pushing back up to those highs.
The level we had a couple of checks on. Sorry, Dakota,
Which level is that, John?
12.
Yeah, we have 13s right here.
16 to 12.
Yesterday's value of point of control. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of that megaphone.
Yeah, looking
pattern,
to take out these
where we're
50s
making
now to
higher
the
highs
top
and
side.
higher lows.
Wow, that was
I
just
hate megaphones.
Nice head fake.
Coming for these 50s now.
How's Dakota's position? I'm flat right now.
And I'm out right there. So that'll put me up 23,936.
Oh my God.
Beautiful.
Rips, can you please take over the house account and my personal? Please.
We got a little bit of a lull here. Jack, if you want to come in with news.
Yeah, we can hit that real quick. You've heard me talk about the 2s, 10s trade on the front end of the wait for a good friend, Mohammed El Arian, who shared a chart that was way too long, so the bottom isn't there. But let me tell you about this. So basically, there's been a bear steepener going on in the 2s, 10s, which has entirely been in the 10-year. The 2-year has not moved that much, and that's a lot about the changing expectations of the fiscal situation and debts going forward. So on the longer end of the curve, that's what's moving, which isn't what I think most traders expected it to be. The 2-year, like bonds being bought bid to do it, but that's tricky for stocks because if we get that higher 10-year, that's another thing that's going to be a huge drag on the companies, say in the Nasdaq. So something to keep an eye on here. This ties into the politics stuff MP wants to cover, and it's a shame that Nick for a Tick is not on here because Wells Fargo analysts, they ordered and measured 75 burrito bowls from 8 Chipotles. And the next chart shows what they found. It's all over the place.
Wow, that's
3 standard deviations, top to bottom. It's full weight. So I'll be sure to send this to him because
Wow.
so tell him to fill your scoops, I guess. And lastly, in non-liquid market trading, the Boston Celtics majority owner is putting the team up for sale after winning the NBA championship. I
wow.
applaud this out.
Wow, that's interesting. Is that trying to sell on your highs?
Yep.
Sell high.
And they
It's
just
almost
threw
opposite of
Jason
what
Tatum.
Mark Cuban did.
Yeah. You were saying, Gabe?
You guys saw the max contract that extension that Jason Tatum just got to?
Mm-hmm.
Biggest contract in the NBA. Spend money, get out the door. So good
How
job,
much?
Tony.
How much is it? I don't follow this stuff anymore. It's too hard for me.
I think it's like 65 a year. For 5
Christian
years or
said
something. For 6 years.
$315 million.
65
Mhm.
grand a year. I mean, I think you'd do a little better than that. Where's Andre? When I need? Where's Andre?
I'm laughing because I was thinking the
Yeah,
same
where
thing.
is Andre, by the way? Is he in the? Is he getting his oil
quit.
changed in the robot shop?
He took Rip's offer that other streamer. He took the Sim streamer's offer, and
I gotcha.
he hasn't got paid yet. He hasn't got paid yet, but he took his offer.
My goodness, that's crazy.
Andre's in New York City, having a very good time. He went to a concert. He'll tell us all about it. I was trying to FaceTime him yesterday. He's like, I'm going to bed. I'm like, and then you go to bed that early back then.
Tomorrow.
I mean, speaking of good times, what about what have you been up to, Dakota? I feel like what were you up to last night?
You don't want to know.
Dakota just kind of vanished into thin air, and my goodness, he came back 3:00 this morning with a smile on his face.
No, I'm
I don't know if it was Spearmint Rhino, Peppermint Hippo, or the good tables of poker. I'm not sure.
what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, Rips.
Oh, I was waiting for that one. I want to know what that means.
Good man.
Well, let's see. Last time I woke up was 26 hours ago.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't know what to say after that one, Rips. I mean,
I don't think anybody knows what to say after that one.
I'll be gone for a
Chat
week or
wants
so.
to
I'm
know
going down
what's
to,
her name.
down to
Johnny,
Where are you going,
not
Johnny?
as fun as probably Vegas, but
Dakota, this is where you
All
just
I know
say,
is
Lake
that
in Missouri, do a little fishing.
Nice. There you go.
Rips. All I know is the car I was driving gave me a massage.
Ooh.
Huh.
Oh my.
So it was nice.
That's good stuff right there. It's
It's
tough
the
to
new
drive anywhere.
How
in
about that
Michigan.
Shiatsu, isn't it?
Well, I think it was the car. I think it was the car anyway.
Maybe it was the car. Maybe it was something else.
I don't know.
Well, we got the
We are.
JD here ready probably for some stats, hot streaks, live P&Ls. What's going on, JD?
What's up? Give me 1 minute, guys. I'll be right there. I got to load up these
Hey, you got
overlays
it.
real quick.
You got it.
John, is there? We're still liking the 12s down there. Are we still liking the
Yeah.
80s up there as a breakout?
There was the spot.
We have room. We have about 4,000 to work with.
We really are
right now.
getting
We're
that
right in the
megaphone
middle of that
pattern.
range, so
Say it one more
Go ahead,
time,
Dakota.
real quick, Dakota.
Yeah, I was saying we really are getting that megaphone pattern that we're talking about, where we made a higher high from that range, we made a lower low, and now we're right back smack in the middle. It's just really hard to trade this.
Yeah, one of the things that you can use to guide your trades on a day like this, on a day like this, is really paying feverish attention to the components of the Nasdaq if you're trading the Nasdaq, components of the S&P if you're trading the S&P. When we're seeing this much of a bullish uptake in Tesla, in Meta, in Microsoft, in Apple, when you're seeing that, you look at a pullback as an opportunity, like I did there on that trade. You have to take a little bit of heat. I was patient enough to wait until we started to get that rebound and then piled into it. But it's all about mitigating your risk. And when we're looking for pullbacks, you don't have to jump in and at the price that you're quoting for a pullback here and now, but you have to be patient enough to wait for the price to turn. It's just like the tide coming in and the tide going out. Your trade thesis shouldn't change, but where you're entering can potentially change, and you have to kind of feather that around with where the market's moving. In the case, we were looking at 40s for that initial rejection and reaction rather, and it didn't really start to pause down there. But where we did pause was right around that VWAP, just above the VWAP there, and that's where I was interested in getting long there.
Guys, jump to my screen. Is this the megaphone you're talking about?
High. Also.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. It's just consolidation, chop, buy low, sell high.
Wah, 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 wah.
Johnny, are you seeing delta neutral on your end right now? We're pretty delta flat on both the S&P and the Nasdaq on my screens.
100%. I've been watching it. There's been virtually no divergence. We got the S&Ps at 51 positive right now, right in the middle. Nothing. No help at all.
Speaking of 50, speaking of 51, it's 50-50 right now in tilt. Everybody's bounced out. Go figure. It's been rangy or trading sideways. Lots of folks are long this morning. All those longs, I don't know about all of them, but longs got paid. How about that this morning? Now we're right here consolidating sideways action. Tilt saying 50-50. That's everybody with an open position here that's in the simulated experience, whether they're being evaluated or they're at the express funded account. All motivated to be correct. So these data set hopefully is people that are giving us good data that we can then take and feed back to ourselves right now and see if it helps us make any type of decision in our lives.
Yeah, all those people have skin in the game. That's what makes it so valuable.
Yep.
So, all right, JD's ready for stats. JD, what do you got for us?
John, really quickly, right before he comes on, this megaphone that he's talking about, the 20,000, 12s, 11s, 10s is down here where this VWAP is. It's also at the low end of the megaphone. So something to be thinking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, would be a perfect opportunity. Yep. Buy low, sell high.
All right. So if anything's happening, I'll jump in and we can talk about that. But this is kind of what we're looking at right around here. Whoa.
If you like that,
and I just keep making my phone bigger. I'm making my
and while we're waiting, it says Dakota says no position. Put me at minus 6,000.
Okay, there you go. We're at minus 7 on house, minus 1.7 thousand, 1,700 on my personal. We're taking a beat down today, guys.
We talked about the megaphone pattern quite a few times. You can't really call it a continuation or reversal pattern. Breakout can happen in any direction. So you want to look for that big volume spike when it does break out, and it'll move fast after that. But you've got a lot of confluence lined up at that bottom trend line there. So that's an opportunity for an excellent cheap trade, I think.
Cheap trades are around. Let's hold on real quick. We're trading down here. We're trading 20s, 2020s, 2023s. Johnny, what do we have? 20. What levels
12s
are the levels?
12s
basically VWAP.
02, I would say.
02?
Yep, as a zone.
You got 02s. I got 12s, John, on the daily levels. We got 13s, yesterday's value point of control. We'll get to you really quick, JD. You got 2016s, CPI, AV, VWAP. That's a Coach J. 16s, 12s, 02s. Help me out if you see anything, John.
Yep.
10s, value point of control.
Like the 16s, there was that swing high from a while ago.
Okay.
There's just a lot down
I remember
here.
you saying the 16s. So 16s down to 20,000s. All right.
Yeah. We get there.
Yeah, we just basically touched that hourly low again down there at 17 and 3/4. So yeah, it's we're finding buyers down there. We're just not getting that continuation and push to the upside yet. We do need to see this auction above 50 right now, but they are putting their line in the sand and defending that right now.
And then Rips, what are you thinking on this one? The 20, this pullback?
I want to see a deeper pullback. I'd love to see these 17s being taken out, and then I'd like to see the same thing that we saw in that previous pattern that I took long, where we have a big burst of volume, signifying that there are strong bids that are willing to buy the market, and it's going to be difficult for sellers to continue through these levels.
Got it. Okay. JD, the floor is yours.
All right, we'll just rip through these hot streaks and yesterday's best live P&Ls real quick. All right, for our hot streaks, we have 2 traders on this list that did not trade. Did you say we're in a trade, Hoag?
No. Sorry.
Never mind. All right, so those 2 traders, Jacob W. Jacob W is on a 38-day hot streak, and Michael H is on a 26-day run. Neither of those guys traded yesterday, so they're off the list. That moves the rest of the list up. Our leader for the day is Mukaram, who's currently sitting on a 26-day heater. Mukaram's market of choice is the NASDAQ, and he's averaging about $280 a day. Excellent trading coming from Mukaram.
Yeah.
Dustin and Roberto, both on 25-day streaks. Yep.
Yeah, for that average, JD, that's pretty good. I mean, you got to put up to, $250 is a good base hit day.
For sure.
Base hits, doubles, triples. I mean, I always used to call a couple $100 trade, base hit. To do that 26 days in a row. Average. Yeah. Nice.
Trading small ball in the minis.
Right here, JD, real quick before you do that. It's relevant and timely. That used to be something I had on my screen. Yeah, don't judge me for my chicken scratch. Small ball, chip away, brick by brick.
We haven't said brick by brick in a while. That's a good one.
Yeah, I know. You and I used to say that to each other.
Our last couple traders there, Dustin and Roberto, 25 days, and 2 newcomers. Not really newcomers. We've seen them before. Blair and Emmanuel, both with 23-day hot streaks. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We've got a couple new names and a couple familiar names. We've been hearing Pinson's name quite a bit. He's been on the shoulder tap a few times. Got a couple shout-outs from the Risk team. He had a nice $5,000 day trading gold and the S&P yesterday. Raphael P was on the shoulder tap just yesterday. Mick actually gave him an actual shoulder tap, and then he came back and put up about $4,000 trading the NASDAQ.
Oh, nice.
Earl's been around for a while too. Earl made $1,500 trading the NQ and just over $1,000 trading the MNQ. Then Everardo and Christian, both with solid days trading in the NASDAQ. So what I got for you right now, I'll be back in a little bit. We had a big shakeup on the leaderboard yesterday, guys. I think you're going to be impressed with this one trader. So I'll be back with that in about, 45 minutes or so, and we'll talk a bit about it.
Thank you, JD.
I like it.
Are we in a trade?
I did one in my personal account. I'm right here right now, short one. Or short 3, I mean.
I would take the opposite of that right now.
Okay.
Yeah, never short.
It goes out of the money.
I
know. I'm as cold as you can
I think
get
we
to
push back up to that upper range in the 75s.
I'm with you on that one, Dakota. We just need, we were fighting for that breakout of 50s. We tested it, and now we're looking for that breakout of the 60s here. So whether or not we need to draw liquidity to get through it is the question.
Yeah, I think we see.
I cover it.
We could run for 75, that upper range, right? That upper range. Maybe go back up and see 80s.
Yeah, the question really becomes that if we don't have enough liquidity to get through 60s, we have to draw down low, get some more liquidity, and then fire back into it.
This has been the fighting ground, 50s.
Yeah. Hey, Token Mania, you're right. I got to work on that. I'm a huge contrarian. Like if things are, I always want to get them back out of this. It's something if I took out of my.
It's okay to join the trend, MP.
I know. No, it just seems like it's what everybody's doing. Seems like it's the lazy river. Everybody's on it, chilling.
It's the lazy river of summer. Jump on board. Get your floaty. Let's go,
man. I want the rapids.
Is anybody else seeing a potential bull flag breakout happening right now in the 5-minute chart?
Oh yeah, big time.
Yep, that was
So
the break back up into the 70s.
Yeah,
75
traded
tests
all the
here.
way down to 18s. Johnny, you were talking 16s. Yep. We were waiting for the 10s. We were waiting for the 16s. We were waiting for the 02s. We were talking all about it.
Get to VWAP. Yep.
Yeah, we were waiting for the VWAP. Go ahead.
I just took it.
We could. Yeah, I was going to say we could just buy and play for the break.
No, I didn't take it right here. Now I'm just talking about before when we had that pullback down to 17. That's that was the one.
You took it. You got long down there. Oh yeah, you did.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. MP. That's when you bailed, and I said you got to take a little heat to you don't bake a cake unless you put some heat on it.
Yeah, I know. I throw mine in the refrigerator, see if it works.
Cold cakes never rise, Mike.
Cold cake never rise, baby. Back at 81s, back where this whole 7,000 house account started.
Mm-hmm.
So Dakota, what are you thinking now in rips? It's back up here. It took out all those week long. Yeah, it took out all those week longs. We were one of them on our house account, which you could say it's weak, or you could say it was just a horrible entry, or you could just say that, I don't know, the market's going to whipsaw you however it wants to. So it's back at 84s, 82s, 80s.
You became the draw of liquidity.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
And again, look at that. Huge liquidity being bought up at 70s there. They didn't even let it touch 70. Big burst of liquidity here. And this is where we're going to start
right here, right now.
Yeah. Yep, this is that 80 level.
You want to get in, Michael, do it, but don't let them get in your pockets.
I just got in. We're long from 79.
House account?
House account.
How many?
10.
Where's the 10 courage when we're trading 17s?
Right?
I'm glad I didn't have a trade. I'm glad. Yeah, right. I know. We were waiting for 16s. We were waiting for 10s. We were waiting for 02s. We didn't have 17s.
Come on.
Yeah.
Just pull the trigger, I guess, huh?
That's okay.
Powell is yapping right now. So he's saying some bullish stuff.
A lot of momentum.
Yeah,
there's some cappers there above 80. We just have to fight through them. I don't know if we have the momentum to push. We might have to do one more drawdown to about 60 or so, but let's see.
I don't think our downside will cover that.
Get out and push.
Mick, open us up.
Get out and push.
I mean, if you got S&P folks picking highs right now, and it's on its highs, then they'll start to get squeezed. But we're still, 20 handles off of our high, NASDAQ.
The high is 97, 98.
There's those 70s again, getting bought up.
Yeah, we're seeing.
That could be the juice that we needed to get the squeeze here. What are we at, 15 times? 20 times?
15 light on now.
Woo! What was your ad? What was your price?
76s. We've gotten 76s, 79s.
See,
right here, right
taking
now.
you for a walk.
Yeah, I know.
There's that third test of 70, and that, again, met with buyers here. So they can just relax up at the 80s. We'll have that moonshot. A lot of sellers really want to burst through these 70s, and there's a big stack all the way down to 60. And that's why I said we could draw liquidity all the way down to 60.
Mm-hmm.
Buyers keep stepping.
It really is about whether or not we break through these 80s here and now. It's a here and now thing. We really have to get through this and get those shorts panicking.
Any breakout trades?
Hey,
here
there's a
right
little
now.
test, little tickle.
There you go.
Can we find 85s on the docket? Show me 85.
Here we go. Here we go.
Tester through 85. Go, Michael, go.
Okay, let's see. Break
Go,
it.
MP.
Break it. New high days.
Get
High
loose,
days. I
baby.
think we're gonna push about. Let's see if we
Come
can
on,
see 100.
MP. 130 to nothing. Let's go.
Oh, wow. You'd be a great jockey. You'd be a great jockey.
Okay, there's the
All
retest.
right, so what's our out? When do we start taking stuff off?
130 and a half, nothing less.
God, oh, I like this.
You think he's joking, but he's not. He's not. We could
Send it.
have a huge rally. Don't.
There's panic above the
underestimate break
hundreds.
of it.
Johnny, how are you seeing it? What are you seeing everywhere else?
I'm not seeing any reason to doubt what these guys are talking about, what they're saying right
The
now.
130s, you got 20,000.
Yeah, we tested the lower
20,000.
extremes yesterday. If we're gonna fully rotate, we've got a lot of space to the upside.
Got it.
130s plus.
Yeah, it just has to be that rotation. We need to see that confidence in these buyers here.
Yeah, this is the test.
They completed the conference. Okay, this could be where things get shaky. So let's see. It's one direction or the other. When you have conclusions of these conferences, I mean, we have pushed up quite a bit, so we'll have to see. Are sellers now giving up because they don't have a reason to push this market down? Was that enough dovish information to carry us all the way up to the 130s? So this is the nosebleeds test here. We have to get through 90s now. The market liquidity has just died off too. Is this the worst timing for this?
Oh my gosh.
So if it's not going,
Volume is subsiding. Here we go. We're getting back testing 85s.
We need a good ripacito here.
Amen.
Yeah, this is where you just clinch.
The old pucker trade.
well, here's the thing: if it pulls back and we're out of the money on this one, I need to know where our stop would be.
Oh man,
My stop would be.
I like how you're
69.
talking, MP.
I like 69.
You like a stop at 69, huh?
Yeah, 19,069 for sure. All right, we really need to get testing back at these 85s here. The liquidity has dried up completely, but that could be a good thing for us because if the market does start to take out 85s and 90s, then we could see this really start to rip here. So Apple's still ripping. Microsoft is tooling up here.
Yeah.
Exchange before 85. I'm not liking that. Big little whip exchange there at 85. So there are people that are trying to get out here pre-85. I don't like to see that potentially.
I mean, I took a 5 off.
Okay.
10 off. I took 10 off.
Gotcha.
So we're right here.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's an exchange up to 85 that wasn't super favorable for what we're looking for. We need to see that cresting right on through and just blowing out that 85 player.
Mm-hmm. While we're
Tesla's
in this
off to the
big
races.
position, that's off to the races. While we're in this big position, Melinda Ranella, calling Melinda Ranella. Our thoughts and prayers are with you. You are still recovering and you are getting better. Love you. Love your son. Nick, love you, buddy. I want to give a shout out to your mom. She's tuning in. She's awesome. Melinda.
Okay, we need to see volume stepping in here and now above 85. Get these folks squeezing here. So let's see if we can tap into these 90s. Right now, we're not finding continuation. It's very, very choppy. Very thin market, but the equities being pushed up here is giving me confidence at least to hold on. Even though I'm not in the position myself, I'm just cheerleading here from the sidelines.
So everything you guys are saying to get into the position is still there. Therefore, we're in the position. We lightened it up because it hasn't made a move on where we're trying to go.
Yeah, the thing is if you're going to lighten up and get light on your toes there, you have to be willing to add on a pullback to 68 or so. That's the thing.
Okay.
When you're managing this type of risk, you have to be willing to get in there.
Crude new lows.
Crude new lows. Got it. S&P.
If we break through 5540, the S&Ps, this thing is a moonshot to 130.5 in the NQ.
You know what I don't like about these is like when we all start I've seen this because we do this all the time when we all start like waiting for it to happen. But Dakota, you've done this.
Here we go.
A good amount of times.
This is big. This is big here. Yeah, still some
this
sellers
is
on the
where
tape
you
here.
would build into a long position. Just build, and then we play for that break, and you get.
Yeah, here we go. Now we're getting that. We're getting that test back at 98. There it is. 98 swept. There we go through the hundreds, Michael. There it is.
Warning.
Nice squeeze there up to the hundreds. Let's see if we can get that mountain air that's resting all the way to the 130s. There goes the shorts crying back home to mama.
This would be me crying on my shorts if I was still trading my personal account right now.
Oh yeah.
I would be the one fueling. I would be the one fueling this rally. One of those people that are fueling it.
Oh man, the only regret you're gonna have is you didn't have more on.
Well, that's what Hoagland's dad used to say.
The market's going your way. You'll never have enough on.
So we did have a bit of a blow off top there from 97 because that was the high of day earlier there. That was the high of day was at 90. Oh, my eyes are failing me. 98 evens. So that was your take out of 98 evens. If we have a pullback down to 80 and we do find strong bids there, there's a potential that there would be a good ad spot there. But I do think that we're going to be testing up at 110s here as long as we have more and more liquidity being drawn here. I'm seeing offers being put out and they're being taken away. So there's a lot of spoofing going on to the top side here. Again, it's vacant liquidity. We did have a big long sweep of liquidity, basically from 94 all the way up to 109-ish. And so now it's just we're back to the regular scheduled program as we are building up to that liquidity here. So 110 is the next area that we're going to have that big test, that big line in the sand here.
Yeah, that was kind of just a break, a retest, and now let's see if we get this continuation, which it looks like we're slowly starting to get.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like it could, as long as we have liquidity stepping in, like I said, if we have big players stepping in at those 80s, then we'll definitely be retesting up there above those hundreds.
Man, it is really whippy.
That's what happens on a lower liquid market here. You can see on these moves to the downside, it doesn't take very many contracts to trade. That's because there's just lack of liquidity, lack of bid support, and fewer players. Most of the folks were here for the conference. The conference has concluded. They have then now taken their helicopters over to the Hamptons to enjoy their summer day.
Yes. Or their Bentleys up to Lake Geneva.
There you go.
Or their Ferraris with the ski roof rack in Aspen out to the trails.
Or their Chevys.
I see so many Ferraris or Lamborghinis or Porsches with roof racks on them and a kayak or skis in the winter, of course, all that kind of stuff. All right, guys, we're back down to really where our entry was. How worried are we now? Or is this one of these that we would add on in the 60s that you were talking about?
Well, you see, as we were talking there, you can see on those pullbacks, we start seeing liquidity being entered in just below 80. So that shows that we do have live active bid stacks that are there. People are interested in buying it. Those could be shorts from covering up top on that extension, just looking for a scalpacito. But the thicker that liquidity gets, the harder it gets in a very thin market like this to push through that. And that's usually where we're going to see reversals. And this is what negates or creates that chop and then negates that move to the downside and pushes us right back up.
All right, so Johnny, on our position, it's light at 50, it's just a 5 lot at 76. We had 15 on. There's the hesitation of the markets.
Right.
The sellers came in there, rips. How he was talking, I got out of 10 of them. We're in the money. But we're talking about if we're going to add, we don't add up here, but we'd add a little lower. Now, I don't know what else you can grab elsewhere to kind of still see if this is the right. All the I's are dotted and T's crossed wherever you're finding.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dakota.
Oh, I was just going to say what Dakota said, or what Dolby said in the chat. Megaphone's going to megaphone.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what. Okay, so really quick, Dakota, look, you said megaphone, or I think you said too. It is on a 5-minute. We just push through it. You go to 30-minute, and I don't know. You don't have. It could be the high side of the megaphone if you want to say there's going to be a megaphone day, but I don't know.
Michael, if you want, just look at my chart here for just a second. You remember the failed downside auction we had yesterday in the S&Ps that we made that money on? We've got a failed upside auction, or at least a potential failed upside auction in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps.
You added, yes, Mike?
Yes, sir.
That's what I'm talking about.
66s. And yes. Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, if we can get on my charts again. So yesterday, well, this is the NASDAQ, which did not have a failed downside auction. So let's look at the S&Ps first. We had that winning trade yesterday off the failed downside auction that occurred in the S&Ps, right? Price looked below the initial balance, came back in. We got long, and we had a nice day. The opposite is now true in the NASDAQ. It's not confirmed yet, but we looked above the initial balance. The initial balance high was 20,098. We looked above it. We came back inside the initial balance. If we open the next 30-minute bar inside the initial balance, that leaves this excess.
Okay.
Nice ad, buddy. 20 handles.
So.
That's me executing, Rips. That was your call, guys. There's no opinions in here. That's why this position.
That's what I'm talking about. What a move! I saw all those doubters in chat there too. I saw all those. I see you. I see you in chat. Nice. You do with your doubting and your negative Nancy attitude. I see you.
Hey, that's why we give resets.
One day you'll get the Stones to buy it down there too. Keep watching.
The Stones to do that, I would not have been able to do that. Like, I'm not seeing the market today. That would have looked very scary. I would have probably been like, "Oh, that's a short." The floor's coming out from underneath it. I mean, there's
some of the best trades are the scariest.
Yeah, what's good about trading as a group is trading through those scaries, because some of these times it's just scary for you. It's not scary for somebody else. And those are the people that you should be like across the pit. You're like, "Hey, John, do you see what Chris over there is doing? He's crushing it today." Like, and then you can see how he's trading. You can see how he's doing things. We're all behind a screen right now. We're sitting in our parents' basement right now. It's a joke. The story is we're all alone. We're sitting in this empty house of nobody around us trading. But you got to be around other traders. So every time it does come up here,
that would have been on my radar.
Yeah, every time it comes up there, now it pulls back. So this is telling me something that. Where's it? Which way is it going to grow legs, or is this one of those that it's like it's just going to take time? Well, then today it's so whippy.
You see a lot of chop.
We have a potential failed upside auction.
I will take 5 off. Is that sufficient?
Yeah. What's your position size right now?
10. I just took 5 off.
Okay.
Now it's 5. 60. See how quickly, guys, it could go from thinking that you're the greatest gosh darn trader in the world to being like, "Oh shit, we're at the money. We're not even in the money anymore."
It's from Trading Places. One minute you're up $1 million in soybeans. The next minute your kids don't go to college.
What? Okay, so we pulled off, our S&P pulled off pretty hard too. So 6 handles off, 6 points off the highs, S&Ps. NASDAQ ripped all the way back up to 20,000, almost 100.
All right. We've got...
Yeah, we're blowing through these 80s again.
Yeah, we are.
And how many people? 6,000 people watching. We're all very happy that you are here. Welcome. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe.
Throw the social stuff in. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, guys, while you're doing that, if you're liking it, of course, do what Johnny said, all that kind of stuff. It allows us to ping the hell out of you while you're sleeping so you can get back in the show. Push notifications, all that kind of great stuff that everybody hates. No, I'm joking. But it allows you to actually get notified when we go live every trading day. Gabe, can you share some of the social posts? I think there's a bunch of them. We'll sprinkle those in throughout the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a few. So you guys did not disappoint. We probably have even more now that I haven't checked, but we've got about 11 or 12 that I've got loaded up here for us. So it looks like the common theme. Yeah, common theme is either getting outside and touching grass. So we have looks like
smoking it.
Mr. Black Notebook here, taking a nice calm walk after locking out in profit on Topstep X, enjoying the rest of the day with his best friend.
Oh, nice.
Love to see that. Same kind of theme going on here. CW, tuning into fast markets, and then taking this handsome devil for a walk as well.
What was that? Lion King? No, what's the one with the warthog? It looks like a warthog, doesn't it?
Yeah, Lion King. Lion King.
Yeah,
Lion King.
Pumbaa.
Got a mustache like Johnny Hoag's.
There we
Hey
go.
guys,
Time
we're
to
making
sing again there, Michael. Oh, we're
at the 20. We're running now.
Oh my!
We're still in 15, right?
I hope so.
Oh, come on, Rips, come on.
We're going over 130s. Come on.
Well, we are going to 130s. You guys are talking about failed upside auction. You guys are talking about the buyers coming in.
You were listening to chat at the wrong time again, weren't you?
I wasn't even looking at them.
Okay.
It's not a proven failed upside auction yet.
Okay. All right. Gabe, keep talking. When you talk, the market goes higher.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, coming back in. Even with the same theme here, got one more from Aubrey's. Got her trading buddy.
Oh, hell yeah, Aubrey's. If this is you and you're in chat, say that's me, Aubrey's. If it's you, you don't have to, but like it allows us to know your handle here versus your handle on Twitter, and then everybody can get to know each other more.
Mm-hmm.
Aubrey's.
Last one on the same theme, and then we got some other content that people share. But Thomas coming up here, tuning into fast markets. My view that helps calm me down after a rough day.
Are those llamas or alpacas? Are they the same? Those llamas? Is that a window?
Goats?
That's a llama out there, right? My grandma used to have llamas.
No, llamas are much taller, right?
They're taller,
like
but
goats,
might be young.
That might be a young one. Goats.
Llamas.
James, you got timed out because you said effing goat. Bruh. It could be a small llama. Come on.
Could be.
Bus, a plane.
Ooh, somebody says it's a Dakota.
Ooh,
You liking that
that.
nickname? You liking that nickname? Coach
People's been
Dakota?
drinking the Kool-Aid too much.
I love how humble you are. They quit listening to me.
There's a big world out there, guys. Love to have you.
Oh, yeah.
It's fun.
Well, if it's gonna go,
I
it needs to
think we're
go
gonna
now,
break high
right?
a day. Yeah, I think we're gonna break the high a day, and I really like the 130s here. I would say 130s. If we're already still in that position, I don't know how many lots, but my stop loss will definitely be around 59s or back down.
We're five. We had 15 going on there. Hesitated. The market hesitated. Pulled back. Talked about failed auction. I mean, I managed the size, so we're still in the trade, but you could say, hey, salad hands, Michael. You could say that.
Good
So you
old
guys
salad hands
your
in
trade
the
idea.
mix.
Your
There's
trade
nothing
idea,
wrong with
Rick.
having salad hands, Michael. There's nothing
Well,
wrong at all
that's
with
okay.
having salad hands.
As long as you have something, right? And we're continuing.
As long as your hands are made of something, you can moisturize them with ranch dressing.
Oh, I love ranch dressing. So do my kids.
You.
Ew.
You don't like ranch dressing, John?
No, I do not.
Wow.
I don't know why.
First.
There's just something about it.
That's a first.
And look at me. I eat anything. But for some reason, it's just like, it's not my favorite. I don't hate it, but.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Here comes
New
the
high a day.
squeeze. Oh, no. There comes the squeeze. Oh, my God. There it goes. Hold on 1 second. Quick little update here on the hater check in chat here. Oh, it's my Topstep Live funded account and $1,500 of profit. Oh no, give me those tears.
Mayday, anyone copying Channel 9?
All right, I'm taking 3 of them off. We need to cut the day in half. We're riding 2.
I'll be right back.
Wait, so no 130s then?
Oh, we're 130s on a 2 lot.
left?
2 lot.
Okay.
We got to cut that $7,000 day in half.
Would you consider that trading your P&L, or do you think it's just like managing?
I think that
risk?
is exactly what I think. It's we've done this a couple times where we're trying to get to a position, but we're allowing our losing days to get much bigger than our winning days more often. Okay. And there's lots of times where we've been in the money. We've talked about this as a team, and right now. You could say, sure, I'm trading it, but I'm also locking in profits. But I'm still trading it. Sure. I'm trading 2 to your 130s.
Perfect. Yeah, because I mean that's always the conversation, right? When you're talking about statistics, where we're managing a trade based off of previous results, and where we're letting the losers hit our stop loss all the way, and then not letting the winners run all the way to what we're targeting. But then if you're locking in profits, and then if this does turn around, then it's just, woulda, coulda, shoulda. So there's arguments to be made with both sides. And whatever we do and whatever a trader does, it's more important just to be consistent about it. So that way you can measure it. What gets measured gets improved. And then you don't have to have that hesitation as a trader. Because I go through that a lot, and I'm sure everybody in here goes through it as well.
Yeah. So when you see us either doing that, which I think that's what you're doing right now, is calling me out or just questioning the thought process, which is a good coach. Coach Dakota, guys. He started as a coach. He still is a coach.
He's the number 1 trader on the Topstep leaderboard, right? Am I not mistaken about that? The number one.
He's the number 1 futures trader in
all the prop firm industry.
World. In the whole streaming
that's what
world.
I thought.
You can't say prop firm industry because I had some guys correct me. He's like, well, there's Citadel and all. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. In the streaming, in the future streaming world, hands down, you're like, well, so and so he trades on a sim. You got to trade live. That's a professional level. It's a professional level. So I'm not gonna go on that rant. I'm tired of ranting. But Dakota is. I mean, it's just like we have we're sharing this all. But he started off as a coach. Then he worked his way up to the leaderboard. And now there's all this. So when you speak, Dakota, it's more in the know than me, my old way of thinking when I was active trader. So I'm the guy on the sidelines now. You're the guy. You're Tom Brady out there, the good-looking dude that comes off the playing field. I'm like, take your helmet off so the crowd can see you. Yeah.
I'm just here to help traders. You're here to help, right? Uh-huh. And I see thousands of traders.
MP, we're coming for 130s, by the way. You're still long in this, right?
I'm still long in this.
I swear there was some idiot who wouldn't stop screaming and yelling about 130s. I don't know who that knucklehead was.
If you hit 130, I got 29 and a 30.
What an idiot that guy is.
Do you know what's funny? A buddy of mine's helped coach me yesterday, and he's the champ at the country club. While he's coaching me out there, he's like, "Let's go. I'm going to coach you I play with you." He got an eagle. Like it's just like a simple eagle. I'm like, "You're coaching me," because the whole time he's like, "Put the ball next to mine, do this," and he got an eagle. And I'm sitting there being like, "Dude, like." So coaching and being good, it's like you're kind of helping your own skills out while you're helping others out, and then your psyche's getting better because you're helping other people out and your account's growing. It is the best place to be, I'm sure, in the world. And Dakota, you've been there for a good handful of months, holding both the leaderboard and the coaching status, the highs of the leaderboard.
Yeah, hopefully we get more people up there. I'm excited to see all these traders doing really amazing. It's a great thing to see. But yeah, hold up. I'll be back. I'm going to go get a drink.
Whoa, drinking early.
Drinking or no, maybe. Hey, after that, we'll see. We'll see if we get 130s. I'll stay here in just a minute.
You see, there's some idiot screaming on top of I couldn't believe it. Some idiot.
You guys sharing bunk beds over there too? I like it.
Look at this.
Oh man,
How does he still have his background?
my background.
You can superimpose rips on your background. Yeah, it's a new feature we added.
Wow, look at him.
Way back. It's like a mile away. Got a good looking living room, Rips.
Hey, you know.
no green
it is.
screen.
I guarantee it's the wife who decorated. Or you? Yeah,
Good. Yeah, you nailed it.
Man, my wife introduced me to day beds. I'm like, why would I want a flat thing in my living room? She's like, Michael, you have these lazy boy looking like huge like armrests could pop out and be coolers. And I was like 28. Redid my whole living room and dialed it in. The wow factor. You go in there and be like, wow. And yes, day beds are actually comfortable if you lay on them and watch football. I didn't think you could do that.
These are facts.
All right, a little information.
What are you guys thinking about this
We
trade?
do not
How do you feel?
have a failed
What's your thought
upside
process?
auction.
We're hanging up here
You guys
above
wanna see this?
100, 112s.
Okay, hold on real quick. Hey, Johnny goes and then Dakota.
Yep.
All right, so we do not have currently a failed upside auction now in the Nasdaq. The next 30-minute bar opened in this range extension above the initial balance. So this now becomes support. As long as we hold the initial balance high, we're looking for longs.
Okay.
Initial balance high.
I would be blown out. I would be blown out today if I was trading my own account.
20,098. 20,098. I'd be high. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Dakota.
Hoag kind of nailed it. Looking for longs, right? Like our bias has not changed.
What he said.
And what he's. And that's where I was just trying to, like I said, whenever there's an opportunity to talk and give an example to the traders, that's what I was talking about, where we have a target of 130s. And if the trade is still valid, if everything is still, the markets have not changed, then that goes back to that conversation about P&L and everything that we was talking about. So here we are right here, right now, 20,118s chopping around. And we're still continuing to not lose ground and push, and continue to stay at these highs. So it's looking, I would say, continually confident that we're going to be continuing to push higher today. And it's just a great trade. And we have, 2 contracts on? Is that correct?
We have 2 contracts on. If we get out right now, we'll cut our day that was a $7,000 day to a $2,000 loser day.
Okay, great.
Really quickly, if we're looking at my charts here, can we talk about really quick, Dakota, what we got caught in? Because we got caught right here. I just want to show you this because this is where we were talking about it. This move that was not me. I was looking at shorts. You guys saw this whole time materialize, but it had to shake out and whipsaw or whatever wild word you want to. This is where we got caught right here. This is where a 5 lot turned into a $7,000 loser. We did add another 5, I believe, and then we took that off. And that's when I get the whole lesson on, hey, 5 lots can turn into a lot of money down. Of course, a lot of money up too.
We ended up getting out where we wanted to get in.
Yes. Thank you, John. That was my say. So then you get to that point. So it's size management. It's then entries and patience and all that combination that then eventually got us to get into the move that was actually you guys were talking about, but it had to do a lot of song and dance before it got there.
Yeah.
I don't really have a question. I just want to get your take on it.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, so many times where we could be right in the direction, right in the idea and the thinking, but maybe wrong at execution, timing, position. The overall idea was, trying to get in long, but the way we did it was, and you never know either, right? Like it's easy to do hindsight trading, where we could say, yeah, we could have, should have. If we would have broke out, then we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But just like you said, and I cannot even begin to tell you. It feels like every other day where I'd take loss, same thing. And it feels like you're hitting your head against the wall. Like I'm buy, and then I take a loss, buy, take a loss, buy, take a loss. And then you finally get into a good position like we are in now. And then you end up, having a really nice runner. And that one good win makes up for a lot of those, little losses. And this could be that very example. So if we had the full 5 contracts on and we do get what we're looking for, 130s plus, and we say, for example, trail it, and we end up catching a big one, then that $7,000 loser versus maybe an $8,000 to $10,000 winner in this particular trade would put the odds back into our favor, I guess, if that makes sense.
So hopefully you guys are learning something today. If you're fading me, you're making money. If you're fading the house account in the very beginning, you're making money. If you're fading it now, you're taking heat. If you're sitting on your hands, hopefully your think tank's filling up. If it goes up to 130, I'm going to kiss Rips through the TV.
Pucker up, Buttercup.
Because it's coming. It's coming.
So this is what we're trying to do. So I hope you guys like Topstep TV. So definitely subscribe or share or like because we put this kind of experience on for you guys. So we're enjoying it. We learned from it too.
Yeah, right now there is a player that's trying to get filled right around 25 or so. Not a large player by any means, but they're just getting filled. And we are in a lower liquidity session here. So, they're trying to get filled and it's a little dance here, very low liquidity. So we could shake around, go back down to the hundreds, test that level. But I'm still pretty confident that we're going to tag that level, 130 evens, 130 and a half, actually.
I'd say it's going to happen pretty soon.
Yeah, it's very low liquidity. So it's very difficult for us to get through. We have to have some buyers come in. And there should be a very heavy amount of shorts that come in around that level.
I'll be right back in just a moment.
Rips.
And here it comes.
We're so close to making out. I'm joking. That's so funny.
I'm going to run and go get it.
Oh, we're right there, buddy. Love you if you get the 30s.
I was calling this below, back in 2060. So,
Boom.
Whatever.
Come on.
In essence, we're there already. Just start kissing.
Yeah. Just come on. Right here. Right here.
29s, that's not close enough?
Oh, no.
We got to get it. Johnny, we need 30 and a half. Dang it.
Take the top off the defense. Randy Moss used to say, take the top off the defense.
I
don't write checks. Straight cash, homie. You guys ever see that video, Randy Moss doing that? That's hilarious. 2 claps or 1 clap. Look it up. YouTube video. 1 clap. 1 clap. All right, Rips, you're going to hit your 30s. Because there's idiots like me trading in their personal account that would have been getting short right here, feeding this rally.
Do you think we're going to hit the 30s?
Did we hit the 30s yet?
We did
Did
not.
MP close it all?
No, I didn't want to be that guy. I was already been that guy a few times.
Wait, so you still have a fiver on? He said he's got a fiver.
Yes.
He's got five
Yes,
on?
you can superimpose Dakota into your back of your screen as well.
I don't know. I think that would have been a positive day. If only would have had a runner, right? Is that
right?
Everything's
All
on
we
its
needed
highs.
was a runner.
All we needed was a runner. Everything's on its highs, which means you got top pickers right now, which are getting short, and they're going to get their stops run. We just need that stop to be 30.
30 and a half. That was the call out. 30 and a half, right there to that level.
Why don't I go on my personal
if you have a live account out there, Goldman, if you're listening, just press the buy button for us so we can go home here.
Sweep it.
How do you do that to the tick like that, Rips?
Every single morning I wake up, give glory to God, and he gives me the levels. What can I say?
And they show up on a tablet on my desk, and we are good to go for the day.
I think that's Kathy Woods.
It is
training
Kathy
acumen
Woods,
there.
yes. She's very she's an evangelist of her position more than I've ever seen any trader in my entire life.
Tesla to 2000, by the way.
Roku. I have to change my batteries.
We got Goolsby talking. This could be the one. Yap it up, Goolsby. Come on, we need it. Right.
There it is.
There it is.
Ticket. Let's go.
We'll take it. We'll take it. $1,800 down, guys.
Right here.
That is how you turn around a $7,000.
How about a high five at least, Ray? Wait, hold on. High five right here. Right down there.
Come here.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Did we keep a runner on?
No, we did not keep a runner on.
I was off by 2 ticks. I'm sorry. I was off by 2 ticks. My bad.
Did we
I'm
keep
sorry.
a runner on?
Well, you got to make sure you got the liquidity to get out. Got to go through it.
Dakota with the needle. I love it. Yeah, exactly right, John.
Oh, thank you, boys, for bringing that day back. House account was looking a little shaky there.
Hey.
All right.
Anybody in here in the chat? Anybody in here the chat go with that position?
We just top ticked that. TP.
We just top ticked
Totally.
What are you gonna do?
We got that. No, we're out of that position. Let's bring in JD with the leaderboard.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do that.
There we go, folks. Nice trade, by the way. Excellent timing on that. All right. Let's start off with some payouts from yesterday. Right at the top there's Dakota, 26 grand payout. Brian P, Dakota, Clinton. All three of these guys are on the leaderboard. We're going to see their names again in just a bit. Then Kevin C and Dylan. Big money flying around, folks. All right. Next up, we talked about, or I mentioned that shakeup on the leaderboard. It starts right here with yesterday's XFA P&Ls. So here we've got Shane. Yesterday, Shane was ranked number 8 on our leaderboard. Guys, what a day for Shane. He was copying trades, $26,362. Copying trades across 5 XFAs for a total profit of $131,660.
Oh,
big day.
Nice.
My.
Shane
there's
just
100K.
Wow.
jumped himself up to probably. Are they picking him up to go live now? You know?
Oh, I can't talk. I can't speak to what the risk team is thinking or talking
tune
about.
in.
But
Tune in.
maybe we could have him mention him on the shoulder tab. I'll send a message out.
Pro ball level.
He definitely
Shane.
got a boost on the leaderboard. We're going to see that in just a minute. And then Elisina, 21 grand. Yosef, Wanbing, and Lisa. Lisa with nearly $15,000 in profits yesterday. Nice job to all those XFA traders. All right, now. Let's get over to...
That's okay. Double tap. Take a double take. Triple take.
JD, really quick, did you hit a special button that blacked out the screen and back?
I don't think so.
Figure this out.
Yep. All right.
We only need to focus on one thing.
I hit the number 2 like I always do, Jack.
Shane, that's good trading. Our risk management team starts to perk up, of course, when anybody trades even just a one account like that. And then, guys, that's what we do here. We eventually put you on a live account. You're like, I don't ever want to stay on go live. At the end of the rainbow is always live. It's always setting you up for the best you can possibly be. If funding companies didn't exist, you need to understand how to trade live, period. And it's the end goal of anything. So that's what Shane will probably be brought up to that. He'll then be a contender nipping at Dakota's heels. And that's how the game of trading will work. Yeah, there you go. And we all are proud of each other for doing that. And it's exciting to see others do well and to get called up live. Rips, we're trading 21-10. So 20 handles.
After we had to take out that level first. It had to happen.
Little 3-bar reversal there, Dakota, on the 5-minute chart.
What? Oh, let's see.
Little 3-bar reversal.
3-bar reversal, Hoag.
5-minute chart on the NASDAQ.
Hoag, I love that you've been watching this. It's made me smile, and you are 100% correct.
I watch everything.
While they fix the production stuff, because I'm seeing just Shane just blaring right at us.
Blacked out right now.
We're working on it.
All right, guys, dude. And I say dude in all professional.
Dudettes.
Hey.
But dude rips. Great call with the 30s. Great call, my friend.
Thank you.
And you called that like 30, 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I guess, sometimes you get lucky, MP.
The sun shines on dogs, whatever, you've heard it.
Once in a blue
have silence the chat.
The dog shines on the sun's.
Oh man.
Hey, I got a plug here that I really want to make sure people know is coming up. Can maybe squeeze in here?
Oh, Eddie, this is big. I think you need to get full
Eddie.
screen on this. To Eddie.
Big.
This individual
Today, ladies and gentlemen, 11 a.m. That's coming up here in about 45 minutes. World-renowned trading psychologist Dr. Brett Steenbarger is back. He's going to be joining Hoag, Anne-Marie, Coach Vince, Coach Ray for an exclusive trader mindset round table. And it's coming up in 45 minutes, so make your ham sandwiches, pour your glass of milk, whatever you need to do. Top of the hour here, coming up at 11 o'clock Central Time. We're going to have Dr. Brett Steenbarger, and he'll be answering your questions. And Mike and John, from what I know, you guys have read Steenbarger's book, correct?
Enhancing Trader Performance. Yeah, John has one probably in front of him. Which one's that? Enhancing Trader Performance. Read that book, guys.
Performance.
Read
John,
that book.
Can you sort of give us a little bit about that book and how it impacted you?
Well, it was right at the beginning of Topstep, and Michael brought in his copy, which was somewhat dog-eaten. And, he had a bunch of things on there. He's like, read this book. So I read the book, and it's really just very comprehensive about, the learning loop and all aspects of becoming a better trader and helping others become better traders. So it is certainly, it's affected Topstep from the very beginning, just the fact that this book is here. And it's a fantastic book. I highly recommend it to anybody.
It helped us navigate building the trading combine. It helped us navigate Squawk Radio, which is just like TopstepTV, but we didn't have video back then. We had audio and chat room, and it helped. How do we get a feedback loop going to these traders? We were always working on all this stuff and weren't doing marketing and sales and flash sales. We worked on how do we work on traders. We worked on how do we work on traders, and that's always been the best catalyst to growth for us as a company, for us as a team, for the trader as the individual, the trader through the program, setting the trader up as they go into the personal brokerage account. That Enhancing Trader Performance book talks about starting from a sim. It talks about how to give feedback while they're on sim. It talks about all that kind of stuff, and then to graduate to live, and then how to grow your account, your position sizing bigger through that type of stuff. So, Dr. Brett Steenbarger, world renowned, the founder of the genesis of trading psychology, to have him on and have him, coming back on. I'm proud. It's a proud moment for me. And Eddie, we've talked about him as well on how special he is to the industry.
I love it.
And
trading is 90% of the game, I think.
Yep. Yep. Dakota. Yep.
I'm going to post the Topstep reading list, and we got his book in there. If you're interested in it, there it is right there. You can just click on that and you can order that book. So let's have it. A lot of Anne-Marie's book is in there. We've got Dr. Brett and he's sure we got a lot of good books in there. So good stuff.
Now, Hoag, we've always done these share books. You and I kind of do these little book club things like this, and it's always been to help craft like a better program. Now, throughout all of this, because somebody in here said how instrumental you are, Hoag. Hoag, you in the 13 years? When you've been doing this with me for
13 years. Yeah.
Which, by the way, Eddie, I gotta say something here shortly too. But you've developed into everybody in here says I won't even trade. I'll just tune in to listen to Hoag, blah, 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 blah. So Hoag, you built this trusted guiding light, helper, coacher, all that mentor persona in all these years. I look at you as that a bit in my life, like the respect I have for people that help traders develop, like Dr. Steenbarger and things like that. You are the other one. If you could give me, hey, who are the top 5 guys who are most instrumental in the industry, I would put you on it. So I'm going to give you props.
Michael, it's really kind of you to say. And you know, the work that I've done here at Topstep is something that, you know, it's among the proudest things in my life. Michael, you really touched me. I really appreciate that. And,
good, because if you're going to try, I would love to have Topstep. I would love to have this, and I'll do this. I would love to have Topstep work with you on you writing a book. Pay for it all. Give you a nice whatever. Congratulations, awesome bonus when you finish it. If this is something you want to do, Steenbarger has a book. Everybody like Tom Hoagland, Biggest Loser, who he replied back to me. Finally, thank you, Tom. He wants to come on, so he's going to be coming on here. We don't have a date yet, but he said he wanted to come on here. John Hoagland, you just need a book.
I'd buy it. I would buy it.
Yeah, I would want a signed copy myself.
The Hoagland, mull over that. It will be a lot of outside work outside of this. But think about that. I think there's a book in your future that you should do. It's a sit down. I would sit down and read it with a coffee on the back patio, and I would hear your voice. That'd be great.
Does it have to be trading?
Well,
I could just write a book, I guess. Jack, yeah, good point. This could be anything.
This is all too much. Thank you very much, and I'm honored and so grateful that I've had the opportunity to work with so many people and so many traders, and if I've helped anybody, even in one way, it's been worth every minute of it. I truly enjoy what we do here, what I do here. It's really been an honor, and I'm going to shut up because I'm probably going to start crying.
Well, let's do mull that idea over. It would be awesome if that book could be done by the end of like 2025, and we could all celebrate that Johnny has a book. He's been in the industry since. You could have your dad in the book that you talk about. You could talk about all the generations of knowledge that you've had, all the thousands, probably tens of thousands of traders you've seen behind the curtain that nobody can see, how they trade, how they talk to you, how they talk to themselves, how they beat up themselves, how they are too arrogant to be a good trader. All you have. So, sorry, John, I got to take the spotlight away and put it right on somebody who's extremely.
That's good. Go for it. Thank you again. 14
gosh darn awesome years I've got to work with this individual. And if you could put his camera right next to me, then that'd be great. It's not you, Rips or Dakota. Sorry, buddy. Eddie Horn. Eddie Horn is a part of the founding team. This individual, Eddie Horn, who I get introduced to, known as Kid Comedy on the trading floor. Yeah. 14-year anniversary. 14 years. Guys, 14 years working together with me is already hard enough. My wife's been 5 years married to me, and we do marriage counseling. So Eddie and I have worked together for 14 years, and it's been one goal. And Eddie's always put me on that one goal. It is to set up, not to game. This is why I get very upset with others. It's to set up traders for the best success they possibly could be. We try that because we knew if you do that, it's best for everybody, not just you. You will win, but they will win. The industry will win, and all that kind of stuff. The kids' college fund will win, all that kind of stuff. Eddie Horn has been a part of that journey, part of that mission, and has lived and breathed it to the point of the 100 of some odd team members here in company meetings, in company outings, talking about how special it is of what we do. It's really always what we do, not what he does, it's what we do as a company. So Eddie, I want to say thank you very much. Behind Eddie on his shoulder is the founding team member plaque. Eddie, again, has earned every bit of this, if not a billion times more. Eddie, I'm proud and honored to be working with you for 14 years and to call you one of my closest friends. Love you, buddy.
Love you too, man.
Yo, it's 420, man. Let's smoke a spliff. Okay. Yo, it's 4.
Let's do it. All right, let's celebrate. I don't got any beer.
Hey guys, it is completely legal in Chicago where Eddie lives, and he likes to have fun jokes.
Oh man,
chill out in life. And Eddie's a chill guy. And if you ever get the chance to meet him in person, which you will someday when we do meetups, He's just the positivity, glass half full, the smile, and then the joke. He will crack jokes, and he'll come out of left field, and he'll just hit you like a ton of bricks. And you're like, damn, that was witty. That was good. So good stuff, Eddie.
Appreciate
14
it.
years, buddy.
It's been a great 14 years. And I tell you, let me just add, every time we had an event, I would sort of tap Mike and go, man, look, we got like 20 people here today. Wow, this is great. Then the next year, look we got 60 people here. And then the next, and it just keeps growing and growing. And everybody's got a smile on their face, and everybody loves being there. And that's one of the things here too. It's like I'm dedicated 100%. I love being here. I love talking. I love the chat. We've got great people. I mean, this is a blessing. All right, it's not a job; it's a blessing, and I'm really happy to be here. Where's the violin music? I should play in the background here, right? Should I be playing that violin music? So it's great
if
stuff,
anybody, if everybody in chat, just do me a favor if you can do it. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. They just put one thing that you like a sense like why like Eddie's great. Just why Eddie's great. Just put it in there. Or how has Eddie helped you? And then he'll go back there. We'll clip. And that's good. And also, if you don't have anything else, just say congrats on his 14-year anniversary. But if he has helped you, or he has made your glass half full instead of half empty, or turned a frown upside down, or made you a better trader in some way, put it in there. He's been on the phones of traders, thousands of traders, one-on-one, group coaching, in chat, on TopstepTV. He comes with awesome stuff. He's going to be doing this cool puppet thing that's going to be absolutely amazing. We're going to talk about that more. It's going to be a cool surprise, but it's just going to be fun.
I love you all. Wow. You made my year right here. Awesome. All right. Thank you very much. I love you all, and I love my team here at Topstep. And let's get back to business. What do you say?
Back to markets. Okay, we're trading 21.
Now that 21. I have to say my piece now, MP, real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Dakota.
Everyone's all lovey-dovey. I mean, I echo everything you guys say, but it's so unfortunate that that's all overshadowed that you're Chicago Bears fans.
Wait a minute. Wait. Put
over the top
me back
row,
on
buddy.
here with. Put me back on with Dakota. All right, we've got a bet going on. All right, I just want to show Dakota. Can you put me back on their screen? Now we got a bet: Bears versus Packers, right? All right. Now what do you got on your end for the bet?
Oh, it just got a whole lot valuable, Eddie. You see that?
Well, you know what? I got some real value here. How about this? How about a Jordan Love rookie card, PSA 9, okay? And this is the kicker here. How about a Brett Favre game-used jersey in the card? Can we see that? Got the game-used jersey piece right here. And on the back, who's this Antonio Freeman? Antonio Freeman game-used jersey piece on the back there. This is what I'm putting on the table for our Chicago Bears versus the Packer bet.
Oh,
so,
wow. That'd be a nice win, Dakota.
Yeah.
That'd be a very nice win.
Mine's back at my house, but it's autographed and absolute memorabilia of Jason Tatum, rookie, signed. So.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Yeah. Cool. Now I'm mine's not as great. I'm gonna have to throw a whole bunch more.
You're gonna have to. And if I find, let's keep building it up until maybe I do send Brett Favre over to your house.
Yeah, but it might feel kind of bad though because it's as good as.
No, you won't feel bad. We're gonna feel bad for you, Dakota. The Bears are winning it next year. We're on Hard Knocks. We're on Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
David, we're on Hard Knocks.
It's gonna sell off too.
There you go.
Good call.
All right.
Okay, speaking of sell-off, there has been just a slight sell-off that came off 31s, 21 31s, all the way down to 20 84s. What's that? 20, 30, 50 handle pullback. Is that right? Am my math right?
Bar reversal,
30.
right, Hoag?
Yep. Yeah, but now it's reversing.
Okay, the house account is still looking healthy. So do we have anything? We're 30 minutes away from fast markets winding down. We have the markets up on our high.
This is
We're
some
on our
nosebleeds up here.
Oh, what about these 30s? Is it a look at me? You guys think it's shorts at all?
No. Nope, we can fight for a break.
Hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this right now. Here, you see my house? I've just changed my account. I'm so cold today. I'm down $1,800. I'm locking myself out because after this show,
there you go.
I just locked myself out. Boom. See, I'm trying to put a trade on. Can't do it. All right, so that'll save me. I'll lock in an $1,800 down day, worse than a $5,000 down day. I'm so cold today. All right, so we're on our highs. What are you guys thinking?
We took out 130s. Next level to the top side is 180s. We're going to need some moon fuel to get there.
Well, while there's a lull in the conversation, how about taking a look at that leaderboard real quick? We never got to it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Sound good?
Shane jammed up the system, I see.
$131,000 day. Let's start with the bottom half.
I'm still a little emotional here.
That's okay.
Johnny, you got to work on that book. Get your ass to work, John, on that book.
I'll help you with the book, Hoag. All right. Bottom half of the list. Brian P. took a small loss, just a couple $100, and dropped from 4th down to 6th. Kingvey was in 6th place yesterday, also took a small loss and dropped down to 7th. Nick Fortick had a big day. Big day for Nick, made a total of $20,000 across 1 live account and 5 XFAs. Still dropped a notch on the board, though. Then Carlos and Dimitri. Yep. Carlos and Dimitri are both on the board again today. They've been here before. Carlos was in 14th place yesterday, and Demetrius moved up from 18th place with a nice $15,000 winning day across 5 XFAs. All right. Eddie, let's hear it.
This isn't Monopoly money we're playing with.
No, it's not. It's real cash.
Big money, big money, big money.
Here is that shakeup. Look at Shane. Nope, that's the wrong list.
We went back to Shane coming in here from the top ropes with the leaderboard.
Shane, there he is.
Wow.
Yes.
He's nipping at your heels, Dakota. 20 grand away.
I hope so. Take 6K off of that, so it's even closer.
Oh,
Damn,
yeah.
like this.
So
we got a dogfight.
I'm curious.
We got a dogfight.
I'm real curious to see what Shane's doing today. Maybe we can get one of the risk guys to talk about it on the shoulder tap. I'll send a note out, see if we can get a live update on him. But yeah, real curious to see what happens there. Everybody else dropped down on the list. Raphael, Soren, Clinton, all dropped down one notch because of Shane's big $131,000 day yesterday.
Man,
moving up.
I really hope
above 110.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Shane can hold this, guys. This is how it works. Sometimes you go on a hot streak, and then they vanish. Happens. In golf, in sports.
I don't think Shane's a one-trick pony. Shane's been on the he's been on the leaderboard for 2 weeks now in the top 10. Ooh. So he's been around. He knows what he's doing. That's for sure.
I like the drama.
Got to get him on TopstepTV.
I know.
I think we need to reach out.
Power players.
I'm sure our team's looking, reaching out to him for sure.
So Dakota, you were hoping that somebody was going to be chasing you on that list, and you got your wish.
He has been
so happy. I'm excited. I'm excited to see the whole top 10 above 100, or the whole top 5 above 110,000. And I want.
Does it help you stay more focused? What does it help you do? Why do you like it? I think I have my ideas, but what's your reason?
Yeah, I mean, it's knowing that the community is growing and that we're continuing to get a lot better traders. And I said this earlier, right, where I'm a coach and I know I do trade in my personal accounts, and I've been a consistent trader before joining Topstep. And it made sense that I was the top 10. I'm like, okay, well, I'm consistent, I'm funded, and my goal is to help traders. But now seeing it come to like fruition and seeing the fruits of everything that Topstep has done, like it's so amazing to see these traders put up those numbers. And to be honest, I would be ecstatic to see like C10 traders do so much better than I am.
I like that vibe.
We're truly happy that others are doing well. I love that about you.
It's the only way to be in this business, in my opinion. If you're in it for a long time, you have to have that mentality. If you're like a short burnout, you're going to be the person that sucks the energy and the positivity out of the room. And those are the type of folks that kind of just pull you down because they're going down. And even if you're not trading well, that doesn't mean you're going down. But if your attitude's one that's like you don't care to help anybody, you don't care, now you're just trolling or doing, that's where it's different. That's why we're always like glass half full. You can't troll here unless it's a sports team. And then,
well, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna take it easy. I'm still gonna try.
Of course,
because I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, I beat Coach Dakota, but he wasn't trying. No, if you beat me,
that's what I was asking. Does that pressure with somebody there have you a little bit more dialed in, a little bit more focused, a little bit more, or does it not change too much? You know, there's somebody.
It's the same. It's always been just going for it, and not like as like super aggressive as like to hold my beer when somebody said something. It's more of just trying to stay consistent.
Did you say hold my beer?
We all know what happened.
Hold my beer. I'm going to go for it. Oh, I like it. That's good. All right, guys. House account, anything? 2140s or 2140s. Yeah.
I don't like anything.
Close your eyes and buy.
Okay. Fair enough. The megaphone is. Our megaphone is, well, these lines are all now. We were having fun with it earlier.
Old.
Yeah.
Somebody broke the top of the megaphone.
You guys want to see what we were looking at with the potential failed upside auction, and when the market opened above that initial balance, how the initial balance kind of turns into a support level. So this is the NASDAQ, and the C period, right? That's the third 30-minute period of the day, extended above the initial balance. The D period, which is the fourth 30-minute period of the day, opened, leaving single TPOs between where it opened and the initial balance high, which was again 20,098. Well, when that happens, if the market comes back to the initial balance high and doesn't really show a lot of re-acceptance inside the initial balance, it did come all the way down to 84. So it came, 14 points back inside the initial balance. But once it rejected and started moving back above the initial balance high, that's another long signal. And we're seeing nothing but long signals here today. We got a little bit of an anomaly here, but that's kind of possibly being targeted. But I don't want to sell it. I can't step in front of this. And if you can't buy it, then you just sit and wait.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready for Series 3.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to see Johnny.
Oh, are you?
You're ready. I already know you're ready, but I want to see let you go. Rips, are you studying?
I watch TopstepTV every day, and that's how I get my studies in.
So you're fully prepared. I love it.
100%. I mean, what book do you need to buy if you got TopstepTV?
We don't. You just got to tune in for these pop quizzes every day. Here we go.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Send it. This one's a true false.
Hold my beer. Send it.
2 extra. So the total open interest for all delivery months during a crop year for a particular commodity cannot amount to more than the available supply of the commodity. Is this true? Is this false? Is this The Wreck of the Evan Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot? Or is this Bobby Bonilla?
I love how you added your own flair in there.
Well, we have this template, and rather than build a true false one, this is the bit.
I love it, Jack. We're going to see who answers C and D on the poll. You guys can answer in the poll. Johnny, what are you feeling?
I'm going with C because I love Gordon Lightfoot.
I do too. What do we think, lads?
I'm going for B for Big Dog.
I'm with you.
I'm with you too.
All right. Can we see it? What is the answer?
I'm going for B
is-
too.
Yes, it is false. You can trade as many as you want. They converge near expiration. By the way, Bobby Bonilla mentioned there. Shout out to Bobby Bonilla. I think yesterday or the day before was Bobby Bonilla Day, where the Mets paid him his annual $1.18 million. Bobby Bonilla is 61 years old.
Jeez.
He signed a contract that they backloaded some absurd amount, so he gets paid $1 million a year, well into his retirement age.
Wow, that's good planning.
We are still shooting up here, by the way. Next level we have is about 25 handles away, but I'm not touching it. This thing is just nonstop. Don't trip by the dip.
Does Eddie have a sound for if only we had a runner? If only we had a runner.
Hey, Michael, you know whose birthday's tomorrow? Hers.
Not America's yet.
My wife, Donna.
What? Oh, hey, Donna.
Oh.
Yes,
Happy
I love
birthday.
Donna.
Her birthday
Donna is a
tomorrow.
blast.
Happy birthday, Donna. Sweet, sweet.
Isn't
kid.
she
I'm
beautiful?
very shocked
Luck
you're
out
throwing your
there,
wife's
Hoag.
picture up here. Now everybody's going to know that Johnny can catch the hot ones.
I'm married up. I definitely married up.
She looks so much
What does
younger
she say?
than you.
She's awesome. I love you guys' relationship.
Awesome.
I've actually seen your relationship develop since we started in the.
Yeah.
I know Eddie and I are 14 years. John, you're like a year behind him or 2 years behind him.
Yeah, 13 years. 1 year
13
behind
years,
Eddie.
okay. Yeah. You learn a lot about somebody if you're with them for, what do they call it, 10,000 hours? Is that 10 years? No,
Yeah.
I don't know. 10 years or more.
Yeah, we've been married 28 years now.
Oh,
She still likes me.
Wow.
Still likes you.
That's awesome.
I think that's why they call it the one. Because if they still like you, they're probably just the one person on the planet that still likes you.
Yeah. Been very lucky. She's lovely. The one thing about her is, though, it's not a birthday. It's a birth month.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the whole thing.
No month. But it's my
Oh,
birthday.
July, huh?
Yeah.
You got
And it's nice.
vacations, dinners.
She always has the
What do you
day
got?
after her birthday off.
Oh, that's good.
Independence Day.
That's great.
Oh, that is good.
We met at Alcock's, the bar behind the Board of Trade, on St. Patrick's
Big
Day.
trader bar. Big
Oh,
trader
wow.
bar.
1984. It's now called O'Neill's, but it's still pretty much the same.
God, those bars were debauchery after, not even after.
Oh
the
my
markets
goodness.
Not even after the markets
Yes.
closed. During the markets open, then
Yeah.
people would be over there drinking. The bathrooms would always be full. I don't know.
Why were the bathrooms full, MP?
I don't know. People, they're sold burritos next door. I don't know. I have no clue.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe people like the smell in there.
Oh man, the pit, those traders, there's so many different characters. So many different characters. You see what money does good and bad to people.
And they are characters.
Yeah. Nobody works for anybody. You got to see people with money show up in their Lambos, and people that barely had money show up in their Lambos. People that had a ton of money show up just to look like normal. And then you just get to see them out in the wild, which is like the bars that were around there and everything too, and how they acted and all. It was just, and then you saw him trading in the pit. That guy was down $200,000 this morning. What? Yeah, he's laughing over there telling a joke. What? It's crazy.
I asked my dad one time. I said, "Why is everybody so funny in the business?" He said, "Well, not everybody's funny, but there are a lot of characters." Well, I said, "Well, why are there so many characters in trading?" And he says, "Well, because hard times breed character."
That's good. That was good. Your true character shows up when your back's against the wall, and you could tell people's true character starts to show up, like when they're trading poorly. Because there's some things you can be like, I didn't see your trade. I didn't see your trade. Like you could get out of your loser. If you had a loser, you'd be like, hey, we didn't do it. You can't get away with that too often, but there's people that kind of, you see true character. It starts to show up when money's around and it goes in and out of your hands often. And then you get what's left of that person's true character, because of course, money affects you.
Find out what people are really made of when their back's up against the wall.
How often would you see traders last for under a year, Hoag?
Sorry?
Often.
How often would you see traders last for just shy of a year? I mean, was it the majority of people, or
on the floor? I mean, there was they should have just put a revolving door there.
Wow.
Yeah.
There were people that came in and out. They were, some lasted 2 months, some lasted a year, some lasted 2 years. And I mean, there were people that were there for 10 years and then they just couldn't do it anymore, or, whatever it was that chased them out of there. But the ones that we were really watching were the trust fund babies, the kids that showed up on their first day on the trading floor with a badge that they got from, from family or whatever, because if they hit with, some big wins right at the beginning, I think there was probably a pool to say how long until he loses it all, because they just didn't have the knowledge or the intestinal fortitude to continue with it. Now there are those that were the exception, like the grandson of the people that invented Alka-Seltzer was on the trading floor, and it didn't matter if he lost $10 million. It wasn't going to change his lifestyle. So he worked his way through it and became an excellent trader. And I think he's still trading today. And then there was another guy whose family owned like half of South Dakota and sold all the potatoes that they could grow to McDonald's. So, he showed up in Chicago on a Learjet, and it didn't matter if he took a bunch of losses. He also became a tremendous trader. I remember his clerk was a friend of mine, and I'm in the pit talking to his clerk, and Kenny looks at his clerk and says, "What's my position?" And he says 86. So that's 86 big S&Ps. What is that? Is 86 times 5? That's how much risk he was under. And then he looks back at him and says, "Long or short?"
He didn't know.
86 bigs on. He doesn't know if he's long or short.
Oh my God.
Is he serious?
That's 400. That's 86. So 80
that's
times
over 400
5.
grand, right? Isn't that 430K?
No, 86 times 400. It's a 400 lot, right?
700K.
Yeah, it's about a
400 lot, right,
400,
John?
400 bigs, 400 minis.
Imagine having a 400 lot on right now, and you're like, am I long or am I short? But you have 400
long or short.
They were on the bottom step, rips. They'd come in, and the ones at the very bottom steps, you walk into the pit, and you couldn't go to the second step, the third step, or the top step. That's where the name came from, guys. The biggest, best trader stood on the top step of the octagon-shaped trading floor, trading pit. You could go to the bottom step, and those are always your newbies that were down there. And that would rotate. You'd see a guy in there, and he'd go lift his hands, and somebody'd pick off his trade. Every now and then, like, guys are on the top step, you'd be like, here, you kind of give them a trade or two, but they still had a trade. But you'd see them blow out quite a bit. You'd see them up there, and they'd have their, bidding, and their hands would be shaking because you knew, we've all been there. We're holding a a loser, and it's affecting our nervous system.
Yeah.
Mike, remember the
That's
guy
good.
that passed out in the pit?
Wood or something, I think.
Yeah.
Remember the markets were in free fall. He goes, I'll buy him. And he got long. And he goes like this. He's holding his trading cards like this, his check. He writes down about a 10 lap buy him. Goes like this. Right when he does that, the entire pit goes, at even, at 90, at 88. And this market kept selling off free fall. And like, he's long. He goes like this, I swear to God. He goes like this. And he's like, and he falls straight down on it. He turned white, fell straight down on his like face, like a brick, like holding his card still. Everybody's still trading. Nobody's running down there to help him out. And the only thing you do is you go medics, like it's you're at war, medic, because the battle is on. The markets are in free fall, and you either have a position on, you're either in the money or out of the money. So yeah, that is
awful.
If he had a heart attack, Eddie,
Did the guy survive?
We never saw him again. I don't know.
Yeah, he did. It was
so
okay.
bad.
We were lucky. We were by the nurses.
Oh.
We were the closest to the nurses' station, so they came and dragged him off.
He didn't die, guys. He didn't die.
Yeah, he didn't die. He was okay.
And yes, it is kind of funny because the whole pit's full of characters. And stuff. How Eddie got stabbed. We've seen people get stabbed with a pen, sliced his eye with a trading card. Oh man, it's just like
broken ribs.
You look back at it, and like, even a week later, it's funny. You know, he's like just a bunch of people hanging out, and nobody takes life too serious, but they take one thing very, very, very seriously. Trading, and that's the cool part about it.
That's what we want Topstep Trading League to be, right?
Yeah,
that's exactly what I want.
We need to be a war zone.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Fighting each other, throwing stuff, stabbing.
Rips and Dakota, you guys would love the trading floor. You guys would have been on. You guys would have thrived down there.
Oh, we are getting short on time here. Let's do the fast market submissions, and we got about 8 minutes left here. Why don't we do those submissions?
That sounds good to me. We have a couple battle station pictures that we always love to see. We have Caesar here. A nice setup, man. Even got a nice little neon LED clock above.
Clock, yeah.
Yeah. Massive amount of screens. Hoag, how many say makes you I don't know what your term was for it, but
6.
I know you have 5. It's 6? Okay. All right. So this guy's still in the
one more than me makes you a screen person.
There we go. Another one from Kelvin here. Tuning in to TopstepTV. Keeping it simple. I'm not sure what the toilet paper's for there, but
you have
move
to
on from that.
Always be ready for the market to dump.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There you go. Maybe
that was what the toilet paper was for.
Yep, that's
Lost Trader coming in with another humble setup.
Again with the toilet paper.
Yeah, with the toilet paper. This time he added the lotion, though.
Yeah, you could just get that one off the screen.
Yeah,
I got lotion next to mine. Get dry up here.
Yeah,
a bucket.
Gotta be prepared.
Bucket.
I didn't even see that.
Get your head out of the gutter.
Got another one from the metal guy, Tim.
I know why that guy puts
guitars out there.
Oh, that's a cool setup.
Oh wow,
Hoagland, you'd like that. You're a guitar player.
Yeah. I got
Wants
my
to
guitars
disconnect.
over there in the corner.
Absolutely. I've got a few. And we have, looks like we have another outdoor scenery. After a good or a bad trading day, the lake is my happy place to clear my mind.
Oh, nice.
Love it. Great sunset. Absolutely.
That is beautiful.
That's the beauty about trading is being remote.
Oh, yeah.
And then I do want to show go ahead, MP.
Really quickly, Starlink Mini, something like that, is coming out tomorrow. Starlink Mini. So if you guys want to be remote and trading on high speed, it's like $500. It's about this big. It's a mini. It's a Starlink Mini a satellite thing. You can take it with you, backpack, and you pull like 150 down download. It's knockout. So that's I got an email about that. For all you traveling traders, it's not a bad idea to get one of those.
Yeah, I'm looking at getting one of those. I want to start doing some. I want to build a homestead, and I think at some point to get Wi-Fi on a homestead out in the sticks, you need to have something like Starlink. So that'll be the go-to.
Really, Gabe, starting a commune.
Yeah, I like the commune living. Yeah, got to be self-sufficient, you know.
Love it.
Miss J here with the Trader Win wanted to share as well. The screenshots were a little blurry just because she was posting two, but Miss J locking out after $1,700 on a 100K. Chipping away. Keep up the great work, Miss J. I believe I've got one more for you guys. Igbo just says, nice little shout out. If you're not following Topstep, you are leaving a life-changing opportunity on the table. We are grateful that you are finding value in your time spent with us here. Happy to have you.
Very nice.
Happy to have you. We are a team.
Very nice. So,
all right, back to you guys.
Dr.
Thanks,
Steenbarger
guys.
coming up here in just 5 minutes. Dakota, any last comments or ideas?
Another beautiful 3-bar reversal, but no, it's fun. I love it. Great show, guys.
Dakota, you said 90% of trading is psychology, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Everyone has their own number, but it's 90 plus.
Yeah.
For me.
So 5,000 some odd people are still tuning in right now. If 90%, if Dakota, we share true stats and all that's number one on the list, he says 90%. If I were you, would continue to tune in for this next segment with a trading psychologist, guru,
100%.
world-renowned. It's just, look, it's free. I'm handing you a ticket to the Rolling Stones. So go in there. Have a great time. You're going to be changed. Whatever your favorite band is or speaker. Go in there.
My trading psychologist is my trading buddy, Rips, right over there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, right. Other side.
Hey, Rips, when do you kick him out of the house?
Never. It's too much alpha to have under one roof. I mean, I can't ever get rid of this guy. He's too good.
If your girl's okay with it. Yeah, it's too much, boys.
They're kicking me out. Yeah, I'm out as soon as this stream goes off.
Rips, any last comments?
I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today. It was a lot of fun. We had some fun, had some excitement today. It was a blast trading alongside every single one of you. And I'm looking forward to the next time that we're all together here on Topstep TV. So until next time, thank you so much.
Likewise. Michael, thank you very much for the kind words today. I really appreciate it. And anything else you want to mention to the traders before we end the segment?
Happy 14th anniversary, money.
Eddie.
That's like,
thank you very much.
I'm like a third grader right now to my dad.
I'm going to frame that and put that right next to my founding team.
Right, well, folks, that's going to end the Fast Market segment. We do have Power Players coming up with Brett Steenbarger. Anne Marie is going to be running the segment, and Brett is going to be joined by me, Coach Ray, and Coach Vince. Top quiz today. We've got Eddie and Anne Marie. Shoulder tap with Jack and Mick. We got group coaching with me and JD. Then market stalking with D. Eddie, Robert, Deanna, and Coach Jay are going to be hanging out and ending the day with Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, Austin Silver, and Cami Capital. Great session. I had a blast with you guys today. Made a little bit of money. Had a lot of fun. And looking forward to seeing you again soon. I'm going to be out next week, so I know I'll be missing you. Hopefully, you'll be missing me, not too much, of course. But
we will be thinking about you.
Looking forward to seeing you in about a week.
Thanks, Hoagland. Good stuff today, buddy.
Take care. See you, everybody.
Welcome to the Power Players segment. We have a very special segment today, the Coaches Roundtable. We have Dr. Brett Steenbarger up there in the right side there. To his left, or his right, actually, would be Anne-Marie Band. We've got Coach Ray. We've got Coach Vince, and I'm John Hoagland. We're very happy to have everybody with us today. Thank you, Doctor, and thank you, Anne-Marie, and to Ray and Vince for joining us. Looking forward to having a very, very good session today. Anne-Marie, I'm going to hand the reins over to you. You are going to be fielding the questions, and it's great to see everybody here today.
Thank you so much, John. It's great to actually get to field these questions and get to pick Dr. Brett's brain, as well as Coach Vince and Coach Ray, who interact every day with students on the Topstep Discord channel. So it's going to be great to hear from their perspectives and bounce things off. And you know what? I would like to just jump right into it if it's okay with you, Dr. Brett.
Yeah? Sounds very good. I appreciate the opportunity to join you and the other coaches for this roundtable. I'll just make a brief introductory statement, and then maybe we can, Anne-Marie, you can launch us into the questions.
Of course.
What I would say is that trading is a performance activity, not unlike performance in the performing arts, performance in sports. How we learn, how we train impacts our mindset in what we do. And so many, many times, if we see emotional disruptions of trading, it's not necessarily because we are emotionally disrupted as people, but because the training process that we are undergoing is overloading us. And so that's something I'm hoping we can touch upon in this roundtable, how to best leverage our training to maximize our trading psychology.
That's absolutely great. In terms of the anchor, we were actually just talking in the green room when we were waiting for you about those sorts of things, because they're really, in this list, there are a lot of very emotional questions. And so we're just going to jump right into them and talk about that. The first one's from Jordan. It says, how can I take a loss after making a dumb mistake, whether it be over leveraging due to impatience or greed, or not following your rules that are there for a reason? I have trouble taking a loss that I would have profited from had I just modified my entry slightly. I get the urge to revenge trade because I don't want to be made a fool of. Because I wasn't a fool, I just needed to adjust my trade plan slightly. So I find this one to be very interesting because Jordan actually has all the answers to his questions based just how he wrote it. He really identified every single point that created that event that he was in. So, my question would be, first to you, Dr. Brett, when someone can obviously pinpoint where they're going wrong, there's an impulse event going on that makes them step over their rules to accomplish a certain thing that they perceive that they're going to miss out on. How would you say to Jordan, okay, it seems that you've identified what it is that you're doing. You might need some assistance in putting some guardrails up or something that stops you from that impulse event? We talked about impulse a lot last time. What do you think about this question?
It's a great question, and it gets at the heart of learning and performing. One of the things I have on my blog site, Trader Feed, is a book written in blog form about the spirituality of trading. It's called Radical Renewal, and you can access it just by going to the blog. It's free.
Great.
And one of the things that I mention on the blog is that every single major religious and spiritual tradition in the world emphasizes the theme of forgiveness. We are fallible. And if we are going to change, if we're going to improve who we are as people, whether it be spiritually, psychologically, or in our trading, we have to embrace our weaknesses. We have to embrace our mistakes. These are fuel for our learning rather than resist them or become uncomfortable with them or frustrated by them. So when we make a mistake, we want to step back and cement that learning, not just impulsively go for the next trade, but write down the lesson, mentally rehearse the lesson, make sure that we do it differently going forward. Then it's a mistake, we lose money, but we profit in terms of learning.
That's terrific. So, Vince, I would like to ask you, I'm certain from working with all these traders that both you and Coach Ray work with, that you bump into folks that say these sorts of things. I know I said these sorts of things. We were also talking about how that road begins with no rules to some rules to obeying some rules to finally getting the job done. And, you know, it's definitely a journey, but what kind of advice have you given to folks about this, this sort of trouble from a specific execution perspective, which is one of the reasons that we asked, you and Ray to come in, help us with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, and this is specifically for Jordan's question or just in general?
Yeah, just for Jordan's question in terms of saying, all right, step 1, 2, 3, and then.
Yeah. So one for Jordan. So it says here, he knows one of his issues, right? Which is over leveraging. So that you answered one of your own questions with leverage, right? Leverage, can make you change the way that you trade. Okay. So when you're over leveraged, your stop might not be able to be as far away, which is then going to cause you to get stopped out. And then it might go in your favor and you get upset, which then will cause you to start over trading because then you get that venom built up in your system. And, it can be very tough. Now it says here that he has trouble taking a loss that he would have profited from. Okay, and then he gets the urge.
I had trouble with that sentence also. Yeah, I think it gets it after the fact.
So to get the urge to revenge trade because he doesn't want to be made a fool of. So one, Jordan, you're never a fool by taking a loss in trading. Okay, we're coaches, doctors, all different breeds of traders, and we all are going to take losses. It's inevitable. It's part of trading. What you need to focus on, I would say, is to become in tune with your strategy. Okay. You need to be able to trust your strategy. So just for a personal example, I was trying out new things. I was trying to trade a little bit of a different style than I'm used to trading. And it took me probably a year, I would say, to really get in tune with myself and to accept what I didn't want to accept. Okay. So there's going to be points where you might feel uncomfortable taking a trade or taking a loss. And over time, if you can test that strategy, and Dr. Steenbarger's the trading coach. Okay, so I've gone through that,
Fantastic.
and there's a lot of things you could. Yeah, fantastic. And what you can do is you need to start tracking your results. Okay, and that can help you to overcome taking the stop, right? Because it's a series of trades that we're looking for. It's not one trade that's going to make or break you.
Right, that's really great.
So hopefully I helped.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Danielle. This is her question. What's the best way to stay with it? I feel like I'm learning from different mentors and coaches 24/7, and now I have choice paralysis, and when I finally execute, it's the wrong move. I just want to give up. Man, do I know how that feels. And I need help on how to stay in a winner's mindset. What should I do? Dr. Brett, you're the anchor for us here. And that one is, I think, that's a tough question. How would you go about?
Question.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, there's a saying, if you have a watch, you always know the correct time. If you have two watches, you're never sure of the correct time.
Oh, I love that. That's so true.
If you have one mentor,
I do like
you're
that
sure
too. I like that.
you should follow. If you have many mentors, you're unsure of the advice that you should follow. So when I was in training to become a psychologist, part of our graduate education was getting supervision and mentoring from experienced people in psychology, experienced therapists. But it was done sequentially. I would work with one mentor and then have a period of time with another mentor and then a period of time with another mentor. And I would work on synthesizing the lessons I learned from each. If I would have tried to do it with multiple mentors simultaneously, it'd be like wearing the multiple watches, and I would never be exactly sure of the time.
Yeah, you bring up a great point, because certainly in trading, as well as a lot of things, we think that more is better, when sometimes less is more, particularly as learning.
I agree.
I'm not going to, so I'm a mathematician, just like Ray. And, if I'm trying to coach someone through something, I'm not going to jump from simple arithmetic to linear algebra. There's a whole slurry in between there. And a lot of times when we jump to mentors and look around, it's because we're looking for a holy grail kind of thing. And so my recommendation here, in terms of exactly what Dr. Brett said, pick one, examine that, and then go to the other one and examine that. And then when you're done, synthesize, because you're going to be taking things from different traders that you like. One of the things that I learned from Hoag is learning this opening range trade. And I don't do it just like him, but man, oh man, do I look at that 1 minute. And I stare at it. I make sure I understand the ranges and the trend and what I need to watch for. And it really is helpful. So I'd say trim away, realize there's not a holy grail, and then jump right back into it. And then, this winning mindset. Listen, trading is hard. And we all work in spaces where we experience failure. And so, Ray, I want to ask you this. When someone says, how do I stay at it? What do you find the best thing to give somebody a chin up, right? Because really they just, your chin's down when you go, how do I stick with it, right? So if we're going to give someone a chin up, what would you say to them?
So I love using sport analogies when I talk to students, and one of the ones that kind of resonates with this topic is think of the baseball player. Okay. Think of the baseball player and think of all the baseball players who are Hall of
built
Famers.
on failures.
Games built on failures. Okay. I have some, I don't know if you guys can zoom in on some of the photos I have here in the back, but I have Babe Ruth and Joe DiMaggio here in the back. Okay. And they basically say, we never go up to the plate afraid to strike out. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that in the background, but I have Joe DiMaggio there in the background, and that's something I look at every day. Right. We're not, I'll maybe move my head here. I don't know if I can do this. But in any case, the idea here is, you can be a Hall of Fame baseball player and only hit the ball successfully 30% of the time.
Exactly.
Why as traders do we demand that we are 100%? Okay. We can be 40, 50% right we can have a 40 to 50% win rate. If we pick the right trades, we could be successful. So I think sometimes I would say to someone like this, Danielle, is don't be so hard on yourself. Okay. Take every, I know that she's, trying to figure out exactly what coach kind of resonates. Find a coach that resonates with what you think and how you process and analyze the market. And then stay with that coach for a period of time. I would say at least 3 months. Okay. At least 3 months. Get a feel for what he or she does. Okay. See if what he says you can then incorporate into your trading. Because I think, you're trying to take all these coaches with a fire hose is only going to create doubt. Is only going to create things that are not going to allow you to execute any one of those coaches' techniques in the proper way. Okay. So it's it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Okay. So take each opportunity with each of these coaches and see what 1 to 2 things you can take away, and then figure out how you can incorporate in your trading, and then evaluate. And then once you feel like you have a mastery of that, then you move on to, say, a Coach Vince or a Coach Robert or a Coach Hoag, and see what 1, 2. I'm a product. Okay. I'm a product of my mentors. Okay. Coach Hoag was one of my mentors. Coach D was one of my mentors. I don't trade like Hoag. I don't trade like D. I trade like Coach Ray. I took nuggets from Coach Hoag. I took nuggets from Coach D, and I incorporated it into my trading. And I have, I guess, a hybrid. You can call me Coach Hoag D.
I think we're all hybrids, really, in terms of that space.
Absolutely. Just in closing, don't be so hard on yourself. We all understand this is a tough task. Continue to have a growth mindset. Take each trading day as an opportunity to learn something else and apply and or adjust as necessary as you move along. And I think over time, if you make incremental changes, then those changes will eventually be a big change, and you get to where we all want to go.
Excellent. Okay, so I would like to sort of combine 2 questions, because I think that they sort of dovetail to each other, and take it back to Dr. Brett. One of them is from Nelifar. Wow, I hope I did not slaughter that one. Nelifar, yeah. Does your method include mindfulness? And then the next question is from Luis or Lewis. Can you provide more insights into breaking old patterns? And I think these 2 things are very closely related to each other. And so he says that he's reading your book, The Daily Trading Coach, and chapter 3 talks about it, but from the written word to the living word, there's a path that seems to zigzag. So I'm guessing he feels like he can read it and understand, but potentially having some difficulty implementing a strategy. What can you say about that?
It's a really good set of questions. Mindfulness is important to performance in many different fields, because mindfulness is really about our focus, our concentration, our being self-aware, and not being distracted either by internal stimuli or by things going on around us. If we are working on mindfulness and we don't truly understand financial markets and what moves financial markets, then we will be very calm and self-aware while we lose money.
Well said.
So, I think mindfulness is necessary, but not sufficient. That what we want to do is train ourselves to be very focused. And those of you who have read my work know that I use biofeedback for that purpose. Yes. There's biofeedback where we can learn to control our brain waves. And we can train ourselves to be much more focused, much more mindful, and then apply that state to our learning and to the mentoring we were just talking about. That's really a nice synthesis of the psychological and the more technical aspects of trading.
Very true. I think it also answers the question from Dumitru, who says, how do you manage stress before entering a trade? And this is the question. I experienced this a lot, but it was only after I had a series of bad trades over and over again, because as many of you know, I'm very open about saying I was a terrible trader. I was absolutely horrific trader. And so this management of stress really comes all the way back to Dr. Brett's first response to the questions. Whenever you're listening to him, I love how he focuses on this is a performance event. And listen, we all have butterflies, whether you sing in front of a group or whether you're out there at the plate pitching, you're going to have some butterflies. You get the wiggles out, but the way you know you're going to do fine is because you've practiced. And I know from coaching a lot of people and from trading myself, the practice is very boring and people don't like to do it. And so answering that question about managing stress, could you come back to the mindfulness? Yes. But really practice takes away that. It takes away the stress, because you know what you're going to do. And if you have your boundaries and you manage your risk, you're going to be in really good shape. So this one is this one is from someone called Silent. And
I think Dr. Brett had something he wanted to add.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Me too.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I just wanted to highlight what you said, Anne-Marie, because what you said is so important, that practice is what gets rid of the stress. So the analogy I've sometimes used, because I teach in a medical school, is someone learning to do surgery on a patient. That's a performance skill. Well, if I'm feeling really stressed out and anxious, how should I handle the surgery that I'm doing? Well, the answer is, if you're feeling stressed out and nervous, you don't do the fucking surgery. What you do is you practice and practice and practice and practice. And in the beginning, they practice on dummies. They practice on cadavers. They do it so many times that it no longer is stressful. And you're right, Anne-Marie, it's not the most glamorous aspect of trading, but it's what gives us a resilient mindset.
I'd like to add to that, if you don't mind. So I agree with everybody 100%. I've gone back and tested thousands and thousands of trades, thousands in market replay, doing different things, tweaking it. Even in my coaching sessions, I try to do, like I did one last week where we just went back to January and we started to test like open range trades. And a lot of traders are just, their focus is, what's the market doing now? I want to know what the live market is doing. You need to train the stress out of your brain. And that's by back testing it, practice. I agree with you both 120%. It's helped me over time because then you can trust your strategy, right? You have 1,000 trades where if I'm doing this, this, and this, I come out with this over time, right? This is about a series of trades. One trade is not going to make or break your career, but consistency is found by, just getting consistent and profitable trades. And it's about a series of those trades.
Very true.
Absolutely.
Very, very true. All right. The next one is from someone else named Luis. I revenge trade when I'm desperate, and I always see the signs, but I typically ignore them until I blow up, and then I start fresh. This is not good. What do you suggest? Dr. Brett?
Yeah, and I think there was a question from Silent before that we might not have gotten to.
Yes.
So maybe we can do that afterward.
After. Yeah, that's a complex one.
Yeah. But again, the revenge trading is coming from frustration. And the frustration is coming from not being able to accept a loss. And if we have traded in practice or simulation mode again and again and again and again, and we are accustomed to winning, we're accustomed to losing, we're accustomed to learning from our losing trades, and we do it again and again and again in practice, then it's a familiar event. And something that's a very familiar event is not going to be frustrating for us. If I'm pressuring myself and pressuring myself and pressuring myself to make a living from my trading and to become hugely profitable because I need, with a capital N, to make money, then obviously a losing trade will be frustrating. We have to give ourselves space, both psychologically and space in time, for the practice that gives us a resilient mindset.
Excellent.
I'd like to piggyback off those comments again, along with the baseball theme, right?
Yeah.
So we talk about that we need to be successful 30% of the time. We can be a Hall of Fame baseball player. Well, one of my prior roles as a coach was a baseball coach, and you have players that come up to you and say, "Hey, Coach Ray, should I go up there thinking home run?" Absolutely not. Okay. What you should go up to the plate thinking is, how do I make good contact, right? If I focus on making good contact, those singles turn into doubles, those doubles turn into triples, those triples turn into home runs. But if I go in thinking home run, well, I'm going to swing out of my shoes, and chances are I'm not going to make good contact. I'm not going to get my home run.
Absolutely.
So it's breaking away from that, mindset of thinking home run. Okay. That causes us so much frustration that it leads us down the path of a series of really bad things on our accounts. Okay. But if we go in with realistic expectations and say, hey, you know what? And this is kind of the title of the book. I can't remember the name of the person at the moment, but one good trade. You go up there thinking, how do I make one good trade? That is my entire focus.
Mike Bellafiore.
Yeah. One good trade. How do I same with my little league baseball team, right? They come over, I pull them over to the side. It says, what should I do, coach? I said, go over there, make good contact. Nothing else. That is the only primary focus you should have. But it's the bases loaded. We're down by 4 runs. Shouldn't I be thinking home run? Absolutely not. And if you do swing out of your shoes, guess what? You're going to find yourself on the bench, right?
Yeah.
The focus should be on making good contact. That good contact will lead to good things. And I think the same is true here in trading.
Yeah, very true. You know, a lot of the questions that we've had really, they sit in a hub of very strong emotional anchors. And I'm having, Hoag, what do you, how should I can't even read this question from Silent or Enrique even, because I don't know how to synthesize that because there's so much there. What are you thinking about how we answer this one?
The question from
presented.
The question from Silent is, why, when I'm asked, what do you do? Why do I hesitate or feel uneasy about telling them that I day trade? Like there's something bad about it.
Well, you know, a lot of folks think that it's gambling. And a lot of ways that a lot of us trade is like gambling.
It can be, yeah.
It's the follow-up underneath that I'm having trouble with. That's the same person, is it not? Or is that another person? Well, that's another person, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Never mind.
Okay. I find it difficult to explain to a lot of people what it is that we do and how we do it. I mean, but I've never felt uneasy about telling them what I do. You know, it is a business. It is a legitimate business. And I would tell Silent, you know, you don't have to feel uneasy about telling them that you day trade. You're providing a service to the marketplace. Even your one lots are adding liquidity to the market, which is vital to the marketplace. I would say that, you know, Silent, it's been my experience. And if I have felt uneasy about telling people what it is that I do, years ago, I was working with a trading psychologist, and we kind of ferreted out the fact that part of me or my relationship with money was that people that make a lot of money are usually cheating, or that for some reason that money is bad or dirty or evil. I'm not suggesting, Silent, that might be something that you're thinking about, but it's what comes to mind in my experience. Now, I've learned to let that go. There were some experiences when I was younger that kind of ingrained that feeling about money. And when it came out and I said it over and over again, it kind of lost its power over me. And I have a much healthier relationship with money now than I did back at that time. And we're talking, 25, 30 years ago, at the very beginning of when I started to begin to learn to trade. And it kind of strikes me like you feel bad about what you're doing, but there's no reason to. And again, Silent, you are providing a service to the market. Even if you're just trading one lots, you are providing liquidity. You're letting somebody else in and out of the market with the trades that you're taking. And for that, you have the opportunity to profit, but not the guarantee. So, Silent, tell them what you do. Be proud of what you do.
That's a great answer.
Could I jump in just with another perspective? I love what you're saying, Hoag. You know, many times we feel like the value of what we do should be measured in terms of what we are doing for others. And if we're trading to make money, that feels selfish. One of my very first mentors in life was the novelist, philosopher Ayn Rand. And she wrote a book about the virtue of selfishness. When we trade well, when we learn trading the right way, we develop ourselves as people. If we are going to trade with strengths, we have to develop our own strengths. And that makes us better not only in financial markets, it makes us better across different areas of life. So I'm a better family member. I'm a better psychologist. I'm a better person because I've learned the focus and discipline of trading.
Yeah, that's deep. I mean, it's there's a lot packed into that sentence, right?
The one thing that, is getting better at anything yourself allows you the opportunity to help the next person up. And that is one thing that I think is so important. Anybody that becomes successful or is good at anything should be teaching those that are still working their way up. And that's a great way to give back.
It's the anchor of TopstepTV. You know what I mean? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. I want to be very conscious of time, and there's someone who wrote something. Michael wrote something to you, Dr. Brett, and I'd like to read it. It says, "Hi, Brett. Big thank you and respect for what you're doing. I've been consuming your content for years. It's helped me tremendously. You're here. Me too. My biggest bottleneck is getting too caught up in the immediate price action to the point where I forget about my plans and rules. As in, I'm so hyper-focused in the moment, I go from calm, strategic, and focused to anxious and fearful, making rush decisions that are not aligned with my plan, just reacting to the market. Also, my ADHD is making the anxiety worse than it should be. The only and best solution I have is staying mindful and aware of this shift in state before I get sucked in to bring myself back to the default calm, grounded state and refocus on the plan, which is not often as easy because it's happening so fast. Besides mindfulness, is there anything else you would recommend?"
I'm glad that question was brought up. If there is a trading problem, the first question we encounter is this truly a problem specific to trading, or is this a more general problem that is affecting my life? So, for example, if I feel anxious and nervous during my trades, and outside my trading life, I also have anxiety and nervousness in my work, in my relationships, then it's not specifically a trading problem. It's my personal anxiety problem. Now, the questioner is wise to raise this issue of ADHD. And I've worked with traders who have attention deficits, and they become lost in the moment. They lose their concentration, but it's not because they're undisciplined and they can talk themselves into what they should do. But if we don't have the right chemicals in the brain, if we don't have the right blood flow to the brain's frontal cortex, then we're going to lack concentration. There are 3 different treatments for ADD and ADHD. One are stimulants. Those have been around for a long time. There are a newer class of non-stimulant medications that are worth finding out about. And there's use of biofeedback to train the brain for focus that's also used to treat ADHD, particularly among children. Those would be directions worth pursuing by talking to someone with medical knowledge expertise, because getting the right help for the attention deficit, I've seen it. It makes a world of difference to the trading.
Absolutely. That's absolutely true. For me, I joke about having the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, but that is really, if you're getting caught in the weeds and being hyper focused on the moment, don't put candlesticks that are weeds on your screen. Stay with the big picture and then wait. And a lot of what we do managing really good trades is impulse control. We just wait for the position where our A+ setup shows itself to be. And then when it's there, we take the trade. And so that's what I would say from a practical perspective of execution. If you find yourself being distracted by these 2 and 3 minute candlesticks, but your strategy planning overnight is looking at dailies or hourlies, don't put those little candlesticks up. They're going
Agreed.
to, they're just going to be, like kids running around the room.
Exactly. Take as much noise out of it as you can.
100%. Absolutely, 100%. As we move through here, Hoke, since you are the master at running through these sorts of questions and answers and things like that, are there some in here? I know a lot of us really, listen, we're made of all the same dust. We love to think of ourselves as individuals, and of course we are. But how we feel about loss and being good at something or being bad at something or whatever it is, all that same dust makes us feel these same anxieties. It makes us all get into spaces where we want to revenge trade or we overtrade or we over leverage or we're impatient and we want to get from A to D without going through B and C or whatever those things are. And we know that those are the big things working through it. But Hoag, as you look through these, since we just have a wee bit of time left with Dr. Brett, which ones do you believe might be good for us to go to next?
Okay. Just filtering through here just a little bit. I mean, there's some really kind of more common questions, and they're not common. They're all very important questions. I'm just gonna go to John here, and John is asking how to address self-sabotage, a self-sabotage issue in which I sometimes completely freeze and watch my accounts blow without being able to take some sort of action. And John says he thanks you for your books. He says he has your books as well, Doctor. What would you say to somebody like John?
Yeah, I'll bring up a perspective that I've written about on the blog and in some of my writings, and that is what's called a solution-focused perspective. So, for instance, we may freeze and get overwhelmed during our trading, but the odds are pretty good that that doesn't happen for all of our trades all of the time. There are some times where we don't freeze. There are some times where we focus, where we have good trades. In a solution-focused mode, we are looking for exceptions to problem patterns. We're looking for what we are doing when the problem doesn't occur, because the odds are pretty good that when the problem is not occurring, we're doing something right. Each of us may have the kernel of our own solutions in our own best trading. And rather than asking me or any trading coach what to do, perhaps we should consult our best trading. We should consult what we're doing when mistakes are not happening, when we're not overwhelmed, because that teaches us what we do best.
So, Doctor, you would say that the focus should be more on what you're doing when things are going well, and and working your ways through this.
Yes, when you're not frustrated, when you're not overwhelmed, yes. And it may well be that it's just taking on too much size. It's trying to take too many trades, putting too much performance pressure on ourselves. It may well be that trading just very small or in simulation mode, the problems go away. But that's real information.
Mm-hmm. Love the answer there, Doctor.
Yeah,
Love that
that's
answer.
so good. Because we do often look at the things that are going badly and we obsess over the wrong
Focus on that.
instead of focusing on, hey, here's what you did. I love that. I love that. That's so good.
If it's okay, Anne Marie, I'd like to just ask Mark's question here. He says, "Thanks for the opportunity to be a part of today's greatness. Do you remember the moment you almost quit?" I remember hundreds of them. Why did you almost quit, and what caused you to stick it out? Doctor?
Oh, you okay? I realize I had quit. My brain does that sometimes.
Yeah.
So sometimes quitting is a good thing, and by quitting I mean like taking a timeout for a basketball team or a football team. You could say, well, why are you taking a timeout? You're quitting the game. But you are stepping back to figure things out, to learn, to re-enter in a new way. And so I would say quit often, but come back with what you've learned during the period of timeout.
It's a great
answer. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know all of us here have reached points where we're like, I can't do this. I quit.
What am I doing?
Yeah, you think about it, and then you end up coming back the next day, and
I know
you take what you've learned and step forward a little bit every day, and fantastic. Well, I think we are about out of time. Dr. Brett, thank you so much for joining us again. And we will look forward to having you back again, hopefully sometime very soon, if you would join us. Anne Marie, thank you for being with us and your great questions and your contributions. Ray, Vince, I know we didn't get a whole lot of time to talk all that much, but we really appreciate you being here. And I think it's so important for the entire community to have the time to have the good doctor here and all these great coaches. And we truly appreciate it. Doctor, again, thank you very much. Is there an ending comment that you would like to add?
Community matters. And when you're in a community with multiple coaches, multiple mentors, multiple ways of learning, how special that is, how powerful that is. That's what I had, as I mentioned before, when I was in graduate school, learning from different mentors and having the opportunity to put that together. You've got that here in your community, and that's a very special resource. Thank you for having me.
It's our great honor and our great pleasure to have you.
Absolutely.
Again, thank you all for being here. And we're going to be moving on to Top Quiz here very shortly. Again, thank you all for being here. And I got to tell you, this is a great community, and I feel so lucky to be a part of it. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Blessings, everyone, and we'll talk again soon.
Hey,
I'm
we're
back.
And you know what? We're back. That was awesome, Brett Steenbarger. Good stuff. And I hope everybody took notes. But you know what time it is? Anne-Marie, you know what time it is?
It's time for me to make a good show of it, or I'm going to have to go cry in the corner.
And no, you're not going to cry. It's time for Top Quiz. It's time for Top Quiz. Yes, it is. And we are getting our contestants ready, all 1,000 of them. And this is going to be a good one. Jack, do we got you here? I'd like to have Jack introduce the game and the rules.
Yes.
Are you here, Jack?
I am here lurking in the background. So you sign up with that link. Yes, I lurk.
Little light. Can you turn the volume up?
Is it a little light? Shouldn't be. Maybe they have me turned down back there. Regardless, it is time. There'll be 4 multiple choice questions. Answer them on your device. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be eligible for one of 80 free resets that'll be raffled off to those folks. The top 5 are guaranteed 5 of those 80. Answer on your device. We're 6 seconds delayed here on YouTube for reasons. Actually, it's not like TV. We can't cut someone if they say something bad, but that's just the way it is. So answer on your device when it appears. That is how you play Top Quiz.
Be quick. Gotta be quick. All right. Whenever you are ready, I know Anne-Marie is ready. I think she is. I'm ready. We got 4 questions, and people are still logging in.
There are plenty.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, we started it up. All right, here it is. Code at work. Remember, this is just for some fun. Tuesday, July 2nd. We've already doubled the days in July. Here's our first question. What direction is the Statue of Liberty facing? Is it southeast, northwest, north, or south? It's facing where they come into the harbor.
No, I have no clue. South. Probably not. Probably northwest.
You are half right. It was southeast.
Dang it!
Facing.
My first guess. I was gonna say.
Facing France, the country that made it for us.
Yes, that's
okay.
right.
Well, that's okay. I got 923 people got that right. Top 5 T800, Math W7, Ragnar, Boba and Backshot, and Scrunt. All right, top 5 here. Way to go, T800. You robot, you. With the perfect
I know.
All right, let's get to our next question here. All right, question number 2. What is the 17th letter in the English alphabet? Quick, take your shoes off. Is it M? Is it V? Is it Q? Is it B?
Oh my God, I'm gonna say Q.
You're gonna say Q?
Oh jeez. Oh no.
Q
is it M?
Is what is it? B, V, M? People are counting. I know they've it is Q. Good job. 1,237 people knew at the top of their heads. Or did you go A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P? That's what I would have did. All right, let's take a look. I would have did that. All right, top 5. Oh, T800 got wiped out on that one. R609, bad PA. Greet, Wowie, Kulo, 2309, top 5. And T800 got smoked from the top 5. So, okay, question number 72. Okay, we're actually question number 3. What is a group of bats called? Is it a blinder, a bat mosh, a cauldron, or a brood?
Cauldron.
Let's see here. Blinder, bat mosh, cauldron, brood. And cauldron is correct. Yes, it is. You got that one. I'm glad you did. All right. And for our last and finale question. Oh, no, let's see here. R609 holding the top here. Bad PA holding the second. Virgin Trader jumping into third. Plutus in the fourth spot, and Huawei is still there in number 5. And for our last question of this wonderful July 2nd day. What's the closest living relative to a T-Rex? T-Rex is a dinosaur. There it is. Is it the iguana, the Komodo dragon, a lawyer, or the chicken?
I'm going to guess a chicken.
Buckety buck,
I
buck,
don't know.
buck, 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 buck. You going to say the chickie?
I'm going to guess
Okay.
it's chicken.
Stop. Okay. It is, of course, yes, it is. It is the chicken. And 862 people got that right. Very good. Some people did say a lawyer. Yes, it could. 10 people did say lawyer. Give you credit, but no, that was not right. Yes, le chicken. So next time you go to KFC, just order a bucket of T-Rex and see what they got to say. All right, let's take a look at our top 5. And here we go. Third place, sitting Divergent Trader. Congratulations. Number 2, Bad PA. Way to go. And number 1, kicking some butt. We got RU 609. And our other 2 players is Plutus and Cooks. You 5 are guaranteed a free reset. And as Jack said, we will be randomly choosing the other winners. And we will have those hopefully today. Power hour, that's maybe around 2:30-ish p.m. Central Time. So make sure that you're here for that. But Anne-Marie, thank you very much for playing. I'd like to thank everybody else for playing. You did quite well. I'm very proud of you, young lady. Very proud.
Yeah, I
You can have the
know.
card.
Every time I say it's time with Eddie, I'm like, God, please.
You can have the card tonight, young lady. You can take your friends out to the movies. And I'll even give you $20. Okay. All right, big hugs. Nice seeing you, Anne-Marie. All right, coming up next, Shoulder Tap with Jack and Mick. Don't you go away. Be right back.
Hey there, everybody. Welcome to a little shoulder tap late night at 12 and 20 minutes. I'm Jack, joined by risk manager Mick. He's back in the office. Mick, how's it going?
Hey, later. It's good. It's good. How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing just great. It was great to see Brett Steenbarger around here. Great talk they had, and now we're following them up.
I am a reader and a follower. That's a tough act to follow. Very, very sharp mind. So we'll try and have a little fun today, though, Jack. Want to talk about our traders? We've got someone that since we have a shorter segment today, we've got two cards that we're going to be featuring. One of the traders I've heard that with good reason he's been talked about a little bit already today after jumping from 9 to number 2 on the leaderboard. But before we get to Shane, our guy, I want to give a shout out to some of our other traders. Yesterday, it was only Monday, so we had a little bit of a rough start to the week from the live traders. Down a little bit of money, but it's earlier in the week. It's only Monday yesterday. Today, we're already getting payback, which I like to see. Yesterday, we had only called up 3 traders to live. We had offboarded 6 live accounts. There was a lot of red on the board. Today, it is quite the opposite. A lot of green on the board, very little red on the board. I have some big numbers to shout out, and not surprising when we've had a rally up off the 7 a.m. Central Time number this morning. And when I say number, I just mean 7 a.m. time frame, not so much the number. I saw there was some comments around the Jolts job opening and whatnot, and I don't really think that's a number that's too high impact current state. So anyways, some people that likely caught this rally, I'll just generalize them, Jack, but we've got Robert in a live account up 8,900 today. We've got Raphael S. He's someone I've talked about the last couple days. Sure. If you remember, he was the guy who's up like 15 grand on Friday. 13 grand on Friday, turned it into a $5,000 losing day. He's getting his payback. He was up 14,000 earlier this morning, currently up about 12,000, but he's still in the markets. Pin Sin, these are all live traders, by the way, up 7,400 today. Jason, name I haven't really mentioned on this segment, is up over 2,000 today. We've got David up 7K. Joanne, $9,200. Justin up $5,800. Cigar, $5,000. And Shao up $2,900. There's a lot of other people that are up 4 figures, but those were some of the larger notable P&Ls I wanted to mention. So this gets my blood flowing when I see traders doing well like that. It's always
our blood needs to be flowing, Mick, for the first trader we're covering.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that, let's talk about him. I crunched his numbers on his trade report. Let's get Shane's trading card up here. So Shane, he made about 131 grand yesterday across 5 XFAs. He's trade copying, so he was up a little over 26K in each one of those accounts. So I'm going to need to blow my screen up here a little bit so I can actually read what I sent into our production team. So we've got all of Shane's statistics here. Say that 5 times fast.
That's tough.
But I want you to keep in mind, this is only for one of the XFAs. He's trading in 5. So everything you see here, like the average daily P&L of 5,500, multiply it by 5. So his net take on a day while he's trading on average is 25 grand across those 5 XFAs. So yesterday was a pretty good day. Yesterday was only day 8 for him in the XFA. He's very close to hitting that $50,000 cap that we have in the XFA, or at least yesterday was. Today, not a big deal. He hit his $3,000 daily loss limit in all 5 of those accounts. So, keep in mind, traders, it's very exciting to hear about someone who made 130 grand in a day. Also, whenever you're doing trade copying, your wins are larger, your losses are also larger too. And I know that it's only natural to think about how much you could make, how much you could win, but we also have to be, and I shouldn't say also, first and foremost, we need to be thinking about the downside risk too, because if you're, if you're struggling, it's always going to be multiplied if you're trade copying. But really happy for Shane. He's kicking ass. 63% winning days. He only has 44% winning trades. But his average winning days are $10,600. Multiply that by 5. So again, average winning days right around 50,000, a little bit more, 53,000, call it. Average losing day, he's not trading as big as he possibly can. Granted that there's some of those 15 contract trades in there, but on average, I think he's only trading, what is it, like 5 contracts? At least yesterday, he averaged 6 contracts per trade. Actually, overall in this account, he's averaging only 3 contracts per trade on average. So,
which if you're multiplying, if you're doing that across 5 accounts, though, 6 becomes 30.
Yeah, definitely.
He ain't trading small.
So. He is not trading small, no. So everything's looking good here. I like a lot. I mentioned on his losing days, he's hitting that daily loss limit. For many people, that daily loss limit of 3,000 is bigger than their average winning day, bigger than their best winning day too. But that's not the case here with Shane, which is why I'm totally comfortable seeing him, hit 3,000 on his losing days, because he's on average taking a heck of a lot more money out of the markets on his winning days. So that's all fine there. Risk reward here for him, it's about 1-to-1, a little better than 1-to-1 on a per contract basis. He's taken down $570 per contract on the winners and only risking $465 on the losers. So I'll call it 1-to-1, even though there's about a $130 price difference there. Excuse me, $110 price difference there. Dollar value difference, I should say. And he's doing about 119 round turns per day on average. So multiply that across 5. I mean, he's pretty busy. I know he's probably focusing just on one account, but that's a lot of round turns. So Shane is a busy boy. There's a couple things that he's a busy boy. There's a couple things that I really like about this trading, though, is and it goes along with these high number of round turns. He's pressing when he's trading well. You could be active, hit that $3,000 daily loss limit, but a lot of times when we see traders, Jack, that are putting up big days like this, the majority of their trading days are actually losing days. Not so much the case here with Shane. He's right, 6 out of 10 times on a per day basis. So when he's in tune with the markets, he's pressing and he's trading more. He's taking a lot of money out of the markets too. I think here his overall hold times are pretty good as well. He is trading on a short time frame, which I am always a little skeptical of, but it's working. On average, he's holding the winning trades for 10 minutes while he's cutting the losing trades at about 4 minutes. So impatient with the losers, a little bit more patient with the winners, which is all good stuff. And what else do we have here as far as the notes?
I got some stuff too once we get to it.
All right.
This is a cool card.
Share your stuff. I only have one last thing that you'll probably cover, so take it away.
All right, here we go. So 8 days in this account. I'm just looking at one of them, so everything gets multiplied by 5. Now, it looks like, his winning days, he's a winner on 5 of the days, a loser on 3 of them. This is a pure club DLL, which I love in this case because 3,000 is nothing when on the other days in this account, he put up, and this is one of the accounts, $12,000, $9,000, $36, cut it there that day, $6,000, and then $26,000 yesterday. Okay.
Yeah.
If your winning days are that much compared to 3,000, by all means, lose $3,000 every time. Something that I found really interesting. 2 things, actually. First, we've looked at a lot of cards of people that have made a ton of money rather quickly. They usually do not look like this because, as you said, Shane's been a busy boy. What we usually see is someone has a huge day because they layered into some position where they ended up with like 15 contracts and then took a very large move on the day. Now, on the day that he made $26,000, All right. Shane made 45 trades and a total contracts of 560. So you're right. It's a
So
sick
280
clock.
round turns.
Exactly. He was carving up the market. The second point, and this is really interesting, and I think this is where people could take something from what Shane's doing, is that I love this P&L low column. So that tells me where they were low on the day when they were flat. Okay. On that day, the chain ended up making $26,000 yesterday. At some point, he was flat, down $817. Okay.
So $4,000 across 5 accounts.
Right. But what I'm taking from it is that he got out of a losing position. Okay. See, it's unusual. I think with a lot of these people that bomb the DLLs or whatever, you almost never see them have a low P&L and then a high one because they're always blowing out on that trade. Their low is always $3,000. This got out of a position they didn't like, and that allowed them to then tear it up the rest of the day. And we don't see that very frequently. So that was special. You got anything else, Mick? Did I cover it?
Yeah, I kind of want to piggyback on the last thing that you said there about how he closed out the losing position. And like I mentioned earlier, he's not always trading 15 contracts, but what we see so often with the traders that do go max leverage on their positions, and he certainly is in a position where he could do so, via the scaling plan, but he wasn't. And he was able to say, hey, this ain't a good trade. I'm going to get out, got out, and freed himself up to, take advantage of a lot of other trading opportunities in the day yesterday. So, I mean, that's a maturity thing right there. I always like talking about maturity things, but, for those people that go all in, all out, we've talked about it before. There's a lot of people that slap the 15 lots on, and they find themselves at that $3,000 daily loss limit in less than a minute or less than 2 minutes, and they bench themselves right then and there, maybe on the first trade of the day. Not so much the case here with Shane. So overall, this is pretty awesome. Very happy for him. Yeah. We still are keeping him in the XFA. He's there for now. So we'll see what happens in the coming trading days. He's going to keep that $3,000 daily loss limit on the account, which I think is beautiful. It's perfect. Because like you said, 12,000, 6,000, 26,000, 9,000. These are big numbers to be putting up while you're limiting your risk to only $3,000. Going back to that average winning day of over 10,600, and again, multiply that by 5. But, on a daily basis, he's risking 1/3 of what his average winning day is. And that is, by golly, Jack, a recipe for success.
Also, I noticed you said he's down today, but I couldn't help but to notice he has one more day of plus 200. So lock that in, take a payout. What they know they're looking for, like the day size is small, but there's a lot of trades here. So it's short time frame, but they're looking at something. So hopefully, I'm sure we've reached out to him. We want to see. I'd love to know how Shane's going about this, but great job.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting for a number of reasons, like the performance and stuff that we talked about. But Shane is new to the Topstep program. He's only been here since May. So, I mean, and that was the end of May. I actually started on my sister's birthday. So he's been with us for 1 month, and this is what he's doing. So I always get a little excited to think that, hey, we might have a new star trader here, and he's showing us nothing but that. So it's only been a month. He's already at number 2 on the leaderboard, and the sky's the limit for someone like this. That could be, he's tearing it up right now. He's absolutely tearing it up.
Good stuff. All right, we'll want to speed through one more before we get the group coaching.
We could, yeah. I know we started late. If we want, well, I won't take up time talking about it. Let's pull up Danny M's card. Danny M. All right, here we go. Out of Henderson. It makes me think of Harry and the Henderson. Harry and the Henderson. So Danny is a little bit different, quite a bit different than Shane, who we talked about. Danny's a little bit of a smaller scale guy. And like we see a lot with the smaller scale guys, we've got a very high winning day percentage, very high winning trade percentage, 84% winning days, 72% winning trades. We've got his bet. He's in a 100K. So keep that in mind when we talk about daily loss limits, because I'll talk a little bit about his personal daily loss limit that I'm assuming is his personal daily loss limit. So Danny can lose. Well, his best day is $3,000. His worst day is $2,000. Hit the daily loss limit one single day. Average winning day is 636. Average losing day is minus $1,100. So that's a little bit skewed, but he's got a good eye for his trade setups, and that translates to high winning days. So you can afford to have. I don't necessarily love it, but you can afford to have an average losing day that's larger than your average winning day, as long as you maintain those high winning trade metrics around the percentages. Risk reward here, it's about 2-to-1. He's taken 300 down per contract on the winners, and then only risking about $160 on the losers. He's taking 5 trades a day, which I like for someone who's trading NASDAQ on a pretty short time frame. Those hold times for Danny are on average 4 minutes in the winners, 3 minutes in the losers. So usually we see someone, so that tells me like his strategy that he's implementing while he's trading on a short time frame. He's pretty disciplined in how many setups he's taking and what it is that he's actually looking for. Because when you see someone trading one lots, 5 trades a day, or excuse me, one lots with this short of hold times, I feel like I see a larger number of trades per day. So I like this. I'm always happy when you see someone who's only trading one lots, despite them having the ability to trade much larger. We always talk about it like that's where you can scale. If you're consistently profitable, which he has been, if he's comfortable doing so, I mean, the performance that I'm seeing tells me that, he can scale this.
Yeah.
And, we'll turn that $354 average daily P&L into $700. This is someone that we called up from XFA to Live. Because of the good trading performance, good consistent performance. Moving on, as far as the the metrics go and stuff on the trading card, I like that he's paid himself. I think Danny has taken 30,000 in payouts. He's someone that. Wait, no, maybe I was looking at somebody else. My bad. Not 30,000 in payouts. He's taken 7,400 in payouts. I apologize. There was someone else that I thought we'd be getting to. Arun, shout out to you if you're watching. Another trader that got called up from XFA to Live.
8,500. Don't sell them short.
Yeah, no, 8,500, 7,400. I thought it was. Maybe I can't do math that well.
It's money's money. He's up.
Money's money. Well, yeah, he's taken a lot of payouts. Looks like he's got $1,000 personal loss limit in this account, despite, having the 2,000 daily loss limit. He only hit that daily loss limit of 2,000 once, Jack. Everything else, as few as those winning days have been, he's kept it well under the 2,000. You can see the average losing day of about only $1,100. That's another thing I like too. People should be instituting their own personal loss limit. You slow yourself down on the downside. It's all about protecting your downside risk and money management. The one exception where he did hit the daily loss limit, the standard 2,000 on the account, it was probably a day where psychologically, some things got the best of him, because if you look at the trading activity, that day he hit 2,000, Jack, was quite an anomaly as far as number of trades. His average, and this includes this day where he kind of went off the rails. He averages 5 trades per day, but that day where he lost $2,000, he made 37 trades per day. If anybody out there is assessing their own performance and looking at their own trade reports, and you see an anomaly like that, there's probably, you probably know right off the bat what was going through your mind and what you were experiencing during that time of that kind of anomaly, I'll call it. So be very, very careful of that.
He sold almost more contracts at a loss per day on that day than he has he's been in 31 days at a combine. Then almost, then like all the other days, maybe combined. But it's only once out of 31. Remarkably consistent in both the profits. And I wonder if he's trading with some sort of time stop or something because his hold times are pretty consistent across there. It might be that he has the same profit targets. So the market moves at roughly the same pace or something, but very disciplined. I can see from here.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, those are the cards we've got, and I just realized I'm 8 minutes late to a meeting since we went long here today, so I am going to have to sign myself off and wrap this up. But it was really exciting talking about both Shane and Danny. So happy we got to share
send my regards to the meeting, Mick. Say hello. We'll be right back with a little abbreviated group coaching, so stick around. Y'all gonna love it. We'll see you in a few.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It's that time of day again. We're a little bit late, but we made it. It's group coaching time. This is the time of day where we take your questions, you from the chat, and we answer them live on TV. JD behind the scenes here, feeding the questions to Mr. Hoagland, a.k.a. the GOAT Hoag. What's up, Hoag? Nice session with Dr. Steenbarger today. That was really, I love it when he comes on. He really gives a fresh perspective. He knows what he's talking about.
He really does. Love the man. Love the man. Love everybody that was there. Anne Marie, Vince, Ray. Great panel. We could have probably been there all day.
Yeah, I believe that for sure. Well, since we're already a little bit behind time, what do you say we just dive right into it?
Yeah, JD, if it's okay with you, there was a question that was answered a few times earlier in the chat, and I promised that I would get to it. And
for sure.
And it won't take too long. So the question was, this morning on the opening call, I was saying that the S&P's, the increase in open interest was probably to the long side. We added an estimated 19,000 in open interest yesterday, but the overall range was overlapping to lower the previous day, right? So we might think that increase in open interest was probably looking at new selling or shorts coming into the market. However, when we look at the way the day played out and where it closed in relation to the previous close is what leads me to believe that the open interest increase yesterday wasn't on the downside. It was on the grind back to the upside. This was the previous day's settlement, approximately 55.21 quarter, and we settled higher on the day. So while the market opened with very little overnight inventory, we got a little bit too aggressive to the short side, and buyers picked it back up and actually closed the day higher. Settlement wise, yes, it is an overlapping to lower session, But because of the direction of the majority of the day, I'm looking at that as an increase in open interest created by new longs coming into the market. Now, there's no way to guarantee anything like that, but just taking a look at the overall direction of the day, market opened, dumped, and then grinded higher the rest of the day. That tells me with an increase in open interest, it was probably new longs coming into the market. I'm not sure if you're still here. If you are, I hope that helps your question. And all right, so what do we got, GD? Thank you for giving me that time.
For sure, and thanks for the clarification. We're seeing that follow through right now. Equities are hovering around their highs, extending ranges higher as we speak, while crude oil and gold are hovering around their lows for the moment. All right, let's move on to some questions. First one comes from Marlex. Marlex says, hi and bless you. I want to end with closed numbers. I'm not sure what that means, closed numbers. But for example, today he says, I was up $469 and I wanted to finish the day with $500, but I ended up giving it all back and closing in the red. How can you help me?
Well,
trying to push it for those few extra tickies and you give back the whole day.
Yeah,
that's a face
just
plant.
to get those last few clams, and it doesn't go well.
Happens to everybody. It's happened to me.
It does. And, I think Marlex is saying with closed numbers, like looking for even numbers or to get
Big
to a
fat round
specific
numbers, yeah.
like daily goal, right? So Marlex, I have a lot of experience with this because for a while in the S&P pit, my goal was $1,000 a day, right? So it was 40 ticks, $25 ticks. So, I would be up 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 ticks. And my clerk would say, hey, you're at your goal. Let's go. Probably because he just probably wanted to leave for the day. But I would say, no, I got to get to my goal. Otherwise, I don't feel like I've succeeded on the day because I didn't get to my goal. And, if I'm trying to get those, I say, hey, just let me get these last couple of ticks, right? Famous last words. If the next trade's a loss, now you're chasing a few more ticks. Then that trade's a loss. Now you're chasing a few more ticks. Now you're feeling bad because you could have walked away, close to your target or your goal, but now you're burying the account. I can't tell you how many days, Marlex, where I was that close to my goal for the day and ended up losing on the day. It's very frustrating. So that's one thing that I don't like about having specific profit goals for a particular day, week, month, year, whatever it is. Get used to taking what the market gives you. Close enough is close enough. So the next time you're up $469, think twice before trying to end up, dead even at $500. Why does that happen? In my experience, it's because now I'm not focusing on looking for a good trade. I'm just looking to achieve a goal outside of actually looking for a good trade. Well, I'm just going to buy the bid and then sell the offer, and then I'll get my my couple of ticks, and then I'll leave. And if it doesn't go well, and quite often it will not, you end up chasing more and chasing more and chasing more and burying that day, or hopefully not an account. But Marlex, just give yourself that leeway. If you're trying to make $500 and you make 450, come on, think about it. Think about it. If you lose that next trade, it's going to trigger you. I know it would trigger me. And that's when things start to spiral in the opposite direction. I hope that's going to help you, Marlex.
It's a common theme for sure. It happens to everybody. You just got to trade your way out of it, right? Well, we got kind of a follow-up question. The very next one, if you look in line 46, Max is having an issue. I tend to add to my losing positions in order to break even. Most of the time I get lucky and can close my positions at break even. However, sometimes it doesn't work out and I end up taking losses that are 10 times higher than they should be. I'm afraid of blowing up my trading account. Do you have any tips on how I can deal with this bad habit of adding to losses? Pulling out the cannon. We called that cannonballing back in the day because that's what you were doing. You're jumping off the ship with a cannonball in your lap. And
I don't mean to laugh.
Another
we've all done it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So cannonballing, there's another term for it. Dollar cost averaging.
That's it.
Which there's a thin line between adding to a losing position and dollar cost averaging. If you're trying to accumulate an inventory within a zone, that's one thing. But just adding to losing positions to lower your average trade price so that you can just get out of the trade at break even is never really going to be a very good idea. We have a joke around here. We call that a moron trade. If the trade goes against you, you just put more on. And it's usually not going to be a good idea, especially if you're only trying to get the trade to come back to break even. You said most of the time you get lucky and can close it out at break even, which only reinforces bad behavior, Max. Don't do that. If the trade isn't working, it gets to a point of invalidation, don't add to it. Get out of it. Look for the next opportunity. There were always people that you could see in the trading pit that were doing exactly what you're talking about. You know, if you bought them at 8 and you bought them at 6 to lower your average to 7, so maybe you can scratch the trade, and then you find you're buying 4s, and then you find you're buying 2s, and now you've got this big position on that you didn't intend to do, and now you're just getting absolutely lambasted in this position, and you're bailing out of that position as it goes even sellers down below. We could see that people were doing that. We could just wait for them to bail out of those positions, and we would usually take the other sides of them because you're always going to be getting out at the bottom tick when you do that. So, Max, don't do that. Don't dollar cost average. Don't moron trade. Don't put more on just because you want to lower that average price so you can get out at break even. You're adding all that risk just to get out at break even. It just doesn't make sense. And again, because it has worked for you a number of times, it's just it's keeping that bad habit in the front of your mind and try and get it out of the front of your mind. When you take a loss, when you're in a loss, accept it. Accept the loss. If it gets to your point of invalidation, your trade level, whatever it is, you're better off just getting out of it and looking for the next good trade. Max, I feel you. Done there, been there, done that. Don't do it anymore. Great question.
Kind of funny how getting lucky sometimes is the worst thing that could possibly happen to a trader because it just reinforces bad habits, right?
I remember last time.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Say again, Hoag?
I just said, well, I remember last time this worked.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll
worked
do it
before, it's
again.
gotta work again.
Yeah.
That's the answer. Don't do that. Simple as that. Don't do that. All right, next up, we're going back to the top of the list, Hoag. Richard says, I always try to recover losses, and I always try to recover losses by going to higher contract size. Higher lots plus revenge trading is the recipe for disaster. Can we please have a feature on Topstep X to lock the number of contracts for the day? Well, once you get to the funded level in the live account, our risk team can control how many your contract size and whatnot. But in the trading combine, you're expected to show a little restraint and self-control. But Hoag, what kind of advice can we give to Richard, who's having the same problem as the other two traders we just mentioned?
Right?
Revenge trading, scaling up when they should be scaling down.
Yeah, Richard. It's just like the moron trade. You're down money and you're trying to get that money back by increasing the size of your trades. As you've said, most of the time that's probably not going to happen. You can suggest a feature like that on Topstep X. Just go on to the little question mark support thing on the platform, and then go to the feature voting, and you can suggest that. I don't know when it would be able to be implemented, but it's not a bad idea. Of course, anything that where we can limit risk is going to be hopefully helpful for traders. But again, this is, I think, one of those situations where you did it one time and it dug you out of a big hole, and now you think whenever you get into that hole, you kind of go back to that memory and you say, well, last time I was like this, I filed in and it worked. But I think that also, Richard, there's a bit of a capitulation when we do that. We're down near the loss limit. We've got these losses, and we have this tendency to maybe just say, the heck with it. I'm just going to put on a 10 lot. And if it goes my way and digs me out of the hole, great. If it doesn't, and I hit my loss limit or my max drawdown, I'll just reset. But in real life, there's no reset, right? In a funded account or an XFA, there's no reset. So when you kind of bring that habit into a live environment, think about what is likely to happen is you're going to have some trouble. So find your way to just grit your teeth, buck up, dig your way out of that hole in a way that's actually going to make you a better trader. I've talked to a lot of traders, and they're down near their max lot drawdown, and they just want to reset. And my suggestion is always go down to the micros, dig your way out of this hole. You will be a better trader for it. You will be a better trader for it. Great question.
Thank you for the question, Richard, and for the answer, Hoag. All right, we got time for one more. We got about 3 minutes left. Adrian's got a question about stop orders versus limit orders. First, which do you think is better? What do professionals prefer to use? And what's the best way to switch to limit orders mentally if you're used to using market orders? So we watch Hoag trade quite a bit. And he is big on working limit orders. Don't see you going to the market too often unless you're getting out of a position. Is that right?
Well, JD, I think you'd agree. I mean, there's good times for both.
Absolutely. It depends on what market environment you're in, what kind of setup you're trading. If you're range trading, yeah, you're definitely using limit orders. If you're trying to get in on a breakout, you're putting in a stop market order, usually, or just hitting the market to get in. So it definitely depends on the environment. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, for profit targets, if you have a specific profit target, put your order in, put it in early, get it moved up in the queue. But if you're seeing something that, you have to respond quickly to, you may just want to use a market order. If you're waiting for the market to come to a specific level for entry, put your order in. It's really just very, very situational, right? Sometimes you're going to need to hit that market order. Sometimes you're going to be able to wait for the market to come to you. So I think it's both. I agree. I think most, like a lot of professional, especially larger institutional traders, they like to use limit orders and in sneaky ways. So, but I think there's good reason for both of them. And again, it's very situational.
Exactly. Couldn't agree more. All right. With that, folks, we are just about out of time. We're going to take a short break, but we're going to be back with market stalking with Dee. Deanne is here. She's going to be joined by Eddie, Robert, and Coach Jay. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Dolby, Gabe, Austin Silver, and Cami Capital. That should be a great segment to end the day on. Hoag, you got some dad wisdom for us?
Mm-hmm. This goes right with some of the things we were talking about with Dr. Steenbarger. And one of my dad always told me is, if you are prepared, you can face difficult situations with much lower stress. So preparation is one of the keys to lower stress. Folks, thank you very much for joining us. JD, thanks for being here with me today. I'm going to be gone through next week, and I will be taking a little bit of break from the markets, getting a little bit of sun, a little fun, a little fishing, and maybe a little Kentucky snow cone here and there. But I will be thinking about all of you and missing all of you. And I hope that you have a great rest of this week and next week. And happy birthday to the United States of America, and happy birthday to my wife, and happy birthday to anybody who has a birthday this month. And I will be. I might pop in once in a while and say hi on my phone, and I'll maybe send you some pictures from some of the absolutely huge walleye that I'm going to try and catch. And we'll see you in about a week or so. And blessings to you all, love, and JD. That's all I got.
I just realized that this is your last segment before you're leaving, Hoag. So have a great time from all of us.
Thanks,
all right,
JD.
folks, stick around. Stick around. Markets Talking with D is coming right up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Market Stalking, and we've got our Coach Jay here. Hello, Coach Jay.
What's going on, Eddie?
And
how we doing today?
Robert. Coach Robert, how are you, buddy?
Hello, hello, hello. Special edition of Market Stalking. We have a new thing up here.
There you go. A little buried by your name. And, of course, we've got our star of the show. Deanna, how are you today?
I'm all right. I've had a bit of a long day, as is usually the case with Tuesdays. But yeah, I'm a little bit up on the live. I did an RBOB trade, so I'm up about 451 on the day, and might
Okay,
have
look at those
another
up.
trade here and there. But we'll see. We'll see. You know,
So we got you up on the day for something? 400?
451 and 80 cents.
420. Okay. And Jay, you got any trades on today? Position?
Yeah, I did take a few NASDAQ trades. I'm actually looking to take one soon, but I'm up
Okay,
about
we're gonna do that.
120 on the day.
Okay. And Coach Robert, how you doing today?
I am doing all right. That 451 you got over, that's my address. House address. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Eddie's got the 420, that's 451. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? No trades today in the Topstep account, but I do have my Topstep live up and ready to go. So if we see something, I will be jumping in. Did a couple on the bot this morning on my personal side, but we just kind of let that run.
You know what?
Oh, good.
We'll see if we have any opportunity here in the markets. Remember, never force a trade. If the opportunities are taken, before we got on, we sort of sat down and said, okay, what's a good topic? And Deanna, you had a very good topic, especially when we are looking to put trades on, talking about timing. Let's start that out and explain, where you wanted to go with timing.
Sure. So usually the way people operate is they have a level of interest or a zone of interest, but not enough is being said about the timing of your actual entry, because for me, those two are not synonymous. And, when you're looking to actually get into a trade, you need some kind of a trigger. And I feel like a lot of people, where they go wrong is they have a level and they just kind of plow in without confirming that they're getting the moves that they want to see, especially when it comes to reversal trades. So I thought maybe we can touch a little bit upon that. And like I said to Jay in the green room, I recently discovered equi-volume candles on NinjaTrader. Usually I have the volume underneath, and they just make everything so much simpler.
What
Especially if we're
makes
looking for
them? Because
exhaustion.
when you mentioned them, it was like, oh my God, these candles. What makes them so special?
Well, they smush volume with the hold on, let me just drag this over. So they smush volume into the candle. And especially if you're looking for, smush. So it's all on a candlestick. So when you get a lot of volume, the candles are fatter. So, it's very simple to see those exhaustion areas. Like, for example, I had a level of interest in crude oil as a potential exhaustion, and I want to see a really big shakeout and then a reversal from there. And this is an RBOB chart, but it's the same thing on every chart when you're trying to get those low risk moves for reversal trades. And RBOB is a little bit more transparent because the down shakeout candle is pretty massive. Like, you can see how big it is. So yeah, I think Jay uses something similar, don't you?
So on Quantower, it's not exactly like that, but I'm using an indicator called delta flow. And basically what that's doing is it's taking the delta of the candle. It's what you can see on the bottom of my screen here. Actually, I'll take off the normal volume and we'll just use the delta flow. But it's showing the delta in the candle, and then what it's doing is multiplying the range of that candle, right? So the high and the low and the delta, and then that's the value for that indicator. The way I'm reading that is how effective was that volume at moving price. So when I see one of those high delta flow candles, D, like you're saying, that's the trigger, right? That's now it's the opportunity to enter this trade. Probably like what you're seeing for that exhaustion candle as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've been totally in love with them, especially if you're looking for stop runs and then reversals. Because usually in range bound markets, you will get a lot of the stop runs happening. So if you can fish for these, so one thing that I look for is a big exhaustion candle and then a reversal back into the range. So that becomes my trigger. And obviously, rather than me just having some arbitrary level where I'm like, well, that's where I'm going to plow in, I want to see a reaction at the level first and then go in. And while some people will be like, oh, yeah, but doesn't that increase risk? Well, no, because you will be working off very low time frames and almost seeing the order flow through just a simple chart, really. And I think it makes it easier to spot those areas. So it's been very good to me. It's how I found that house account trade, and also how we found another crude oil house account trade previous week. It's just been great. So especially if you have a range, then you're looking for a stop run below or above the range, and then you go in. It's just thing of beauty.
Now, let me ask you a question. I know there's a lot of talk about entries and exits, where I get in, watch the timing. Isn't it said that it's easy to enter a trade, but the hard thing is to exit? Or do I have that backwards?
I think that would probably, I think that probably refers more to longer term investing and swing trading than intraday trading. Because one of the issues that people have is that we're trying to limit risk. And a lot of people try to use pretty small stops in order to do that. So we don't want to lose a lot of money on a position. So how do you enter at the right time without too much drawdown? Well, this is one of the ways. If you are looking for that range break, stop run, and a reversal, this is what, this is perfect. But, some people have opposite problems. They can enter a trade, but they don't know where to exit. And both problems are very separate issues, even though the same trader can suffer from both. And then we have a disaster on our hands. So in that case, you need to have a look at the trade location, which is completely different in my eyes than the entry technique. So you have to have a high probability level, either for a break or a reversal, in order to start using the entry techniques after that. And, another one, which is a little bit simpler, would be maybe to look at 9 EMA and VWAP. How far away are you from VWAP? And then either look for a mean reversion trade or to look for a, let's say, a gap fill when those two cross. So all of that, to me, are entry techniques and not levels per se. You need another level that you have in mind in order to apply the entry technique, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. Yes. Thank you. Coach J, Miss J was asking what you're looking at.
Yeah, looking for some opportunities. Actually, what Dee was just talking about, as far as those exhaustion candles go, we did have an example of that in crude oil, right? Where crude, this last 5-minute candle, we see this heavy negative delta flow candle here. It pushed us through that 83 level and looks like it's not holding up. As far as entries go, that's to me a really good entry signal, right? Where I can enter somewhere near the low of that candle. We saw the selling pressure come in and I could risk the lows of it. And maybe trade back conservatively up to that high of that candle. So I'm looking for something similar in the NASDAQ as well. Right now, NASDAQ is kind of just floating around. I am looking for a potential short back to 20,200. But I want to see some type of exhaustion happen first. Right now, we're kind of just floating. So I'm not going to, like Dee is talking about, I have the location potentially, but the timing could be wrong, right? Where I think there's a pullback, but I'm not the trader that says, hey, this is a level, I'm going to go short at this level because, I drew a line on my chart.
So real quick, you're looking at NASDAQ, you're looking short or long. You're looking for that pullback. Do you want to get back on for the longs? I mean, with the trend, or are you going to go against that?
I would look. So right now, I feel like I can't buy it here, right? Because I would be buying at the highs. That's buying in the Shark Tank. So I'm looking for a pullback. Now, whether or not I short the pullback or look to take the long, it's the same idea, right? I'm looking for the market to pull back a little bit. I will take those pullback trades. Ideally, I want to get in on the long side. But I think if I'm buying the NASDAQ now, I need to feel comfortable buying. I need about a 90-point pullback almost to feel really comfortable.
Okay, that's a big pullback. I'd say focus on your crude. Focus on crude for right now. Well, we got about less than a half an hour? No, 15 minutes.
15 minutes, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
the
going
way
to
things
close
have been
up.
with crude oil, it moves in the last 2 minutes. That's a new thing. So I'm very big on times of day. So
Okay.
as the price is developing, I like to track when we exactly turn around. Now, I was actually, Jay, funny you say that. I was actually looking at that exhaustion candle, but yeah, I'm actually pretty spent today. I feel
I hear you.
a little bit a little bit tired. So managing a trade, I'm not sure how good I'm going to be in managing it properly. So I'm gonna sit that one out. Obviously, I've got a little bit of cash on the day, so it's probably best that I sit it out. But that is the thing that I was looking at, and I'm actually looking at it on both uh, my usual charts and on some of the other charts. And yeah, it's definitely a setup. If we can go back into the range above 83, that would be my entry point, basically.
All right. Real quick here, and we're going to go to Coach Robert here in a second. Coach Jay, Dr. Deanna wanted to know what was your time frame on that. What time frames is that?
I'm looking at a 3-minute chart.
3 minute. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Coach Robert, I
3
didn't forget
minutes.
about you, buddy. I see you. I see you over there hiding.
No, I'm not hiding anywhere, my friend. We can't hide from this
No,
group. That's
you're
for
right
sure.
there. You're right there.
Yeah.
There is, baby. There
So
is.
two quick things, Eddie. I'll jump on the bandwagon for that type of a chart that Dee was talking about, and that Jay talked about. She mentioned what was that? Was that where was that motive wave that you were on?
No, it was
Ninja
Ninja
Trader. Excuse me,
Yeah,
Ninja Trader,
equity
and
volume. Yeah.
yeah, and oh my God.
Yes.
We're all tired.
Coach, oh my God, I'm getting
Robert.
delirious. No, Coach Jay, I'm going to go on 4th of July holiday early here. Coach Jay was talking about quant towers, so I'm going to click over to TradingView because they have a very similar thing. This is not set up. This is not real time. Do not use this. But I just want to show you. This is a regular chart. It's a 5-minute chart on NQ. I'm going to click on the candle type. They call it volume candles. You'll see the exact same thing happen where we have these larger candle volume. It just shows this is the one that Dee was talking about over here. We can see that the day when the volume comes in, they just get bigger and wider. And it's a pretty cool thing. It's not in Topstep X yet, but yeah, throw it in the feature request area. I put the link in there as well. And this is Topstep X. As I was talking to you guys and setting up that trading view, we did miss this trade. I say me missed this trade. This is the one I was looking at. The two lines I put in, if y'all know, I like to play these two, the high and low pivots, and I play the breaks on them. 20,065 and then 20,188. I put in my little trusty little calculator over here. It gave me my target zone, which was the one up here, 20,216, 20,231. We can see we have the entry, we have the target. I don't trade if it's more than 15 points. This was 15.25, so I totally would have taken that off at 15 points, if not less. So unfortunately, I was messing around trying to find the other stuff. This would have been an awesome trade to bring on air. It was about a 9-minute trade, and I missed it. So if another one comes down, we'll get it. No, don't worry about it.
You don't have to harp. You remember, like we say, if you miss the first bus, second bus is coming. Let me ask you something, Robert. All of a sudden, it seemed like we're all really interested in this certain type of indicator. Is this something that you think we're going to be adding here to the X platform?
Yeah, since TradingView added it, it's these are it's not a direct link into TradingView, but the TradingView embedded chart. So it takes a little bit to filter on, and anything we do in the background is coded a little bit differently, and it goes into called rendering the TradingView chart setup. So it's not a full-on embedded TradingView chart. So like some things were missing on it to begin with, like range bars, right? My coveted range bars, they're not there because we have to bring them in on the back end and aggregate all that data and then present them through the API to the chart. So the answer is yes, they will come in eventually. Yes.
How are we doing on the TPOs in Topstep X? Because somebody asked me they're dying to get TPO charts in Topstep X.
Oh, let me click right over here and see where they are on the roadmap for you. The roadmap, and
it's good to have Coach Robert on your team.
Yeah, it's right there. So those are finished in progress. We're looking down. OCO hotkeys. Hotkeys is on the list. Hotkeys is working in progress for anybody that was interested in that. Alerts is planned. That's a feature request. Just upvote these and you can get them. Yeah. TPO. I don't say. Oh, range bars. Range bars is it's planned, folks. It's planned. That's gonna be so happy. I'm looking for TPOs. I don't see them just yet, but if you want to switch to something else, I will keep looking and I will get back to you on that time. Here they are. There they are. Sorry, get excited. They are in the review stage. They are right here on the bottom left-hand side. You can see them. They are added. So they've been upvoted enough. They've been suggested enough. They have now been brought in. They are reviewing the process. Then they will plan it out to say these are the dates. Work on it. Release it. So do I have a confirmed date? No, but it's on the review list, which is a huge step in the right direction.
It's good to know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I get that. And that's one thing here with Topstep X is, I mean, we can add whatever is requested in volume. You know, more people that sort of upvote suggestions, ideas. Those are going to be looked at first. So I guess that had some power behind it to get it to where it is right now. So that's good. It's good. Good stuff. Thank you, Robert.
You're welcome.
Jay, you got any pullback on that yet?
Yeah, we did pull back a little bit. I'm seeing somewhat of a shout out to Dakota 3-bar reversal. Not the 90 points I was looking for, but we also may not get that today because the Nasdaq is just kind of slow grinding up. But we're seeing the volume start to slow down a little bit. The buying volume, right? As we push up and make new highs, it's doing so on lower volume, lower buying, which to me is kind of showing less convinced buyers. So again, I don't want to be the buyer that says, you know, we're going to push up. Does that mean I miss a trade? Potentially. But I want to know that there's some runway for us to go before another level of contention that we've already reached, right? If I take a long now, there's 10 points available before a level where the market said, hey, we're not trading higher than this. So I need a little bit more space in order to take a trade.
Yeah.
It's crude
You
oil
use
traders.
measured moves for that, don't you?
Yeah, I do, D. And, you know, as a default, I'm going to look for about a 50-point pullback. But I think what's important, especially as we get later on in the day, is kind of just looking at what the market has provided, right? I could look for 50 points, but if the market's only giving us 20-point pullbacks, then I have to go with, you know, what the market says. So the last pullback we got in the Nasdaq was about 25 points. We had some bigger ones earlier, but right now it's looking like less pullbacks, and then we just continue up. So got to go with the market says. Right now, if I'm looking for a buy, it can't happen anywhere above 2190 right now. Just not enough room.
Yeah.
In chat, I see a lot of questions. Are they going to add this? They're going to have this. All you need to do is, you've got Topstep X. Over to the left-hand column, just click on, what is it? The question mark, right? That's the voting.
Question mark.
Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah, question mark. You're going to see where you can vote, or if that idea has already been submitted. And I mean, the thing that's going to help it is vote it up. If you see something there, vote it up, and our tech team is going to see that a lot quicker. So if you got a question, is this going to be added? Is that going to be added? You can check for yourself and get some votes behind it. Go.
Yeah. Very good.
Okay. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie.
All right.
All right, so I'm just looking at that crude oil. It didn't manage to crawl back up over $83. So that wouldn't be the best thing for this kind of trade. So definitely a good choice to sit that one out. It could just have another shakeout into the end. And if we didn't get a pullback by now, we probably won't get a meaningful pullback at all. But yeah, it's been a bit of a tricky day in crude oil because we kind of consolidated in the middle of the day, which is absolutely fine. But I'm very happy that I focused on gasoline futures on RBOB today, because it gave me an opportunity to run a pretty quick trade. Like I think I was done in about I don't know, 7 minutes, which is pretty unusual. So I managed to get about like 170 takes from it or something. So it's great.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a great trade. Good job.
Mm.
Now, let me ask you, Deanna, coming into tomorrow, we've got half a day tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah.
We're done at 12 o'clock Central. Thursday, we're off. Coming into Friday. Now, I mean, for a trader, I mean, it's sort of a very unstable week. We had Powell speaking earlier today. Really didn't get much direction or movement from what he had to say. I guess this was just all a repeat. Coming into tomorrow, I mean, how aggressive are you going to be tomorrow?
I'm probably going to sit out tomorrow, you know, maybe do some combine trading, but I'm not touching my life.
Okay, no, understandable, and I think that's the smart thing to do. How about you, Coach Jay? You
I
gonna be
would
shooting
agree.
100 lots tomorrow?
Not at all. Not at all. I would agree.
No, why
Going to
not?
be pretty patient tomorrow.
Okay.
If I trade at all, and you know, sometimes there's still opportunity, right? The markets are going to move, but I'm not going to be looking to trade all day, right? If you get a trade in the morning, consider that the day, and walking away at that point, which is probably
Now, Coach Robert, coming in Friday, I have a feeling a lot of people are really going to be having that itch. Hasn't been able to trade a day and a half. This is the last day of the week. Opportunity wise, I think honestly, we might see some decent movement Friday. What do you think?
You know, since the big boys push the markets around, I'm not sure with that. Then maybe first in the morning. But if we think about the way the holiday falls here in the U.S., it's Thursday, so we close half a day, and it's almost I would think, you know, the big boys and meaning that the banks, institutions, and all the investment firms, you know, the big hedge funds, they're going to be saying, "That the hell with this. I'm not going in Friday. I'm just going to take a long weekend and go on their yacht." You know, so I'm not sure about that, but I am wrong on this so often. I'd be like, "Wow, it's been like every time this event happens, it's been dead," and then the day I say that, it blows up, and vice versa. You know, so we're just going to take what's there. I don't think I'm going to be a little bit patient. Yeah, be a little bit patient on Friday. See what the market's there. If your setup is there, just take it. If it's not there, then don't. It's like the simplest approach.
Yeah.
See what you were saying?
Yeah, but one of my dogs barked, so she did a little.
Okay.
Yeah.
Friday we got that non-farm, and I think that is a big number, considering what they're expecting. The prior was 272. They're looking at 189, so much smaller than expected. And then unemployment rate. I mean, we got some big numbers coming out. Fed monetary policy report. So you know, I think we might turn the stew up a little higher coming in Friday. And I think the opportunity might be there, but just be careful. Like Robert said, if it's not there, don't do it. No.
Yeah, NFP
And
tends
no
to be
way.
another one of those releases where it can be a little bit whippy, but ultimately doesn't do anything until a little bit later. So even like I'm certainly going to be watching it, but am I going to be actively trading it on a Friday on this week? Again, probably not. This will be the week to be on the defense and just not put not go daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, and then just derail all of the hard work that people have done. So it's one of those weeks where it's not a bad idea to practice self-discipline, deliberate self-discipline, and to make sure that you're keeping yourself away from active trading. If you absolutely must be involved, there's the practice account. Get another combine. You know, do something something like that. But don't go trading like a lunatic on days when we're probably going to have weird movement, very difficult to predict. And you know, it's a weird week in middle of the summer, so anything can happen, literally. And the lower the liquidity, the more chances of odd movement. Because just because it's low liquidity, it doesn't mean that we're not going to have any movement. We might just have like a zombie rally or just spiky moves that go like 100 ticks either direction. So it can be a little bit tricky, and that's exactly why maybe sitting on the sidelines is not a bad idea for the next 3 days.
You said it great there,
Yeah,
Dee, about that it's going to be a little bit choppy and unexpected. So one of the quotes that I would like to use is that trading is hard enough, so don't make it any harder than it already is. If you run into a day that's going to be kind of choppy and we don't predict 100% of the market anyway, we just speculate and try to make assumptions and put these thesis behind it. So we do that anyway, but if it's adding another element to say, man, we got 2 reports coming out, 2 economic news, it's a Friday after the 4th of July holiday in the US, that throws a little bit more of wrenches into the mix there. So, hey, trading's hard enough. Just don't make it harder than it has to be by picking the worst possible times to trade.
Right.
Yeah,
You don't want to end the week on a sour note. The thing is too, if you had a good week, or usually when I tell a trader, if you have a very good day, next day, don't be in such a hurry to give it back. Be frugal, be stingy, wait for the right opportunities. And if in any case, don't trade. Not trading is a position. And a lot of traders have to realize that if I'm not seeing anything, I'm not going to trade. And it's just the opposite. If you have a bad day, the thing is, don't go in there with the home run bat, trying to get it all back in one day. And once again, a lot of traders tend to do that. Oh my God, I'm down 1,200. I got to make this back right away. Thing is, smart traders take their time and look for the correct openings.
Yeah, this is the thing. I'm probably someone who sits around and waits for the right opportunity for quite a while. And once we get an understanding of what is going on, then we get a really good trade. But unfortunately, if you didn't have a good day the previous day and you kind of maybe hit your daily loss limit, you put a big dent in your account, I know that a lot of people are like, yeah, I must get it back like yesterday. And then they sit down, market opens, and within the first few minutes, they've dug another hole. So if you're in that situation, maybe consider the next day practicing that restraint and waiting until things have cleared up. You're not going to miss anything. Like some of the best trades that we've done here on the house account, some of the best trades that I've done have been after like 2 to 3 hours after the open.
Right.
So if you know what to look for, those more orderly movements might be more suitable to dig you out of a hole rather than super volatile movement at the open that's generally very difficult to trade anyway. And most of us who have been doing this for a while, most of us tend to stay away at least for the first 15 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. Then once we have that extra data coming in, we're like, okay, now I have some market generated information. Now I can have a look at what's going on. And that will practice your skill set as well, learning when to trade at different times of day. So take it as a challenge. Don't take it as, oh my God, I'm going to get out of the hole. Just, slow down, take a breath. Like Jack says, take a beta blocker, slow down.
Yeah, it's panic when you're not going to survive. And that's, it's something where you have to stop, think, okay, what should I do? What do I need to do? What can I do? And it's got to be an answer for that. But yes, totally agree there.
And the answer is never going to be more trades. Less trades, quality over quantity. For most people.
That's, and I learned the hard lesson with looking for big winners, right? Big winners, put the big size on. And, I was passing combines, 50K, 150K, with small profits and small winners. And, if you give yourself targets and goals, if you give yourself a goal, make sure it's not too big where you're not hitting it where you like to. And if it is big, break it down. Let's say that I want to make $1,000 a day. Talk to many traders where they'd be like, yeah, I want to make $5,000 a day and I want to do this. And I'm like, whoa, slow down. Let's make it, let's put it in reality. I mean, if you've got a goal for $1,000, break it down, 250, 250, 250. So if you don't hit 1,000, you're doing at least maybe 2 out of the 4, 3 out of the 4. You're doing something, you're accomplishing something. And I mean, this helps grow the account, and definitely the mindset, and you're doing something correctly.
Yeah, I think the challenge comes from, sometimes people who are maybe newer to this industry, they see the big numbers and they want the big numbers themselves, and they think they're going to get there by sizing up like lunatics and trying to catch this person, catch that person. Just try to relax and have a look at your stats, have a look at what's possible. Don't try to catch anyone. I know that we feature some big hitters here, but anybody who's been in this industry for any length of time, eventually, after all that money chasing and everything, you kind of settle into a routine and you're like, well, actually $1,000 a day is okay. Okay. 500 is fine. So I've noticed a bit of a trend. People are starting to lose themselves in big numbers that we've displayed here. And a lot of people are trying to catch that. Yeah. A lot of people are trying to catch the big numbers. Oh, I want to be in yesterday's best. Oh, I want to be in top 10. Oh, I want to catch Dakota. Like, just chill out. Just, take care of yourself. Everything else will follow. So I just want to caution people against chasing anybody. This game is me versus me, not you versus
100%.
Dakota, Jay, Nick Vertick, or whoever else. So just wanted to remind everyone of that.
It's not even you versus the market, right? It's not even you versus the market.
Yeah, you versus yourself.
You versus you.
How many times have you?
You're playing a game. You're playing both teams. You're playing offense and defense, and that's exactly what it is. Yeah, 100%. I'm glad you said that. I use that line all the time. Did you get that from me? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, like
maybe
they say,
I don't know. I mean, we all
market's
spend
always
so much
correct.
time together. I'm pretty sure that we all picked up phrases from each other at this point.
Right.
Just wanted to point out really quick, shout out to JJE in Discord. Just tag me in Discord. We got a Hoag weekly kickoff level at 2230 in the NASDAQ. Look at the high of the day on the NASDAQ. I don't know how that man does it.
2230.
But he continues to amaze me every single time. So Hoag, if you're still listening, I know you're going on vacation, but shout out to you. Those levels, those daily levels, whether you use them as areas of opportunity or targets to, for your trade, I think they're pretty
amazing.
good levels to have on your charts.
Like I said in the first couple of episodes of TopstepTV, Hoag's levels are scary accurate, and I'm going to repeat that.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it's called hard work, dedication, and the thing is, that guy studies. That guy puts the work in.
Oh
I got to admit, I'm one that I don't put enough in. But he studies the market. He knows, he reads, and that's where it's going to get you. It's going to get you in a position where you can call and
you know how I make my plans. So here is my daily plan for today. This is what my prep plan template looks like. So I write everything down. There's weekly chart, daily chart, 4-hour chart, value open, and then a whole bunch of little stats here. Nice. And then again, initial balance range, ADR, how far we are, how close we are, what's the VIX, various VIX doing, what's the average range for a particular day, and then the hypothesis and explanation to myself.
How long does it take you to put that together?
Oh, very quick these days. But when I first started, it took me like 3-4 hours. This is like 11, 12 years ago. It was a long process. Yeah.
Can we get a poll in here? I know that whoever's doing polls like, oh, Eddie, come on, man.
It's usually me, so we're getting someone's in the background doing it right now.
You suck, man. I'd like to see how much work we actually put in. Can we put in maybe like inside an hour to 3 hours, 3 hours to 5 hours, and just get an idea? And then how about the last one? No, zero.
No prep. Yeah.
No prep. I'd really and be honest here, because we're not gonna.
Be honest. Yeah.
Chase
it's
you
anonymous,
down
anyways. Nobody's gonna know. So
Right,
just be honest. Yeah.
Anonymous. Yes, it is.
Honestly,
Honestly, I'm like probably. Well, I get up early. I mean, I do the prep here for opening call. But my priority is I'm not trading. I don't have that opportunity to jump on with you guys to trade. But when I do, it's more or less like it's a short prep. It's a short prep because I'll know I'm in a certain segment, maybe inside an hour. So that would be my vote. If we can get that
And
poll
at this
up here.
point, Eddie, so you listen to all of us kind of pitch in about levels and everything. I mean, I know that I've been like I will be talking and I say, oh, there's this, there's that, and next thing you know, Eddie's doing a trade and he's like skimmed 20 ticks in gold before I could
I don't
even
know how he
finish what I was saying. Yes. So
Eddie, throw that poll out again.
I'm long 6 contracts in gold and I'm out.
I get the poll up. I'm going to type it in. Say that again. I'm not sure anybody grabbed it in the back. I'll do it right now. What did you want?
Zero
Eddie?
prep, 0 to an hour or to an hour prep, 1 to 3 and 3 to 5. All right, I tell you.
All right, give me a second. I'll put it out there.
Robbie on your team.
I'll give you 1 second.
Captain Riz. But I'm a scalper, and it's more or less. I'm looking for momentum. I'm looking at my dome. But then again, I mean, I've got trades that just sort of. Obviously, that was a bad call. This is a bad call. But me and Robert talk about patience, discipline, management, and I tell you, you got to bring those 3 with you each and every day. There's a boring 3, but the thing is, if you can follow through, management is so important. And that's where if you're on the wrong side of a trade and it's going against you, you've got to cut that loss. You can't say, oh, I hope it goes back. I hope it does. Accept the loss. All right. Reevaluate. Take a step back. Reevaluate. Can it get there again? And that's a choice you got to make. There you go. 0 prep, 0 to an hour, 1 to 2 hours, 3 to 5. Get your votes in. Let's see. I guess I am here. I'm going to put that one. Okay.
Lock my vote in.
Okay. So get your vote in there. 0.
It really used to take me a long time because I used to put a lot of the stats in a spreadsheet. So, by the time that I would aggregate all the data, do all my calculations and, drag out the time series data, it just used to take a long, long time. And now, obviously, I have my lovely indicators and stuff, so everything is a lot more automated. But yeah, these days, I would say it probably takes me about 10, 15 minutes to write this down. But don't forget that that's after 11 years of doing this day in, day out, and then probably even longer than that, because I used to have a very extensive prep when I was a swing trader as well, just to make sure that I'm seeing the price action, that there's the trade location, there's a lot of waiting around. But these days, it's all kind of there. I remember when I first started working at a prop firm, I used to bring in like mini books with my plans for everything that I was trading. And one of my colleagues who was also like a junior trader, we were just there getting funded or trying to get into the company, and he's going, "Can I like ask you like what is all that?" And I said, "Oh, it's just my market prep." And he said, "Can I have a look?" And I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "Jesus Christ, there's a lot of stuff in here." And obviously, over the years, it got more and more compact and more compact. So for me, this is actually a pretty compact plan.
You filter things out. And one of the things is if you keep repeating it and doing it, it gets much quicker. And, my prep for opening call, I remember, oh my God, I get up 2 hours early and just to get the news and the stories and everything down. And eventually now it's like, okay, I know where to go for this. I know what this does for me. This is going to help me do this. And once you have that, it's going to happen a lot quicker. A lot more efficient, and you're gonna feel more confident in what you're doing before you start trading.
Yeah. So I see some people are asking about the copy of the thingy for a template. I don't know how much this is gonna help you because I have some very things that are very specific to the indicators and the levels that I'm using. So I would probably suggest you'd be better off making your own. Just go from weekly, daily, 4 hour, and then on the day time frame, whatever you're using, just create a template. It doesn't really take that long. But yeah, I mean, I could probably prepare something maybe for next week. But yeah, it's not something that I like to share because it's very specific to my method and my level. So it's like if I say initial balance range, wide range over 2/3 ASR, it's like what the hell does that mean? So yeah, probably best that you use your own levels. That's what I'm trying to say here.
There you go. Okay. All right.
I'm doing good over here,
Coach Jay. I was just
not-
checking up on
Yeah.
you, making sure that you got a pulse over there.
Oh yeah, I'm still good. Not really much going on in the markets. I did have a question for D. We were talking about crude oil, and
Mhm.
you called out that 83 level. I wanted to know
Yeah.
for you and for Robert, when you get into your daily, in your levels, how much credence do you put in whole numbers, right? Where like that
For crude
83
oil,
level, right?
a
We were
lot.
talking. Okay.
Yeah, for crude oil a lot. It almost becomes an orientation point for me. So, for example, I was looking for a smash through and then for the price to get back into 83, so to go back up over it. And that didn't
Right.
really quite happen. So, this is another thing that kind of kept me out of a trade. It kind of overshot a little bit too much, and that's never a good thing in crude oil. So, ideally, you want the round numbers not to go over, again, very specific for crude oil, not to go over about 15 ticks past the round number if you're going to trade it.
Okay.
And then again, the exhaustion candle happens, but then the next candle in the 1 minute time frame already has to be over that round number for my setup and my timing to be correct. If none of that happens, it's an invalid entry signal, and I stay out.
Yeah, the round number is going to depend on the instrument, just as you
Discipline.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah. On that side, like what's the whole number in RBOB, right? Is it 4 decimal places? So
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. RBOB again, it follows a lot of the stuff that crude oil does, so it's very whippy. I call RBOB the Nasdaq of energies markets. I'm not as nervous. Yeah, it's the same thing. So if you look at both of the charts, let me just find it. Here it is. No, that's gold. Yeah, I lost it. I don't know. I've lost my chart somewhere. It's too late in the
Too many
day. But yeah, if
screens.
you look at it side by side, it's not too many screens. I think it's just late in the day, and my mental capital is a bit short now. Yeah, I don't know what I've done with it. Hold on, there's an easier way to do that. Literally, if you put them side by side. Okay, here's a white chart, so apologies for that. So both of these are 30-minute candles, and it's like very similar movement, just a little bit more exaggerated in RBOB because all of this is about 430 ticks compared to 160 ticks in crude oil. So I
What's
usually
the one
look
on the
at both.
left? It's
RBOB. It's gasoline
okay, and
futures
that's
on the
crude.
left, the white one. The white one.
Okay.
This one, black
Oh,
one
okay.
is crude. Yeah.
Wow.
So I use levels in CL as orientation points. So I'm not that bothered about round numbers because they frequently overshoot by a ton, exactly like NASDAQ does. So I like to use something else to kind of correlate the level that I'm looking at. So even if, let's say, I'm looking for, let's say, an average daily range low reversal. If I don't have that in crude oil, but I do have it in RBOB, I would rather wait for crude oil to smash through its average daily range low before I look for the same type of a trade in RBOB. So they are pretty correlated. It's not like 100%, but I think they've got about 70% correlation between them, which is pretty high. And that's the way I've been trading them. So whenever I want to do a trade in RBOB, I always reference levels in crude oil.
Okay. Hey, as far as the results that we had, how much time do you take to prep? 16% said zero prep. Now, let me ask that 16%, how successful are you? Now, you might be, very successful. Don't change what you're doing.
I really doubt that. I'm gonna say I doubt that.
Benefit of the doubt, like an hour, anything within an hour, 59%, which sounds okay. All right. I mean, the thing is, I don't want to spend too much time. 1 to 2 hours, 20%, and 3 to 5 hours, 4%. Now that 4%, let me ask you, how successful are you during your trade day? Maybe this is something that that 4% are, completely happy with the results each and every day. And it's something that maybe we need to work with. I tell you, it's like going to, when your parents took you to the carnival, and you were like just rambunctious and ready to go. I want to go on all the rides. Everyone, and they're like, okay, slow down, relax, slow down. We got to get tickets, and then we got to do this. And you're like, oh, later with this, man. I want to just go. Same thing with trading. It's like, once we turn on the monitors and so forth, and make sure our mindset's correct, it's like we're at mission control, and we want to launch. We want to launch the ship up into space. We want to get it going. And sometimes that is the foolish thing to do.
Or when you go flying somewhere, the engineers and the pilot, they do a pre-flight check, and they're not going to fly the plane without it, right? So why do you want to put your money on the line without prepping and without making sure your levels are there, making sure? I think that's why a lot of people get themselves into trouble, because they don't do the prep. So those 16% start the prep.
They rush right in.
Booster. Go. Retro.
Yeah.
Go. Vital. Go fly. Guidance. Guidance go.
Yeah.
Surgeon.
Go flight.
Ecom.
Checking everything. I mean, you see them up there clicking everything, and they better be doing that. I tell you, I would hate to get on a plane and see the pilot run in and go, oh, all right, cool, I made it, let's go. It's like, well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that wouldn't give you much confidence, did it?
No, not at all. Everybody, hold on. We're gonna take off here soon. All right.
Oh
no,
God,
Carl,
these
not yet.
equities, man.
But soon.
Screaming.
Slow grind up.
Screaming to the
Slow
upside.
grind up for the equities.
Yeah.
Not really giving anybody a place to get in. Like I said, I was looking for a bigger pullback in the NASDAQ, and it just didn't give it to me. What I do see, and we talked about.
Oh, look.
Sorry, Jay. Go.
We're talking about
Up and
location and using these kind of heavy delta candles, right? Where I framed out this one because that was the largest positive delta that we saw in the last hour or so. And you can see how the market kind of respects those levels when it happens. This is that conversation that we started with, right? Timing and location, right? Where this is really good location, but in order to get a trade that worked out, if you took it the first time it gave you that location, you were in this trade for 45 minutes for 25 points in the NASDAQ, right? Now, if you're that type of trader and I know, Robert, you don't use timing as much. You say, hey, if it gets to this level, it should get to the other one. It's one of the questions I had asked doing a class one time, kind of taking a poll, which one is more important to you as a trader? Is it location or is it timing, right? Do you care to, if it takes you 20 to 30 minutes to sit in a trade, are you okay with that if you can get in your good trade location? Or would you rather sacrifice location to know that the market is moving? And then you get the timing, say, hey, the market's moving, I'm giving up a few points to not be in that perfect location, but I know if there's momentum, I'm going to get something out of this move, right? For me,
absolutely,
I would
Jay.
lean on the side of. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. Finish your thought, and then I'll show you exactly what you just said, and I'll show what everybody's been asking me all the time. Finish your thought, please. I want to cut you off.
No. For me personally, I would lean on the side of timing because I'm not the most patient person, right? So I could sit and wait for a trade to play out. And then once the market's moving, I'm like, okay, I don't have to guess about where it's going. It's going there, and it's showing me that it's going there. I may pay a few points or give up a few points in order to do that. But I know the move is not going to stop, right? Where there's actual momentum in that move. And I'm not the only participant at the time. But go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, I actually got to switch over to my charts here momentarily. I know these guys are awesome in the back, and I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at. I'm going to blow this up really big. It's the trade that we talked about earlier that I said I didn't have a chance to get into. It was this zone that I plotted. It's on my look calculator, and I plotted this here. I said, hey, we're going to go through there, and my target was it's a 15-point zone, so I would not be waiting for the full 15 points. And why? Because I did some historical stuff that I plotted all my trades up for a couple of months, and I realized that if the trades were over 20 points, my calculated targets, I was losing 80% of those. So I stopped taking them over 15 to give me some wiggle room. This is just over 15, so it's not too bad. And I'll show you my entry. Quick little drawing on it. My entry, you can see my zones here that I made. It's at 20,216. It finally broke it right here, and that time is at 13:03. So it's 1 p.m. Central Time. Now my target was 231. this candle here at 1:12 Central Time didn't quite make it, but I can bet the farm I closed my trade at that point. Why? These are 3-minute candles. Minute entry. 3 minutes later, next to it, same thing. Didn't go up nor down. Next, 3 minutes later, we're in at 6 minutes now. Didn't go. The next one, 9 minutes, it popped up. I closed that damn trade. I kill you. I tell you what, I bet the farm. I was like, as soon as that popped up, I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm done. I'll take my 12 points, right? But what happens if I stayed in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's another 30. There's another 36 minutes. It actually cleared the exact target. So that's an exact. You must have read my mind, Jay. That's exactly what the way I trade. That would have been 1, 2, 3, a 3, 6, about an 8-minute trade for me, which is about right. If it didn't happen, if we had one more candle right at that point and it didn't have that spike, I'm out anyway. I would have either taken a win of 2, 3, 5 points or a loss of 2, 3, 5 points and waited for the next one. There's no way. I just don't do it. It's just not my personality. People know me from this. Y'all know me. I'm a psycho and a spaz guy, right? So there's no way. That's a 6
well-loved psycho.
Time trade. Yeah, but that's like driving home the point of I don't care about the time duration or anything. Did it reach my level or not? And it did in like 8 minutes. Good. I'm going to close the damn thing. Well, it hit it exactly 39 minutes later. You know what I'm saying? So there's your answer right there, folks.
To me, it really, because I'm very big into situational awareness, and the funny thing is, like the other day we did that house account trade, and later on in the green room, MP was like, "Dee, you're a range bound trader." So I'm neither. I'm everything, because I look at the situational awareness, and I've worked very hard to be able to unglue my bias, so to speak, and I just try to open my eyes to whatever we already have. So if it's a trending move, I will then not care too much about location, and I will just want to get in on the movement. Typically, that would be a setup like a gap fill. So when we're going back to the value area, we're opening it with a gap, and then it kind of starts running back to it. I don't care where I'm going to get in. If I see enough momentum, I will jump in. But on some of the other days when we do have ranges, when it's not really moving either way, I can't do that, right? So I have to take care of the trade location more. But at the same time, I'm somebody who can sit in trades like for a very long time. But at the same time, if my target does get hit quickly, that's nice. So I don't necessarily look at time that much, but I'm willing to give it a particular amount of time at a particular time of day. And then if it goes over that time of day, I will kill it. So that's how I use time, if that makes sense. It's to do with the setup. It's to do with what we've got going on and how long the trade has been going on and how well is it doing.
Great question.
All right. Well, speaking of time, we are out of time here and with market stalking. But if we can, do we got Deanna's links? Anything? You know what? I'll find those. I will post those in the chat. Make sure if you want to hook in
There's a YouTube
with
channel
market
that's easy to
stalkers.
find. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
So if you just pop in the YouTube link to my channel.
Okay,
That's
I'll do the
probably
YouTube
easiest.
link.
Yeah.
We'll do that. But otherwise, Coach Jay, thank you very much. Coach Robert, thank you very much. And any last words, Deanna, before we go?
Yeah, don't F it up this week. That's all I'm gonna say.
Don't F it up. All right, T-shirt's going to be made
Don't F
here.
it up.
Don't F it up.
That's right.
All right. Hey, don't go away. We've got our Power Hour, last segment of the day. Dolby, Gabe, Austin Silver, and Cami Capital gonna ride it out into the sunset. And we'll be right back. Don't go away. That's a beautiful thing.
All right, good stuff.
Yes, that's pretty fun.
All right, I will get that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to hashtag Power 50 Minutes, according to chat. You sons of guns. We got a good crew today. We got Gabe doing his funded road to trading, or trading road funded something. I have a headache. I cannot talk for shit right now. We got Cami Capital and Austin. We're gonna have some great trades today. I got my shades on. NQ is rallying to the moon. ES might be following suit. And house account is in the garage. So I'll be trading a personal. Gabe, you'll be trading a sim account. And then what kind of accounts are you going to be trading here?
Yeah, I'm just on a combine. 100K.
Nice.
Okay.
Combines here as well,
sir.
A couple of combines. I got XFA ready to go if we want to go. I'm up on it today already, about 250. So up on XFA, and I'm up 2,300 in a combine. So I can go either way. But I'd lean into XFA if we get something good. Because I'd like to see us take, 65s here on ES, Dolby. What are you seeing? I see 55, 65 might get interesting.
Well, yeah, let's jump into
one
the charts
second here and back.
Ooh.
Oh, we will. Being a little laggy back here.
Just
Give me
a
a few
second.
seconds. Have some chit chat, and then we'll get to the power houring.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it. Camby, we have not seen you in a while. It is winter in New Zealand. It's also in the future.
It is winter.
As
Yes, sir.
well. You're a day ahead of us.
Dolby.
What? Technically, it is.
You're
the-
so
the
funny,
third.
bro. You
It's
are hilarious.
Technically the third. Technically the third.
It is the
I know,
third.
You're
You're not
saying.
wrong. You're not wrong, bro. You're not wrong. It's just funny.
Don't get mad at me. Get mad at time, man.
I'm not.
That's how time works.
And the usual joke is always how is tomorrow going? And I just say it's just as good as yesterday. So
Just as good as
that's good.
yesterday.
That's smooth.
You know me, just recycling the same jokes
dude.
over and over again. Haven't seen you in a while. The people haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to past couple months?
Yeah, so I've been on a little hiatus. I took a little break from trading. I think I mentioned it last time as well. A little break from trading, and I've just been focusing on my marketing business, which I had a big client to work on. Took a little break from trading for a while, but I've since come back and come back with an all new style of trading since you guys last saw me properly. So I've been trading order flow methodology with Bookmap and using the DOM, and I learned a whole bunch about order flow this year, which really transformed my trading. So yeah, since returning, I'm back here working on some getting funded again, coming through with order flow style, and yeah, just onwards and upwards from here. And you'll see I've lost some hair as well. I see in the chat, someone said, "Cammy, what happened to your hair?" That's the results of a hair transplant. Still waiting on the results to push through. So we'll be back nice,
Oh,
bro. in a few months. Nice. Cam, what inspired you to make the switch, bro? Why are you changing the way you were trading? I'm curious. Well, see, I came from, so it's my 6th year trading. I've traded 4 years Forex CFDs. So with Forex and CFDs, obviously no centralized market. You don't have the same access to the level 2 data that we do in futures. So I wasn't really aware of that side of trading to begin with. I just traded, your usual candlestick patterns, regular indicators. I then moved on to ICT, smart money concept style trading. And then when I moved into futures, I transferred that SMC style candlestick trading to futures, just the same. Trying to trade as I did doing Forex CFDs. But as I developed with trading futures, I started to hear people telling me about these, level 2 data and order flow, and it just looked completely foreign to me at first, so I kind of disregarded it. But the more that time went on, trading futures, like, well, all this data is here. We can use it to inform our trades and get more accurate trades, by actually seeing what's behind the candlesticks. So once I took a deep dive into looking at order flow and how to read these tools and really, throwing myself in the deep end to learn this stuff, I ended up completely throwing out technical analysis altogether, and have basically switched over to purely trading order flow. Even without the charts, a lot of the times, just the DOM and the Bookmap. But yeah, it's just a totally new game for me, and it's been a game changer, to be honest. We're very similar in that way, bro, because I've come from about 8 years of trading Forex, moved into futures for the first time in February with Topstep. And the Bookmap is brand new to me because in Forex, we have no centralized exchange. Like you said, we can't get that kind of information. So it's completely changed in the way that I'm trading
day by day. I find that I'm using the order flow more to see good levels of support and resistance that could be targets, that could be magnets to pull price to. I haven't figured out yet how it's going to help me with my entry. So I'm still using VWAP a lot for my entry specifically, like getting a good price. Got any thoughts on that? Do you use it similar to that, or are you using it more for entry? I guess you're saying you could use it for all of it because you're not
the whole
chart
lot.
half the time,
So
you're saying.
that's it. So I'm using it for both. I use the volume profile basically to get my levels where I'm looking to trade from. But once we approach that level, I'm looking at the book map and watching to see if I want to get an entry at a level, and I'm waiting for an area to act as support, probably similar to what you're looking at. I'm looking for that liquidity to build up there and see buyers support that level, actually see them lining up ready to buy there. And I like to see how price reacts to that liquidity as we approach it as well. So if we can trade into it and those buyers don't pull from the book and they stay there, maybe they add to their position or add to that price level, and that gives me a bit more confidence to go along from that point. And vice versa for the other side. So very similar.
Yeah. So definitely very similar.
nice.
So let's see what we're looking at here, because I'm looking at ES. Are you a NASDAQ or are you an ES guy?
I'm a gold dude now. I trade gold futures these
Nice.
days.
Whoa. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Very
You're a
cool.
new
All right,
man,
so
Cammy.
I'm looking.
That's right. New man. No hair, new man.
We've been really bullish today. I liked the longs at 31 this morning. I was out at 36 on that trade. I took a trade on the combine from 37. I took that at 47 for 10 points. I think we could go higher here, Dolby and Cammy, into the end here. And I see
we actually have
65 at the top here.
Yeah, we got Hoag's weekly kickoff level at 55, 67 evens. We have a really nice 5-minute range setting up as well, which is one of my favorite formations. If you go to the daily chart as well, I think we got my charts up now. Yeah, we basically have like a really nice big daily range here. I think that started around June 17th, and we're kind of still in it, to this day. So it's about like a 2-week daily range. And if you were able to kind of buy 5509s, you were doing really, really well. I know the house account picked up 5510s, I believe, yesterday for a really nice trade. And I know we were also in the NASDAQ as well earlier today. So also kind of in a daily range as well. So we're starting to get to the top of the daily range, which is great, because that could mean that we're going to break out even further, or it could mean that we're going to pull back. And probably either way, we're going to get a lot of volatility coming up here, because it's not going to stay up here forever unless it wants to break out, or it could be coming back down again. But the range is very, very solid. So I'm looking forward to placing some trades in the MES today to see if we can actually push some highs. But it is tricky. I have not traded yet today. So kind of going to get my bearings straight for the last 45 minutes of the day here.
Well, remember too, Dolby, there's something about you don't really want to be. I forget the joke we made a couple of weeks ago with Andre. It was like the best trading strategy, something, just buy indices. So I think higher is definitely in the cards. I see orders at 46 on the downside too. Cam, can you look at the book map for us on your side, Cam, and see what you're seeing on ES?
Yeah,
Give us a read. I know you
open it
trade
up.
gold, but
Yeah.
tell us what you're seeing.
Absolutely. Give me a second, man. I just got to subscribe to the feed again. I've removed it from my bookmap feed. I will let you know my thoughts very soon. Let's see.
I like the 5-minute range you're talking about, Dolby. I see it here on ES. You know what I mean? I definitely see us sideways right now. Something that I like to do is I'll throw a VWAP on the high of day. And when that VWAP is broken, maybe that is usually a sign buyers are stepping in. We haven't had that really hold yet. So not ready to be a buyer yet. But I think if we do get longs, it's maybe 58, 59. We could see 65, 66, maybe something like that.
Yeah. I'm going to work 2 bids in the MES in my live account here, provided by Topstep. So 55.54 and a quarter and 55.53 and a quarter. I'm going to see if I can get those two. We'll risk about $50 on the trade. We'll risk about $100 all day, but I'd prefer making money. I did have a nice long yesterday that ended up getting stopped out at, I think, 55.20 that ended up rallying towards the end of the day. So we're probably I'm going to put on basically the similar trade. 5-minute range. We're going to try to buy the bottom of it and then see if we can get a rally higher, hopefully into that weekly kickoff high level. So we're going to put these buys in. I think we're talking in the green room. It's a little bit tricky to come into Power Hour not having placed any trades, because the last 45 minutes of the day, the market maybe is out of steam. Maybe it pushes higher. Maybe it retraces the whole thing. So the market state can really change if you just look at Power Hour in like an isolated environment. It can be pretty hard.
And every day is different. I mean, there was a couple of days last week, Power Hour, it moved 10 points. ES moved 10 or 15 points in the last 2 minutes. It was sideways the whole session until the last 2 minutes. So it's really hard to say. I think whenever trading Power Hour, I like to, like, especially if I'm in profit on the day, I won't risk what I've already made. I'm not going to go zero on the day. You know what I'm saying? That's just a little tip that I like to follow. Yeah. It stings sometimes to end like that.
Yeah, and I would say the vast majority of our traders are probably done trading with what I would consider like the first session. So anything between like 8 and lunchtime. Then you have the second session, which I would consider, 12 to 3-ish. And then Power Hour is maybe its own thing from 2 to 3. Because I was trading crude when I was doing these sessions. So the second session was like 12 to 1:30. But with indices, it goes till 3. Personally, just having done so many Power Hours, it's just like its own little world of trading. Its own little world.
It really is.
So, yeah, a lot of stop runs.
So you can see
like
on my
that.
screen here, I've got this block of orders up here at 65, 66. That's what I'm seeing, Cam. A thicker block up there. And then I'm seeing at 46, all the way down at 46, also another block of support. Now, that seems a little further away. I think just because we're already, I struggle sometimes when it's made a move already and I've already made money long. I struggle buying it at this price because that question of like, is it a good price comes into my head, but that isn't the right question. It's only a good price if it goes higher in that sense, so it only applies to what would be coming. So I've tried to not ask that question at all and just say, what's the risk reward of the setup? Do I think that I can make money here? Keep the risk tight, especially when I'm up 2,300 on the day on this combine. So I don't think I'm going to trade my XFA. I think if we take a long here, I'm going to take it on this combine.
I agree. Austin, I'm liking that bullish move as well. If we can push up, maybe, I don't know if you found the same kind of thing. Those heavier levels of liquidity, normally a bit of a magnet. So seeing that's pretty close to where we are. And it's 379, just over 400 contracts in total around that level. I'd be inclined for a bullish move as well, I'd say.
Let's try it.
I might not get filled here, unfortunately. We'll see. Yeah.
What's your fill? What price are you looking for, Dolby?
I'm looking for 55, 54s. I'm kind of a stickler when it comes to price. I don't really like chasing the market all that much, and that does leave me sometimes without a trade because the market will just run away from me. But sure. I do feel like, I like where my first entry is. It's like a couple ticks above the low of the 5-minute. We're kind of hanging out in the middle right now.
I'm going to throw my stop at 51. So I've got the long at 57, the stop at 51, 4 contracts. I don't see a lot of orders down here. So I'm thinking that's a decent place for my stop for right now. Cam, let me ask you this, bro. So take a look at my screen. I'll stretch this out. You see this like pyramiding around price? How it's like almost following price exactly. You see that? That's clearly algorithmic driven. So what I try to look for, and tell me what you think of this, is I don't really pay attention to that as much. I'm looking for these static blocks that get put in and just get left on the book. And those tend to be where I'm pulling the magnet to. You feel the same way?
Exactly the same here, dude. Yeah. I agree. From what I understand as well, a lot of that is market maker activity. They're just trying to, arbitrage both sides. So I ignore that noise for the most part. Those longer, seeing how long those levels that have been sitting there for like, more than 5, 10, 15 minutes, and how long they've sat at that order book. That's a more important thing to look at for me. Just noise around current price, really. Total noise.
Yep.
Yeah.
So for this account, I have my. You going, Dolby? Let's go.
I'm just placing another bid here. I got for NASDAQ 20,210 and a quarter. So I'll take whichever one I get filled first on, either ES or NQ. But I'm only going to try with one for the for NQ. But they're both like in the same pattern, 5-minute range.
No one's jumping down my throat about the long here. I see some other people liking longs here. So
I can barely even read chat because I have prescription glasses, and these are not prescriptions. So this is just a blur. Chat's a blur right now. I can see emojis though pretty well. And then your face is
good.
That's about it. Yeah.
I'm up on this account, Dolby, and I have a personal daily profit target. One of the cool features of TopStep X of 3,000, just over 3,000. Like it's like 3,076. So I don't make more than that 50%. So I can only take about $700 out of this move, which if we go to 60, which would fill the next big block of orders, that's going to get me close to my daily target here. 60, 60 and a half. I'll be taking out of this thing there. And there's a big block right there, so that would be perfect.
Yeah, that'd be a solid trade. We've seen a lot of volatility in Power Hour, so I'm not super worried about getting filled. I think there's actually a pretty good chance that I will get filled. I'm just hoping that we get the price action to push even higher than where we're at right now. But sometimes Power Hour, like I said before, can be a little bit tricky because you don't necessarily get the follow through that you're really looking for at the end of the day because it's maybe the move has already happened and people just want to sell off their positions if they're day traders and leave it at that. Gabe, you've been relatively quiet, so that means, of course, you are in a trade. What is your trade?
No, I'm actually not in a trade. I'm flat. I'm just intently, yeah, I'm just focused right now. I'm kind of bored, honestly, of what I'm seeing right now. I mean, I'm just looking at the NQ. We're ranging. There's not really a whole lot of movement, just a lot of back and forth. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a 10 point range right now that we've been back and forth the last even 15 minutes that we've been on. I really do like a little bit further of a push down. I wouldn't mind coming back to retest this little area of demand that brought us to a higher high around 196.75 to 186.75.
186
20,196? 196 and 3/4 to 186 and 3/4. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that too. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm looking at for a possible long.
But you're not short yet, right? You're not fading me yet, Gabe. You're just waiting for a deeper pullback to get them.
I was tempted to fade you. I actually fat fingered it and did get in, and so I got really quick. I got out as well when I took a $33 hit. But I was tempted to fade you, but really I don't have a lower low yet. We really don't even have a lower high. We're really just kind of a little back and forth right now. So I don't really feel confident about getting in right immediately, even though I accidentally.
Wait, so I know what fat fingering it is, but why is everyone saying Andre has lettuce hands? What does that mean?
Oh, salad hands?
Yeah, salad hands.
Yeah. What does that mean?
That's just another. I think that's another paper hands alternative.
Okay.
Essentially,
okay. Can't hold trade.
From what I can understand, can't hold a trade.
Got it.
Danielle Oliver. It's one of her jokes. I don't know if she knew that was the joke though, but it's hilarious.
Still funny.
Either way. Salad hands is incredible, and I love it. And we've had some amazing memes come out of it as well from Carl Hungus. Speaking of Carl Hungus, Gabe, do you want to tell the people about hashtag Power Hour?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are on X or on Twitter and you want to share some content with us and potentially get featured on stream, you can go ahead and use hashtag Power Hour and make sure to tag Topstep, whether it's a tick pick, whether it's a funded certificate, any sort of trading memes that you want to send us, Topstep swagger gear that you have that you want to take a picture in, pets. Obviously this morning we saw a good handful of dogs, and but yeah, that's about it. Just we'll scrape Twitter here later on, and we'll see what we come up with.
Now, Gabe,
by
can
the
you
way,
clarify what a tick pick is, please?
Yeah, a tick pick is a pick of your trade, winning trade. Cammy, you've been in the chat recently. You probably heard this drop a couple times.
I found this clip. Let's see if this works from the last time Cammy was on. This is completely different than tick picks.
A little low energy today. Last night, my wife tapped me on the shoulder while I was deep in sleep, and she was like, I think someone's in the house. And she heard some noises. And so I hopped up. I'm just going to be honest. I was fully naked here. I use it as a scare tactic. Oh my goodness! Quick with the clip there. I love that.
Quick with the clip, bro. Jesus.
Yep.
Jack is quick.
Oh yeah. That's from the archives, actually.
Yes, sir.
I had to blow the dust off that one. Pull that one out. Yeah. It's like you never know when I might need this. And lo and behold,
never know. Real quick, Dolby. I've had rips on my podcast. I've had a couple of the guys. I have a big one coming out this weekend with Coach Robert. So just so everybody knows, it's episode 134 of my podcast. It's called The Day Trading Show. Cammy, we're going to have to get you on there. And that'll be a good one because I have never had somebody from New Zealand. You'd be the first Kiwi. Yeah, that'd be good.
Absolutely.
But this one's...
That'd be awesome.
Honestly, I didn't realize how smart Robert was until I did this podcast with him. And I'm not just saying that. Like, he's pretty intelligent. So it's extremely good. Because like that whole trading psychology buzzword, keyword thing, very played out. But Robert actually goes deep on some questions that I had for him that I think everybody will really appreciate. So that's coming out, I think, Saturday after the holiday.
Sweet.
This weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that out. I have, I've only been able to get, kind of bits and pieces of wisdom from Robert. So, getting him to just unleash what is a full hour about?
Yep. Full hour 15 or so.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's good.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no, you've had some good people on there. It's been a lot of fun to listen to. Good production quality too, got to say. It's good stuff.
Thank you. It's hard. when you're doing Zoom podcasts, bro, it's very hard. Honestly, the biggest question or biggest comment I get all the time is stop talking over your guests. Well, I'm like, you try to do Zoom podcasts, bro. It's really hard, but we're doing our best.
Is hard.
Nick for a Tick was on.
The delay
Nick's
is tough.
almost at 10K views. Yeah, the delay sucks.
Wow.
Patak was on, in case anybody hasn't seen this one. And these are just the YouTube views. We do pretty good views on Spotify too, and I post them on Twitter as well. But I think everybody loved the Patak episode. So I'll throw the link to this one in the chat for everybody. But Patak, we had Rips, Nick for a Tick. So I'm trying to run my way through the Top Step guys. I'm trying to get Dakota. He told me at the end of the summer he'll do it. So we'll see.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. I mean, it's awesome that you're able to grab all these guys off of TopstepTV. You got MP and all those people. So definitely check that out if you want to deep dive into some of these, not influencers, but on-air talent that we have, and get Austin Silver to get them.
Well, you know what the thing is, bro? It's like
it's awesome.
I'm trying with the podcast, like in the description of the podcast, it says like no Rolexes, no Lambos. Like I'm not talking to people that are famous on social media first. I want to talk to people that are traders first and are also, some of them are doing well on social media. I had Chris Cady on my podcast. He's 40 something years trading futures, bro. That dude he gives no craps about social media, but he's a fantastic conversation. Great trader. So that's like the direction I'm trying to take. I'm not trying to do as many influencers, but it's cool when you get guys like Rips or you get guys, here, we're about to take profit on this 59. Let's see if the 60 will trade. But yeah, Rips is a great guy. I had, like I said, Patak was on. It was cool to hear his story. I think people wanted to see that. So we're going to try my best to keep doing that. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the compliment on the production.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I mean, I know how hard that is to do all that. Man, ES just cruising to the upside here, breaking out of the 5-minute range. Looks like my orders are not going to get filled in the near future here on either MAS or MNQ, unfortunately. Doesn't mean I won't take a trade today, but just not
risk
this
free
one.
on it now, Dolby.
Hey, my man, there we go. Cammy, any trades currently that you're in?
Yeah, man. I was going to say, if you guys can switch to my screen, I was going to show an example of how I'm using the book map for my intra. I've taken the contract off already, just 2 contracts, trading small, already nicely in profit for the day on this account. But here's an example. So if you can see on the book map on the side, the level I've got marked out there is the value. Oh, let me just double check. I think that's previous day point of control. So when we get to these levels here, what I'm looking at is on the book map, I can see us trade above. I don't wait for it to finish loading. It keeps bloody freezing on me. So one thing. Anyway, as it trades above to the previous day point of control, I'm looking to see how it reacts to that level. So once it loads, I can show you what I'm looking at. Once we get to that point, the book on the offer there starts to thin out. So we approach that previous day point of control. The offers kind of pull from that level. And then below, we can see that we have buyers add in just below at 337.9. This is on gold. We also get an iceberg. So I've been using the iceberg indicator as well to see an iceberg executing 82 contracts to go long just below the previous day point of control. So I got long there. I'd normally aim for just 10 ticks. So I took off 1 contract at around 6 ticks there. And while I was busy yapping there, my last contract got stopped at break even. But as soon as we get that reaction above that level, I'm pulling that stop loss right up because I'm only looking for the bounces from these volume profile levels using the book map, seeing the way the book is behaving at these levels to confirm the trades. So what a shame. What a shame it's frozen. I wanted to show you in more detail, but that's the gist of what I'm doing.
That makes sense. I like that iceberg thing. I got to do more. I got to do more with the iceberg thing. I'm still in the trade here, Dolby. It pinned lower, but it didn't take me out. It pulled back on that 330 candle.
That's awesome.
Volatility there. But I've got one. I closed 3. I got 1 contract running.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm break even. I got 1 contract.
That's a great trade.
So we pulled.
That's a great.
Yeah. I think we pulled. I mean, we're up 2,600 now on the day. So pulled like 330 on that so far. So
that's awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say it could be fun to get YouTube plus Rips to do a little like book map, sort of like
little thing. I ain't ready for that yet. Rips is still the master. Give me a few more months.
Well, that would be fun though, because then you could like ask him questions. He could like be the teacher. You guys are like the students. I mean, I think a chat would learn a lot about it because sometimes you need someone to play the role of a student to really get the questions that chat wants. You know what I mean?
100%.
So that would be fun.
Yeah, I have no problem doing that. I'd love to do that.
Let's see. Gold. Man, crude oil kind of fell off a little bit. Wow, 84.40 all the way down to almost 83. Man, crude's been a wild ride recently. I mean, just straight up the entire time. I think that hurricane is drumming up some drama in the Gulf. I think
Real
they're
fast.
saying Galveston might get hit. Yeah, what up?
Yeah, I actually saw that too. It's supposed to be bad. So Cam, the way I'm looking at this is those orders that were on the book up here at 55.60, that block is now kind of traded through with some buying volume. So that's why now I would see these block at like 62 as a target. I'm looking at 65 as even a target here. Would you see that the same way, or do you see that differently?
Yeah, I'd see that the same way. Where was your entry in Austin?
My entry is at 57.
57, yeah. Yeah, I'd see that the same way. I like to also kind of actively trail my stop. I don't know how well it works on the ES, but as that liquidity builds behind the current price, I like to pull that stop up as well, just in case we don't actually push that full target, where those higher orders are. Using that liquidity
I go back
just behind price, I like to use as a little wall of protection as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I go back and forth on it, bro. Sometimes as soon as I lock my stop at entry and I plan on trailing it, but I don't take any off, I get stopped for nothing. I call it a donut. So I try to avoid the donut. So when I can catch, 4, 5, 6 quick points, especially here in power hour and I'm up on the day, I'll take some off and then go break even. If I can clear out into like the 61, 62s, then I would probably trail the stop up a little higher and just start to take what I can get. But to me, for better or for worse, whether I make $25 on this or I make $0, that's not going to make a difference to me with one contract. Now, if I had more contracts, different conversation, But when I'm just managing this one small piece still, I tend to just say, let me ride this out, whether I get nothing out of it or I get, to my other $400, we'll take either side of that. So some people in the chat will probably tell me I'm stupid for doing that, but that's fine. It's my trading, not yours.
You'll be stupid no matter what.
Exactly right. I'll be stupid to the chat.
We'll
no
never
matter
get it
what,
right
bro.
with these
It's cool.
guys. Yeah, no matter what. No matter.
Yep. Yeah, but let's see. So now the 60s will trade through. So now I'm looking at 62, 63 looks good. 63, 63 on the dot. 66 still seems to be what's calling my name here. I'd like to see that be sick.
66. Yeah, I mean,
57 to 66 would be a sick power hour move, bro, especially because it's moved what it already does on an average day. I mean, the last 2 weeks of trading in the ES, I know, Cam, you're on gold, but if you look at ES on a daily chart, it's been sideways for basically the last 2 trading weeks. It hasn't moved. So that condenses the average daily range and it makes it appear like it doesn't have as much potential to move. No, this still has potential to move. Just in the last 2 weeks, we've slowed down a little bit. So, and I'm always bullish, man. I don't bet against America. I got an American flag tattooed on my butt. So just kidding.
I mean, it's
yes.
And
hashtag
shorting NASDAQ. Yeah, right.
Hashtag
shorting
tick
indices is always a dangerous game because passive money is just going to flow in and kind of push things a little bit higher. You know what I mean? So you really have to have a reason. Like the market really needs a reason to go down. Really needs a reason.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's just going to bid. And that's what it's been.
I mean,
it's been doing.
The bonds moved up well yesterday on no news. And some people on Twitter were talking about the bonds moving up says inflation is actually getting worse more than people think. And that will lead to longer, rates being higher for longer, no rate cuts. Well, the market doesn't seem to mind that. I almost think the market's looking at something else. The market's always forward looking, whether it's pricing in a certain election outcome, who knows what they're saying, whether it's pricing in no war and things getting more peaceful. And that's why the market, I think the market's very forward looking, almost more so than beyond interest rates. And I was kind of bogged down with interest rates for a period of time, but they just don't seem to matter. The economy is quote unquote surviving. And we could debate this for an hour, but the economy is surviving and that's how the Fed's going to read it. And they're going to put the numbers out the way they're going to put them. Fine. Higher. I'd trade higher more than short,
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have, we get Peter Tuchman on, who's just an absolute joy to talk to. And he has, I don't know, according to him, 150 years of trading experience. And he talks about trading and fundamentals as 2 very different things. If you're going to be trading, day trading, then you won't be looking at charts, technicals, support and resistance and things like that. But then when he talks fundamentals, it's, it's different. It's more just much broader sort of scope. But you really, if we're day traders, you have to play the team that shows up. And that could either be a range day, a trend day,
bingo,
a megaphone
know your
day,
levels.
could be whatever it is.
Yep.
Yeah, know your levels
and
trade them, right? We don't want to put levels on our chart and then ignore them and trade in between the levels unless that is your strategy. But if your levels are on there, they're there for a reason. So try to get your trades as close as possible to them.
Yep. I agree with that.
Gabe, trades?
Gabe, anything?
No.
Gabe over here. All right.
No, I was just scraping
Gabe
Twitter. I
has the
sent
sickest
Jack.
shades. I don't care. What
Link twice if you get a trade.
Stun the shades, bro. Stun the shades.
No trades in currently. I'm down a little bit, but I know that I was scraping Twitter for some power hour submissions. We got a few good ones, and then I think Jack's got quiz winners ready when we are.
Yeah, if we got top quiz, let's do them. That's what Chad is really into. Is top quiz winners. Hopefully we can get a funny name or two.
Yeah. Maybe there will be. Let's see. All right. Winners now, because there are 80, are split into two. First one.
Oh, boys.
Cammy boy.
Honorable mention. That's me. Fantastic,
that's
boys.
quick, man. That's
Free
awesome.
reset. There we go.
Let's go.
There you go. Pays the play. Yeah. Pretty normal stuff here. Now we'll go on
Jack,
to the next.
what are the odds of K being spelled K-A-Y 3 times in a row for 3 different names? Is that a...
Check the
that's
emails.
All right.
More than, I mean, like, it happens. Because now I put them alphabetically.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, you know, so it's not like it came in 3 times in a row. There were 3 different draws.
Yeah.
We'll investigate. Let's see
I'm
the second.
Not that interested. Yeah. What's next?
My balls itch. You people. All right, Nasdaq's in there. Revenge Trader.
Oh no, someone's reset. Big caps. I feel you.
There's usually a few of those.
Yeah.
Topstep
You gotta type
Zaddy.
it into existence.
There you go. So there are your winners for today.
Well, traders in chat, I hope your name was on that list. If not, there is always tomorrow. Are we doing top quiz tomorrow, Jack? Or no?
I believe so. Yeah, no, we're doing it. I
So
think
there's always
maybe even
tomorrow.
closing out the day with it.
Oh, that'd be fun. A little special holiday edition. Just a reminder, chat, it is a half day tomorrow, July 3rd. Markets will be closed at 12. TopstepTV will be wrapping up at 12. And then on Thursday, the markets are closed completely, and TopstepTV will be on vacation. And then we get, I think, a load of kind of news events on Friday, which should be pretty interesting to have almost a full day off. And then you get loaded with news events on Friday. Should be interesting.
NFP, jobs numbers, it'll be fun.
Yeah. Wow, NFP and okay, wow. We just need a Fed speaker. Then we got a trifecta.
Because the end to me, when I say that, I mean the NFP is the job numbers. You get the NFP numbers and you get the unemployment rate, and those two come out together at 8:30 every first Friday of the month. So that's all I was saying. But yeah, it probably usually NFP, like bro, back in the day, NFP was rockets, especially in the Forex market. Cam, you probably remember back in the day, NFP.
Oh yeah, yep.
Now it's not as much. Yeah, it's just more docile.
Yeah, it's
just
funny
the
how
market
that
changes,
happens.
right? Inflation is important now. CPI is important now. Interest rates are important now. Jobs is like, it just doesn't seem to
Yeah,
move the
there's just
market
like
as much.
a certain news event that's like flavor of the month, and that's like the only thing the market cares about. And it's like that's
I
the
was gonna
headline,
say-
and I think
Before we went into the quiz winners, I had Brian Shannon on the podcast. That's coming out in a few weeks, second time. And I had him on a year ago. And he keeps telling me this thing about like cocktail talk, like the fundamentals, the interest rates, the news, and this and that. It's cocktail talk. And he's right. He's like, it's not going to make me money at the end of the day. The chart and the price action is what makes us money as day traders. So we can speculate, and all that ends up doing is creating a bias that probably costs you money in some capacity. So he says, save it for the cocktail parties. Have a drink, talk to your friends about it, but don't trade on it. And I really like that.
oh, that's great. He's a top step frequent flyer as well. I think we've had him on twice already, and he's great. Father of the anchored VWAP. You know, it's kind of a very interesting framework. Yeah, it's a great framework to look at the market. So if you're like a newer trader and don't really have your footing set in a certain strategy or type yet, definitely check out that book. That'll give you some stuff to use to look at the market in like in a certain way, which might help you trade a little bit better, which is pretty great. But very cool book.
And I got a podcast coming out with him in 2 weeks. So there's a part one I have already from a year ago, and now this is like a part two where it's like, you know, once I get to know you and we get a little bit closer, the questions get better, the conversation gets better. I push on them a little harder, so it's good. It's really good. I'm excited to share it.
Perfect. Well, it looks like the NQ is starting to come down a little bit. ES is not so much. I'm gonna pull
so much
my MES bids, and I'm gonna focus on this MNQ trade and see if we can get into a long here in the NASDAQ. This is where things get a little bit tricky because We only got what 20 minutes. Wow, 20 minutes left. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get filled and catch a rally. Maybe we can hit raise numbers for 20,273. I'm getting pretty close to getting filled here, which is awesome.
Nice.
Little
When you get
MNQ.
this close to the end, you feel good about it still? 15, 17 minutes left. You still feel good about putting the position in here, see what you can get?
Yeah, here, my thing is this. Like, if you have the charts open, you should be ready to place a trade if your system says that it is time to place a trade.
Time to go.
And we have a 5-minute range. We're in an uptrend. I want to buy the bottom of the 5-minute range. And I want to do it every single time I'm able to do it. I don't want to open the charts, see my setup, and not take it because we don't know if that is the one that is going to make us money.
All right, I mean, that was a good clear. The 60s again in here on ES. Let's see. Can I get 65? Can I get 65 to finish the day with the Power Hour boys? That'd be fun. Already made some money.
That'll be fun. I got really close to getting filled.
Yeah, it was a good
I was
little
like
dip
2
for you.
points. 2 points. Yeah, I even tried putting my bid above. So we kind of have like this. If I want to swap to my charts real quick, we have like a series of higher lows on the 1 minute in the NASDAQ. If you want to chat wants to pull up their own charts, and I had my bid in at 20,212.50, hoping that we kind of make a higher low. And it looks like I just missed that by about 2 to 3 points. So instead of like putting that order down at like say 20,209 evens, I tried to get it up a little bit higher to anticipate the market structure maintaining and maintaining that higher low pattern. I just kind of maybe a little bit too conservative. I wanted 212s, it got to 215s, and decided to rally 12 or 13 points. But it is NASDAQ, so it is prone to giving second chances, which is great.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
I have a feeling we might go here. Let's see. I'd like to see it go. I know you
know.
want to get filled, but I want to see it go.
I know. It's
The
we're not
orders up
fading
at
each
65
other,
are still on the book, bro. No, we're not fading each other. The orders up at 66, 65. They're still up here. So, I mean, that could try to fill here. It's 420.
You're talking about
It's big enough
50s?
block.
I see 200 at 50s.
50
even 250s?
55,
I see 200
65.
contracts. 55 in
I'm looking at
ES?
ES.
Oh, you're in
I'm looking
ES.
at.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm looking at,
Sorry,
55,
Thank you.
66, 55, 65.
Yeah, I see
you're
that.
good.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah. But for, let's say 420 at 5566 evens.
Yeah, I mean, now
ES
seeing
looks
like
pretty
where I got
bullish.
out of this trade at 60, and now it hasn't really left 60, makes me feel like if I was still in this trade with 15 minutes ago, I definitely would take some off here. So I got one left. Stops locked. I'm just gonna, let it ride here.
I'm gonna bump up my my long to 20,215 evens. So just a couple ticks above the previous 5-minute low in the last candle.
Okay.
We did announce quiz winners. Feel free to rewind Angry Trader. We did post those, and you can always rewind the stream and go back and get that. It was about, let's say, 5 to 10 minutes ago.
Someday I'll show the whole process for how I choose the winners because
that'd be a fun.
I don't have
video.
the energy to rig a raffle. Yeah, the odds are they're like 1 in 10 today. If you got 3 out of 4, you get one.
Oh, it's pretty good. A little like
Oh, yeah.
behind the scenes series. That would be fun. It'd basically just be like an apartment tour for me, but for some people in the office, that would be pretty interesting. The thought process and the execution of the top quiz. I think that would be fascinating. Tesla rolling.
Video trying to bounce at the end of the day. Yeah, Tesla. It's pushing towards not all time high of day. It's $2 off the high of day. It is the most traded stock right now, according to what I'm looking at on volume. 181 million shares traded. Nvidia's close second. It's not often you see Nvidia in second place, so that's interesting.
Yeah, Tesla's trying to sell robots to everybody. I think that's what
Dolby,
what they're
do
jumping
not
on.
say you would not buy. I know you'd buy two robots, Dolby. Don't lie. I know you would.
2 of them? I mean, maybe. They
2
could
of
be
them.
friends?
100%. They'll be friends.
2 robots and a couple of wigs, Dolby.
Hey, don't tempt me with a good time. Sounds like a blast. I've always wanted some robot friends who could go hang out at the bars, go drinking. I think that's what really all that would happen. There's be like a bunch of like single people just hanging out with their robots and like not socializing with each other. That'd be wild. That's so dystopian.
Dude, I think it'd be sick, bro. That is the dystopian outlook. I'm looking at the utopia, bro. Everybody's got robots. It makes all the terrible jobs easier. People can focus on creating new things, innovating. Humanity uplifts itself because it uses technology the right way. Come on, Dolby, stay optimistic, bro. God.
I know. I got maybe it's these shades. Maybe the shades are too tight.
Maybe too tight. Can we get 62, Dolby? Can you blow on the screen for me? Can you give me 62 or 63?
215 evens? Can we get 215 evens? Come and get
That's
me.
What you want now? You're getting me. Come and get him.
I bumped it up like 3 points. I'm gonna see if I can get this.
Dolby, zoom into those candles a little bit, bro. Those candles are so skinny I can barely see them.
I don't know. They're on a diet.
I don't know how he does
There
it.
you go. There you go. Now I can see that. Jesus, thank you. I'm squinting at my screen. My eyes hurt.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, there you go, guys.
There you go.
There, we're good.
All right, 61.
Whatever. It's just a big Dorito.
62s.
If you guys can imagine a Dorito, that's all this chart is. Close your eyes, envision a Dorito, and that's what the chart pattern is.
Yeah, see, mine looks much more bullish than that right now. My 1 minute looks good. Looks like we can push here. 63s
Just
in
pick
a
the
second.
best time frame that justifies your trade. Is that I've done that so many times.
I'm a 1 minute guy. I know you're a 5 minute guy. I'm a 1 minute guy. I don't last as long as you, Dolby. Clip that.
Oh my goodness.
There's 61.50.
Yeah.
Come on, give me.
I think you're looking good for this, Austin. It's looking all right. A lot of buying happening up there.
I'd like to see 66. That would be sick. I'm gonna get taken out of this thing at $100 here.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, I took no drawdown.
Just hold it till the end of the day. Like, what do you? Why not?
I will.
You only got one left.
Got 10 minutes. I mean, I'm going to assume my personal daily profit target's going to get hit before end of day here. If we go to 63, I think I'm going to get hit.
Man, I hope it does for you.
Wait, I'm gonna mix up this trade a little bit. I'm going to move my buys down to 20,194 and 20,199 evens in anticipation of MOC shooting down, and maybe we do a resistance becomes support thing here. So let's see if this works out. I don't want to get filled at like 2012 only for it to do some like stop run. So this is a pretty big anticipation move here. I think we might drop 20 points and then rally back again.
MOC is coming in here. I can see them.
What do we got?
Coming up here in just a few.
Yeah, it's pulling back on me now. I see orders at 57. That's right where my stop is. That want to fill. Big block right there at 57. Yep, took me out.
So now we're trying to run.
There we got it. Here it is.
5 minute.
S&P, 1 billion to the sell side. NASDAQ, 433 million sell side. Dow, 169 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 50 million to the sell side. Once again, these do fluctuate. Anything extreme, I will let you know.
Cool.
I'm still thinking it pops their
That's
level.
a kick in the balls right there.
Yeah, a little
You
stop
see
run
that,
on
bro?
you.
Just stopped me out.
Yeah.
Saw me, bro. The market makers know me, bro. They're watching TopstepTV. They said, get this boy out, and then we'll go to 65.
Get him.
Oh, yeah. Man, I tried to avoid MOC, but that hurts too many feelings, eh? MOC, man.
I know.
Sometimes
it moves, sometimes it doesn't.
That's the last 10 minutes. Unless you got a wide stop.
Yeah, okay.
Like, man, it's so dangerous.
You gotta have a wider stop in.
It really is. Yeah. And we did end up doing like a little stop run of that 5 minute range. So one of the reasons why I find range trading kind of difficult in the NASDAQ is because it tends to run ranges a lot further than you would expect. So that's why I kind of moved my bids like 20 points down, is because I was anticipating a much bigger stop run in the NASDAQ. It just didn't happen. So I'm kind of like conflicted because it almost seems like it's a coin flip of like how deep is the stop run going to be? It's going to be like a really big run, or is it going to be like a shallower run like we just had? Still have not figured that out, but I am still going to trade the NASDAQ here because it does provide great opportunity. We might not end up getting filled here as this 5 minute range is still maintaining, unfortunately. We'll see.
So
Gabe,
now-
any good fast markets or power hour stuff?
I sent a few to Jack. Yeah, I'm sure he probably has those loaded up if we want to knock them out.
Whenever they're ready. We could
Yeah, let
probably
me come
use a good
here.
laugh. I don't know if
Let's
we're going to
start
get much
doing
action
it.
in the last 10 minutes.
Let's start with our man, Carl Hungus. If anyone saw Fast Markets this morning,
Rips was
Dakota was
on
out
one.
playing. He was on a heater, a Vegas heater. Apparently, they were with Jay Powell. Hell of a card game. Some other stuff around here. Gabe, if you have any descriptions, let me know. I'm just kind of pulling these. But it looks like somebody printed this morning in the live session for their eval. So good printing. Speaking of
Yes,
printing,
pumping 62.
here we got Powell chasing after that 2% inflation goal. I love the way the AI art looks sometimes. I
That's
like
a good one.
this next one. I like quite a bit. Hey babe, why are you scared? It's just a megaphone, and then kid holding across everything else. And lastly,
That one's great.
When you rock the NQ futures, hold my root beer.
Yeah, that's a great one. Man, Dakota's face is getting a lot of airtime. A lot of airtime. That helps for number one.
63's there on ES. 66 is even more possible now with 7 minutes left, I'd say. Literally just
Man,
stop.
they just had to come get you. They had to, man.
bro, to the tick. To the tick,
Had
bro.
to come get you.
57 and then gone. I'll take what I can get, but that's still
garbage.
Still sucks. Like you know you want
Yeah,
it.
my
Like, I knew it was
15s
gonna
and
be
12s
66.
would have been so good. Oh, it would have been so good. I can't believe I moved my.
I'll take it. I just like winning with you guys. We do well on Power
Hey, winning's
Hour.
fun. Winning is very fun.
Yeah, I'll take it. Try to avoid the losses.
Typically, we are placing good trades on Power Hour. I think Power Hour is typically a net positive segment, which is great.
So Dolby, I have
Losses are-
4 XFAs. One of them is in
Mhm.
drawdown. 3 of them are eligible for payout. I'm going to keep growing them and not take a payout. And I'm going to try to put myself on the leaderboard. And I tweeted at Nick for a tick. I said, I'm going to give him a run for his money. And he sent me the Anchorman meme. And it's like, yeah, give him hell. I'll give you hell or something like that. It was so funny. But I'm going to try to make a run of the leaderboard here over the next few months and see what I can do on building these
What's
XFAs.
the first? You have to at least get what, top 10. So what's 10th place right now for the leaderboard? Do you
I don't know. Jack, do you know?
Maybe JD knows.
What is
I don't
10th place on the leaderboard? Well, guess what? I'm
Yeah,
in the
what would
machine,
it
so if
take?
it's-
What would it take?
Let's take a look.
To get to 10th place.
If we
I got it right here.
Leaderboard, it's all,
oh yeah,
it's payouts and balance, correct?
That is correct for all current
payouts
open
and
accounts.
balance of current accounts.
Right. So right
Here,
now,
let's see.
Demetrios
You
is
get
in
the top-
10th. Right now, Demetrios is in 10th place. He has a current take of $60,260. So you would have to beat that by $1 to get under the top 10.
That's not bad. Very doable. That was my in my brain. I'm thinking 50. So can you guys give me any
not bad.
advice? Like I have 3 XFAs in profit. I could take payout on some of them, but I want to grow it. What would be the best way for someone like me to go about this? Like, because I am trading them separately, not on a copier. Would you just keep doing that? Keep growing them all 3 at the same time and then just let it roll that way? Would you take the payout because the payout still contributes to the leaderboard? Any advice?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah. So the XFAs count, any active XFA counts towards your balance for the leaderboard. So, I mean, I guess you're locking things in if you take the payout. I have to be careful
Locking
because
down.
there is advice that I'd say is good advice versus if you were solely derived pleasure from being on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Versus actually making money. They're 66.
Right. I would
everybody,
lock
just so
in
we
more.
say on ES. They're 66.
Yeah, we're at 240 and
Yeah, I guess-
NQ about 35 points higher than
Literally took me
where my
took
212s
me out
were.
of that trade and goes 10 points in the last 5 minutes there. That's crazy. So
No,
you're
that's how the
saying,
market works.
JD, is that you in the background? You're saying leaderboard,
It's Jack
Bradley just
here
said in the
now.
chat, leaderboard doesn't pay. Okay, it's Jack. Leaderboard doesn't pay, so take some payouts. But maybe what I was going to do is only take payouts above the 4,500. So that way I still have all 4,500 of drawdown and just keep clearing that out until I work my way up. Would that make sense?
Right. JD here, and yeah, your payouts do count towards the leaderboard also. So go ahead and pay yourself. Your numbers will still reflect that on the leaderboard.
But if I want to keep my full drawdown, do it when you're over the 4,500, ideally, right? Because it's 150K
Sure.
account. So then I want to keep it so I have as much drawdown as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also depends too. Are you going to like try to scale in and scale up to get up there? Because then maybe you want that capital in your account so you can start trading
Right, to
2,
take more
3,
size.
4,
That's a
5
good point, too.
contracts. Yeah.
Yep.
It depends what your
I'm
goals
trading
are.
about 2 or 3 right now. Yeah. But I got options. I'm in a good spot. So I'm coming for
Yeah, you're in a
Nick.
great spot.
I'm coming for rips. Yeah.
Yeah, that should be awesome. Looking forward
It
to seeing you.
It would have been great
up
to
there.
hit that trade to 60. Thanks, Dolby. It would have been great to
Would've
finish
helped.
this trade all the way to 66. Yeah, it would have been
I know,
nice.
look at
but
a palm,
it's
dude.
all right.
Yeah. Right
Look at
direction,
that pump,
but
bro. Took me out right
Damn.
there. That little pin right there. It's
Which
a big,
one?
It's a big middle finger
Yeah.
to me. Right there, right there. That 57
one
right
right
there was where
there?
my entry. That was my entry, and then I locked my stop at entry, and it hit me on the MOC, and then it goes. Gotta
You
love
break
it,
even?
everybody.
Brutal.
That's trading for you. I made money on the trade. I made 400 something. Yeah.
That's
All right.
great. Hey,
Try
break
to
even
smile
is
it off.
a
Can't linger on it.
got opinions.
You can't let FOMO win. You can't get frustrated with stuff like that if you're really trying to trade long term, because those emotions will carry into the next day, and then you'll FOMO trade the next day. You got to let it go. So
No, it's a great trade, especially for Power Hour. I mean, making any money in Power Hour is a great feeling.
Yep. But
I'm
the book map helps.
feeling a little
Seeing
bit
those orders up
remorseful.
at
Yeah,
66,
that's-
right, Cam?
Absolutely, dude. Man, I had that slight feeling about a retest blow. I was like, nah, it looks too bullish. But there it goes, MOC, eh? Came down,
Now,
devil's tail.
there it is.
Yep.
Yep.
But no,
We
good
got-
call.
Gabe's
what,
quiet over there. Gabe's like, good thing I didn't fade Austin.
I am holding the trade, so I'm in long right now. I
Hey.
I jumped in 20 MNQ around the 220s. I took 10
Nice.
off at 240, and I've got 10 more,
Nice.
half of the position holding. Trying to get myself back in
Yeah,
the green. I'm
Gabe.
thinking about just closing it to be up $100 in the
Take
day.
it, Gabe. You got 50 seconds till the 4
It's-
o'clock close. A bunch of orders will come in. That's
yeah,
that's a good
it's
move, dude.
259.
Good move.
Close out
Yeah, I was even
500. All right, so
contemplating.
146.
Hey, W's for Gabe.
Did not last.
W's for Gabe.
146.
Go, Gabe.
Nice, dude. Very nice.
Nice trade.
Appreciate y'all.
That's awesome.
That first half, I was so damn quiet because I was over here just fighting some inner demons over here, just like taking short after short after short and getting burnt, getting burnt.
When
And,
are you gonna
like,
learn?
I'm really gonna
Gabe,
follow
that you
this
don't
homeless-
short indices.
Yeah.
Hey, Gabe's thinking, am I really going to follow this homeless looking guy into this trade long right now? Like, are we sure about this?
I mean, he
Oh,
looks like a
man.
good fade. It could probably fade him. Doesn't look like he knows what he's
It
doing.
could probably fade him. Yeah, right.
It could probably fade him. Oh wow. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Is that it?
70,
Hey.
55, 70.
Wow.
Jeez.
That is the
Big move.
bell.
What's up, Eddie? Eddie, I don't know if you guys know this, but everyone congratulate Eddie. 14 years at Topstep. Incredible
Wow.
stuff. Yeah, I mean, thank
Oh,
you all.
yeah.
Thank you so much for your
Yeah,
contributions to the trading
14
community.
years here.
All right.
Eddie, you basically are Topstep at that
Time.
point, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Eddie, take it over, man. Take it over.
All right, my brothers from other mothers and sisters. Hey, thanks for being with us here tonight, guys. Had a great session here for Power Hour. Tomorrow is going to be a half a day. All right. But still, we got some meat on the bone. It's going to be a big breakfast for everybody. 7:15, we got our ADP non-farm. We also have our continuing jobless claims, initial jobless claims at 7:30. Scrolling down here a little bit, 8:45 S&P Global Composite. We got the global services PMI. Scrolling down a little bit, 9 o'clock factory orders. We also do have the 9 o'clock ISM non-manufacturing PMI and the non-manufacturing prices. 9:30, we got our crude oil inventories, and that's going to be really about it. There's some other numbers coming up here, but mostly minor. We do have an FOMC meeting at 1 o'clock, so we'll be shut down. We'll be down here. But if you want to stick around, I think there's probably, if you've got the websites, you'll be able to check that out. But FOMC meeting minutes. So that's going to be what we got tomorrow. As far as what we've got on the schedule, going to be a short day once again here. JD and myself will be opening up opening call. So be here at 8 o'clock a.m. Central, and we'll get the party started. Fast markets, Andre, MP, Deanna, and Nick for a tick. We got power players, Francis, Green, Dolby, and Andre. Andre will be back. Nice to see that Andre is going to be back here. I'll get to say hello to him. And to end the day, we got Top Quiz with me and Alyssa. So I think it'll be a very themed Top Quiz. So just give you a hint. What theme that is, I'm not going to tell you. So we'll go from there. But otherwise, we've got, just to let you know, due to the 4th of July holiday, tomorrow, July 3rd, we're going to end at 12 p.m. Central. Slow markets is still going to happen at 8 p.m. Thursday, July 4th, we're going to be off the air. Okay, so enjoy the day. There will be no slow markets. And Friday, we'll be back July 5th, pedal to the metal. And right now, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. And we got Coach Paul. Also, we do have coming up, let's see here, Coach Vince, right? Yeah, we got Coach Vince, Coach Ray at 6 o'clock, volume profile, Coach Vince with candle charts, volume profile. So that's going to happen today. And hey, thanks for being with us here today. We really appreciate you being with us here. And now it's time to sort of say goodbye to all our company. And hope you had a good day. I hope you learned at least one thing today. So time to shut things down. Time to focus on family, right? That's where you're going to get your real love, or anybody that is your family. So take that to heart. Really appreciate you being here with us, and get some rest, relax, be safe, be healthy. And until we meet again, which is 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, unless the good Lord has other plans, we'll see you tomorrow. This has been TopstepTV. I'm Eddie Horn. Have a good night. Take care.